Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you. It's Monday, February 3rd, 5:01 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching or listening. We've got a great in-studio guest tonight on the show. Looking forward to talking about Glendale, Jet Lawrence's injury, and more tonight on the show. 702-586-7857. Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX Show, presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing and Decal Works coming at you. It's Monday, February 3rd. Hi, Trav. Thanks, Trav. Thanks, everybody, for watching and listening. Appreciate it. 702-586-7857. Give us a call. Really good lineup tonight. Cooper Webb won the first Triple Crown main event, third overall on the night, second overall on the night, I mean. Cooper Webb's calling in. Ricky Carmichael is calling in. We watched a documentary today on his career and his life, directed by my buddy Sam Jones, who will join us in studio later tonight. Really interesting stuff to talk to RC about the series and more. Jordon Smith, congrats to Jordan and Triumph. First AMA professional win. He's been on the box to start the year a lot, and then he got the win. And so Jordon Smith will call in as well. And as I mentioned, Sam Jones, the man who made the Tony Hawk documentary, Smartless documentary, among others. Sam will join us in studio to talk about the RC stuff and more. So thank you for watching and listening again. Thanks to our sponsors, Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, Race Tech, X Brown Goggles, Michelin, Renthal, Acherbis, Pro Filter, Firepower, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, Renegade Race Fuels, Atlas Neck Brace, Cardo Systems, Guts Racing, Works Connection, MotorCycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Fox Factory Vehicles, Wiseco Piston, Factory Chassis Parts, MTX Braking, Ethica, Luxon Troll Training. All on board with us tonight, as are you. And, yeah, lots to get into tonight. By the way, on sale right now, PulpMX.com, Indianapolis live show. We're doing another live show in Indianapolis. Always a great crowd. Always fun to do. Friday night before the Indy Supercross. Get some tickets. Wygant, Thomas, me, some special guests. On sale now, PulpMX.com, Indianapolis live show. Thanks to those guys at the Irvine Theater for letting us do that. We're going to give away a pair of Atlas boots later on tonight as well. We got some Maxima swag to give away. So, yeah, stay tuned, man, and lots to get into tonight for sure. The news dropping. But an hour and a half ago, the Jet Lawrence did indeed tear his ACL and will be out for months. Hopefully come back for the outdoors, so we'll touch on that and more. With me in studio, he's now a PulpMX employee. He's on the payroll. He calls in every week to give us his thoughts on racing. And one of his requirements for the job is to come in studio once a month or more. And he is everyone's favorite grump. And you might have saw him leading some races over the years. And he's retired now. And he is Filthy Phil Nicoletti. What's up, buddy?
Steven.
Thanks for coming in.
Yep. Pleasure. Now I actually have an obligation to come here.
You do, yeah.
I got to cash a check, and
you're
going to 1099 me for it.
Yeah,
so
that's how business. That's how business works. That's how things work. Good to see the ex-pro Phil Nicoletti in studio.
That's not funny.
Also in studio, used to be a top privateer in the West Series. See this guy in a bunch of main events. He's been working for Maxima since, I don't know, for 20 years. Trevor Reis, what's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for coming in again. Appreciate it. Always fun to have you. We went mountain biking today.
Yeah, the annual ride.
Yeah. Phil on a e-bike, Sam on an e-bike, Steve on an e-bike, Trevor not on an e-bike.
I'm holding strong.
And you just checked out on him too.
I'm
not gonna fucking leave him.
You think?
See, every time he's like, oh, you're not in as good a shape as you used to be in, and I'm like, no, you're just in better shape. I'm not that far off, but you're just
no.
In better
You
shape.
said you don't ride as much as you used to.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, you're not quite killing it as much as you used to.
Yeah.
But
straight to a 20-minute climb.
Uphill, headwind.
Yeah, it's fine. Look at him. He's an animal. He's fine.
We made it.
Yeah, we made it. We made it. So thanks for coming in. We're going to give some Maxima stuff away.
Yeah, definitely.
Later on, of course. And producing the show, holding things down over there, working the video, working the app. The man's constantly busy. The Travis Marks. What's up, Marks Dog?
Hello.
How was that sound snafu?
I really don't care.
Okay.
That's what I think about that.
Okay. Thanks for coming in.
Not sorry.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Working the phone calls over there. He's back for his once every 5th, 6th, 7th show. We're not sure. The Tits Legendary.
Mostly retired is what I like to call it.
Yeah, you and Phil. Same program.
That's what I'm talking about.
Did you come in tonight because of Phil?
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
You saw the co-host?
That's how he should work it. When I come in, he comes in.
Okay.
That's not a bad
deal.
Exclusive.
Talon might be pissed.
Talon would be pissed. But Talon last week got Cody Webb, off-road hero. Talon couldn't hide the boner and was just very excited about Cody Webb. Oh, yeah. Marks wasn't in either. We had Nick last week.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyways, very excited about Cody
Lord
Webb.
have mercy, I'm about to bust.
Yeah. All right, 702-586-7857. Give us a call. Let's talk Glendale Triple Crown. But first, we saw the first turn coming in. We related on a review pod to Ken Roxon putting his knee down a few years back at Salt Lake and looked bad, and he walked out of there and he was fine, and it was just a stinger, bone bruise, whatever you want to call it. And we're like, well, maybe that's it. But it was not it. That's a torn ACL, Phil, for Jet Lawrence. And, yep.
I mean, we talked about it on the review pod. I think 7 out of 10 times that happens, you do your ACL. I mean, that's kind of the standard rule of thumb on how that happens. It's so dumb and the most basic thing. And you can cartwheel your brains up and get up, no problem.
Yeah.
And we had the safest first turn, I think, all year. And then
Well, that was the second turn, but whatever.
Coming into the second turn, dude,
yeah.
I mean, for those guys, that's pretty basic.
Yep.
It's not like it was A1, you know? I expect something like that at A1, not at the Glendale first two corners.
Yeah.
Like, fuck. That sucks.
Yeah, blow for the series,
Ugh.
blow for Jet Lawrence. I mean,
Terrible.
Look, we just literally watched a documentary with Ricky Carmichael tearing an ACL, missing Supercross, and coming back at Hangtown and going 1-1, right? So certainly not anywhere near that Jet can't get the speed back that he used to have. But, I mean, anytime you go in and do a surgery, it's not good, you know?
No.
So.
And you have to get it done, you know, at his age, you know, like I go without mine at the moment, but at the same time, he's in a different point in his career. But that's the shitty thing about ACLs. You go get it fixed, there's still no guarantee you could come back 2 weeks later.
Hymas, right? Hymas did it.
Yeah, and you do it again,
Yeah.
you know? I mean, it's such a shitty part of the body that there's nothing you can really do about it.
Yeah,
you
it's
know?
going to hurt the series for sure. Although, look, Chase won. Coop's come to join us. He won one of the motos. Jet, I say only, but he only went 2-2 in the two mains. I mean, good, you know, he was still getting up to speed.
Yeah.
It wasn't a foregone conclusion that we were going to see Jet of 2024. Do I think we would have? Yes, I do think they would have got there. But Trevor, I mean, he hadn't been quite as good.
No, I would agree.
Yeah.
But I mean, when I sit and look at everything leading up into the season, I mean, yourself, the media, everybody included, was pretty high on him being that same guy. And unfortunately, this is the part of the sport that everybody dreads. Is something that's so simple, so stupid. I mean, you can be the best guy, but how many seasons have we had a guy that coulda, woulda, shoulda, and something like this happens, right? There's a lot of guys that shoulda won more, had more titles, things like that, and unfortunately, and this wasn't even a crash, right?
Yeah.
Something so simple, but
I mean,
I think he's in a position where he's young. They have the resources to, do the right things to get him back, quickly and strong, and he's got a lot of years left to race. So.
I mean, it's what you said, Phil. You can ride without one. Like lots of guys have had lots of success, but look, you're Jet Lawrence. You're the best rider in the world. Go get fixed and don't bother. Right? Don't ride. Don't try to milk this thing out. Got to get it fixed.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's different on, how their muscles are around their knee.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Hamstring, quad. I mean, you can do it. There's a chance of wrecking your knee more and more, but there's one known fact is he's going to get it fixed, and his knee will never be the same ever again. So it'll always be, a nagging injury, and that's the first one for Jet here.
Well, yeah, because he did his collarbone, right? 2 days, but big deal, right?
Deal.
Yep.
That ain't nothing.
Right.
But the knee is something like, hey, that's going to affect you now for the rest of your career, believe it or not. So it sucks. It sucks that it happened.
Yeah, it definitely. So honestly,
but we. Sorry, I don't mean that.
Yeah.
But we say is it a blow to the series? Okay, yes, it is a blow because you lost, the best guy.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it opens it up to I think one of the best series now because hey, you got.
Yeah,
5 true dogs in this that are all pretty equal, and Jet was the phenom.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Now it's just
no, I mean, Tomac and Webb specifically in preseason stuff was look, the title goes through Jet. We got to beat him.
Yeah,
he showed that he was by far the best guy. They were giving him all the proper respect, and now do you think Webb or Eli is scared of Chase? You're not scared, but I don't.
No, they're not as scared as Chase as they were Jet.
No, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Everyone's and then Eli's look, Eli's had one race on the box, right?
Yeah.
To start the year, and he's been fast as shit. But one race on the box, he's got to be dude, this, I may not be able to catch the kid because he's going to start ripping off wins, but I can catch everyone else.
Yeah.
So, yeah, in a way, this is
from a fan perspective, now you're like, hey,
yeah,
you got rid of the best guy. Now you have 5 guys that are literally all on the same playing field, and they all think the same about each other. Where it's just like Jet was maybe that one notch up, or like they just had to be in it every single race for 17 rounds. But now that guy's gone. Now it's just like, okay, dog eat dog. So
yeah.
It's exciting for me.
Yeah,
you know.
I agree. You never want to see it, but
no,
it's gonna get good.
No. Yeah.
Do you think if he's leading the series right now, the conversation's different, or do you think it's
about him racing?
Yeah.
No. I think you get out and you get it fixed, just like what Phil said at his age and with everything. He's not riding for a contract. He just go get fixed, just like RC did the same thing, right? Like at that level. So
everyone, because you look at titles, right? So he missed the outdoor title, but he came back and he still won SMX. Okay, so now he'll miss Supercross, but he won a race, so he's already seeded in for SMX, right? I mean, so granted, like he could miss all of outdoors if he needed to. No?
I would think he'd come back for outdoors, right?
100%.
I mean, we saw Stu do this. We saw Richie do this. Yeah.
He said 4 months in his interview. I've done mine in 2.5. A lot of guys have done 2.5.
RJ did 3 weeks.
Yeah, like you can really push the factor if you want. Depends how gnarly your rehab is to make your legs strong.
There's this guy in Tennessee, right? And Aiden Kiefer just went.
Yeah.
And RJ Christian went.
Yeah.
There's this guy in Tennessee that does this technique for ACLs. And I would think he's going there. And this guy is more aggressive. And I think he wraps the ACL is what I heard. He wraps something, wraps the ligament in something.
Yeah.
And it makes a difference. And so, yeah.
So what is it? So February,
Yeah.
March, April. I mean, he's back by the first round outdoors,
right?
Technically,
Yeah.
and then he's fast enough to go. You can already foresee it.
Yeah,
he's fast enough to go 4-4 at the first round, and then you can already.
Or Stu came out and crushed everybody.
Yeah.
But it is interesting too. He's so good as a rookie, and he talked about 72, and that's fine. And I kind of scoffed, and then I watched 2024, and I'm like, okay, like 72, like okay, because he's 20, right? Now he's 21. You're a Supercross gone. Like, this is the shit that, like, you just – and, Trevor, you said it. Like, it's such a dangerous sport. All of us in the media talk about all this stuff, and one dab of a foot coming into a turn. It's
simple as that. Yeah.
We know this. We know how hard it is to stay healthy. We know how gnarly the sport is, and then it always jets. No.
It just sucks because it's just like you don't even crash.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, you walk such a fine fucking line day in and day out, and you don't even crash, and you're out for the season. So for Jet to be able to like swallow that pill, and it's just like, fuck, I just miss outdoors. Now I'm missing all of Supercross. Like, that's a hard thing to. I mean, with him, it's hard for me to deal with. I'm only fucking 8th to 10th place guy. For someone that's winning races and championships, like, dude, that's I would imagine that'd be a dark spot to be able to manage.
Yeah. No, absolutely right. By the way, Phil Nicoletti brought to you by Ogio Power Sports. Pulp 15 is the code to save. Love the guys at Ogio, whether it's travel bags, carry-on bags, whatever it is. Ogio will bring you Phil Nicoletti on the show. And by the way, Phil, we will talk about the Lucas Myrtle thing later on in the show. You are straight caught in the middle of this because you're great friends with Lucas, great friends with the Lawrences. Lucas has done a couple of shows. He came on last week on this one, and we'll get to that later in the show if people are wondering, because I think people do want you to comment on this, and we will get to it. But, yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather not, but.
Well, too bad. Marks, TV. Okay, so let's talk Glendale. Fuck, man. Walking around the pits afterwards. Broken axles, or bent axles, broken races, ankle sore, wrist sore. Dylan told me he bent 3 rear axles. Like, what the fuck is going on? I thought the track was great, but... Dude, clearly not.
I think watching, if you're a fan, that was one of the best tracks you've got to sit in the stands and watch for a while. Like, I mean, massive jumps, different rhythms, stuff like that. But as a
you've
racer,
been there?
I mean, they didn't have Triple Crowns when I was still racing. But if I just think about 3 separate motos at that pace, that intensity, with the requirement to do those jumps every single lap, with how that track's changing, stuff like that. I mean, it's a brutal night for for the guy on the motorcycle, right?
It sounded like it, man. Going around the pits, like no, everyone was like, like these jumps and my bike and the flat landings.
There was sections just watching, like wherever the industry kind of rider section was. It was right at the exit of that long rhythm where they were going 4 out, and
into the sand.
Yeah, before they'd go to the sand, and there was Eli's bike specifically. He would land off that, and just from like the acceleration from that transition, there's now another kind of bump that comes out of there, and you can just hear the bike like clicking when it hits into that, and it's almost like
that's a check valve and
it's
shock,
like unsettling the bike. The bike's just like popping up from that, and then everyone's how far can you go on the single before the finish, and like it was just
1,000%. If you were racing, you would be calling in tonight, telling us about like fuck that track.
Oh yeah. 100%. Like I said, I didn't watch any of the qualifying or anything, and I just tuned in for the first main, and I seen these triples and these quads, and I'm like, what the fuck? Is this a sight bike or what? And I'm like, dude, there's no way.
I was really surprised because like I'm talking to the only guy that shook his head at me when I asked him about it was Sexton. He's like, this is Supercross. It's fine. Everybody else I talked to, and I didn't talk to Coop. We'll talk about it in a second. I didn't talk to Eli, but I talked to a lot of good guys, Ken Roxon and Jordan, and they're like, no, man, not that cool.
But Chase likes those big rhythms too sometimes. But like you said, for 3 main events, the most time you spend on the track all year, it's just like, no.
It doesn't matter because you get the money and the points, but Sexton won without winning a Triple Crown, right? Mm-hmm. Without winning one of them. And it doesn't matter, but does it matter? Does it?
The check at the end of the night.
No, I know, but if you're Chase, you're walking out being like, hey, I got the points lead, I got the red plate, and I won this race, but I didn't win this race.
I don't think so, because Chase never was like up there. He was always coming from behind. He always fumbling the first 2 laps. Like, I think Chase has been riding phenomenal all year. It just hasn't really correlated, be like starting up there with Jet and Eli. I think he can go that pace. He's just doing it from the back end.
Yeah.
Third moto he started up decently. Wasn't he towards the front in the third moto? And then Eli got by him pretty quick.
No, I think the third one he was way back, and he came through like on the first lap like crazy bonkers.
Maybe I thought he was up front in one of them.
No, he made some one of them he went backwards. He was up front, he went backwards. One of them, the first one. Third one, he was buried, and all of a sudden I look up and he's like 6th. And I'm like, what? How did you do that? Like, so, yeah, I mean, Phil, but like, do you get, as a racer, do you get, like, if you go out and win a main event, you're the baddest dude, you kick those guys' asses, it doesn't matter what happened, you won the main event. When you walk out of a Triple Crown without winning one, do you have the same high, the same feeling, the same confidence? I don't think so, right? I mean, you got the check and you got the points, but
I think you have to be, because you're the most consistent guy. I mean,
but I mean, you didn't kick everyone's asses. You're not, like, I don't know. Like, I'm just asking. I'm not saying I'm.
I mean, so if Jet went 2-2-2 that night and still won the overall, you don't think he would have been as pumped?
No. I don't know. I'm asking, I guess. I'm asking because
at the end of the night, you still won the fucking race.
I know, but like, dude, it's different than just kicking everyone's ass in one main event where you're just like, I'm the fucking man. Like, I don't know.
I'd be tickled pink if I went 2-2-2.
Of course you would, but Trevor would. But
no, I think the end goal is to win the main event.
Okay.
Get the full max points.
So if you're Chase Sexton, you're like, I'm
okay.
I'm a bad dude. Okay. Like,
you just won twice on 2 dry tracks. First repeat winner. Like, I think you're in a good spot.
Okay.
And it's not like he's doing it with luck. Obviously, Jet, there was a little luck because he got hurt, but it's not like he did it with luck.
Yeah.
So he earned it.
I mentioned off the top, did you have any doubt? I'll start with you, Trevor. Did you have any doubt that Jet would get back to his 2024 form? Like, he's got one main event win, and no panic button, nothing like that. But to me, he just was not as good, and he admitted that. Honda guys admitted that. Do you think, do you think he would have got back?
I mean, you have to assume that he would, but I think the longer that it takes, the more it's probably wearing on him a little bit at that point, right? You get through 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds, 7 rounds.
Yep.
If you have one win, maybe you have 2 wins, you're still, I think confidence-wise that makes it more difficult the longer it takes to get to that point, which maybe draws it out even longer, right?
Yeah.
But, I mean, you have to expect that he's going to, at some point, be that same guy again, right?
I think he would have got there.
And I don't know, but I do think that these other guys have raised the bar quite a bit as well too. I think Chase is back in form, that we saw a couple years ago. I think Eli's just like extremely motivated, very strong, and wants to be out there. So I think you have other guys that are rising to the occasion too. So
Kenny looks great.
It's hard to say, like when Jet can go out and he's put some fast laps down. He qualified quickest, I think, almost 3/4 of a second or whatever it was in that last qualifier, but it's not necessarily translating as easy as it was for a full main event, right, on the racetrack. So I don't know, it's interesting.
Yeah, they made some shock changes, I guess, Phil, again this week on their bikes. So trying to get a little better. But
I don't know. I'm going to defend Jet. SMX was the first time he's on the 2025. Crushed it.
Right.
Went to Destinations on the 2025. Hadn't ridden outdoors on that bike.
He rode outdoor. He rode outdoors at the end.
Outdoors or what?
Didn't he? Oh no, never mind. I'm sorry.
No, Destinations and at Matterley, and that track was fucking gnarly on the 2025, and he had no base setting. Just went there and raced and went up against Geyser. Then he went and did Bercy on the 2025. Won every single main except for one. So I don't know where he got off track at A1 in San Diego. Like San Diego, he kind of came back around, but I don't know if it's just all the traveling all the time, going to Australia, Christmas, holidays, not really logging the laps. I just think he came in just a tad bit behind on actual laps. And I think after the races started, Anaheim, he was able to put in some more time. I just think he got caught on his back foot just a little bit, but nothing.
Which is something I was saying in the preseason because I knew their travel schedule. They rode production bikes in Australia. So they just got they said they rode 4 or 5 times before Paris on the 25. So that just knowing how teams work and being a mechanic, I'm like, that's not very much time to test. It's not, and it proved to be right. So.
And for him to come out for the first 4 rounds and be where he was already with the lack of not so much
caught on his back foot.
Caught on his back foot and still doing what he was doing. Like of course, another 2 rounds, it was going to be. I think he was going to start just clicking them off.
Yeah. So you were on that plan where it was like,
I mean, you saw it Saturday night. I mean, Coop rode really good that first main, crushed it. And Kenny, like, was Jet going to get them? No, but I think if he really wanted to wick it up to go after him, I think he would have. But I do think there's a sense of maturity where he was maybe waiting for the third main to be like, okay, I'll really pounce now.
It did seem odd to Jet had trouble getting some of those combos down. And that's not Jet. You're just like, but So that's the stuff where you're like, and he cased some stuff.
Yeah, and like Coop said, he had just jumped that quad before the finish line on the sighting lap of the first main.
It's actually a triple. Everyone calls it a quad.
Or triple,
I know,
whatever.
but yes.
It was big. Might as well be a quad.
It could have been a 5er, right.
But Coop hit that every single lap, that main event, and Jet missed it a lot, and that was Coop's saving grace, which is kind of crazy because Jet should be the one that's greasing that every lap.
Yeah,
but
that's where I was a few surprised and even the far section, the one you're sitting by.
Yeah, that big one.
He didn't nail that thing either a bunch, and you're just like, whoa, like that's, But
then he comes around the sand, and it's just like, what? You look like his fucking speed train.
The sand speed was unreal.
It's unreal. Yeah. It's just like, okay, he didn't do both quads, but he just gained it back in one section in the sand. It's like, the fuck? How?
Right. It's like last year when he would make a mistake behind Kenny a few times. I remember one Seattle. Screw up a section, Kenny pulled away. And it's right up back into him, Like it would take a normal rider 3 laps to make that gap back up.
And Trevor, I mean, you too, because you ride. But doing that sand section at that speed, going right, no rear brake or anything, like, dude.
Yeah.
You're just freeballing it through that thing.
Yeah.
The
speed was impressive.
Yeah.
All right, let's get some phone calls here. By the way, Trevor brought to you by the folks at Maxima. We'll talk some Maxima later. You're here for the AIM show. Yep. Pulp 30 is the code to save with Maxima. Love those guys. And Mitch Payton, Factory Cowie, and more teams using Maxima USA. Use the code PULP30 to save. Phil, we got a question for you from Eric. Eric, go ahead. What's your question for the great Phil Nicoletti?
Hey, this is Derek. I've got a SAG question related to something that Phil brought up a few weeks ago. Phil was talking about Supercross, like the guys running 80 to 85 mil SAG, and like I think he said 8 to 10 mil static or something like that. It might have been 18. I might be off there. I was wondering what they run for motocross in comparison, and also what Phil was running in the GNCC when he rode I think Bollinger's bike. Just curious as a Gumby out here riding the wood stuff. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Now, Phil, I asked some people about your 85 SAG because I found that amazing, and I was told by 2 guys they don't know anybody running 85 SAG, but it is lower than it used to be. Yes, it was 110 back in the day, and they're now around 95. That's what I was told.
there's people out there running 80, 85.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
you know? So I don't know who you talk to, but yes, it's coming up. And I mean, they normally do the preload length between 8 and 10 mil, you know? So I don't know what I wrote on the Husky, to be honest with you. I hadn't ridden in 4 weeks, so I just told him, give me whatever base package it was, and I just needed to survive the woods. But like I said for myself, like I've gone, you know, running longer shock shafts and running a higher sag number. It just puts you up in the, you know, top part of the stroke, and it's a little more comfy. It's kind of back, like I said, it's backwards thinking of what it used to be, but you know, again, it all depends on swing arm length, you know, linkage, pull rod. Like there's a whole lot of other factors with it, but yeah, I think that whole stigma. But at the end of the day, you got to remember, sag is just a number, you know. So whatever you're comfortable with, run that. But the numbers nowadays are starting to go, you know, around the 90, 85 mark.
All right.
Well, awesome. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for all the knowledge you dropped.
Yep, appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Mike on 2. Mike, you want to talk about Jet and his injury?
Yeah, so I feel anyway, good night, guys. How are you doing?
Good.
Long time listener. I feel like all the preseason talk and even like the first 4 rounds, all the metric was kind of, we have to be as fast as Jet. We kind of see that in the qualifying. Chase and Eli are just all over trying to beat Jet. Now that Jet is out, is kind of the benchmark of where we measure who's probably going to win the title shifted a little bit. Now do they start kind of focusing a bit more on consistency, and do we see them kind of back down from these heated qualifying things anymore? I just want to like getting some
it's a good question
into
because
their mindset.
It's a good question because everyone says they don't care about qualifying, and these dudes are sending it this year. When you look at Tomac, Sexton, and Jet, what do you think, Phil?
Yeah, I mean, I think the level still stays there. You know, if pole position's paying money, you know, I mean, the end goal's still the same at the moment, even with Jet gone. You know, so I think everything stays the same.
All right. Okay. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is interesting how much confidence these guys get from that kind of stuff, right? Yeah. Wesley's on 4. What's up, Wesley?
Hey, how we doing, fellas?
Good.
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
I was wondering, man, like, at what point do we have to maybe contemplate that the Cali team is just cursed in general?
Yeah, I mean, we had Drew Adams breaking his collarbone, Jorge Prado, all the injuries that Mitch has had.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And it's not even just this year. It's just this year so far, 4 weeks in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Jorge Prado thing, oh, my God, 2 races he made it in. And,
like, I get he wants to ride Supercross, but, dude, learn this year and then ride next year. Like, save it for outdoors.
But these guys are racers, so it's hard to say, like, hey, man, just really take it easy out. You can't really do that. They're racers, you know?
Yeah, but it's just.
I disagree. I think Prado was an okay Supercross rider.
Yeah, no, he was okay.
I would agree.
I know.
I think where everyone's everyone's hung up on he was like out of control and had multiple and
but
that was
you just can't get hurt because you're trying to learn this and get better at it, and it's like literally the worst thing to do. 2 rounds and you get hurt.
He's a legit. He's the only chance Cali has for outdoors. I mean, just being real.
Yeah, I mean that is true. I mean, it will still be close, but I mean they hired Prado to win outdoor championships, and right now it's, you know, that's out at the moment. But I mean, it's hard if you're Prado. Okay, so you race MXGP title, then you take all the Supercross off, and then you're expected to come out at Paula and be on your A game, ready to rock and roll. Like, it's hard to miss that many months of racing and then come out and be ready to come out like a fucking shotgun blast.
Yeah, it's a catch-22. I see what you mean.
Yeah, like, you know, you have Jet that's just won, you know, raced 17 rounds, Eli, Chase, all these guys, like, they have the intensity, the race pace, and then you're going to have Prado come into the outdoors. You know, he's never done the outdoors. Like, I don't know, there's a... You know, I get what you're saying. You get what I'm saying. You can go either way with it, but it's hard not to come in without racing.
Yeah, it really is. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Phil. Have a good one.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Damon's on 2. Damon, you got a race tech rant?
Yeah, I want to talk about the Glendale track.
Yeah.
I'm hearing a lot of riders talking about how they didn't like the big jumps and stuff like that. But like kind of like what you were talking about on the review show, and Weege was saying, like, everybody wants a separation and to show the guys with the more skill how much better they are, right? So I don't get how there's so many riders. Well, I mean, I get it. they don't want to have to jump these big jumps, right? But as far as like separating the field, you don't have to go for the jump, right? It's kind of a business decision whether or not you want to go for it or not. So why not leave that stuff in? You know, and same thing with the single to flat. And people were breaking things on their bikes.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have to huck it to flat, and some people weren't.
I mean,
talking about.
You know, you're racing though. You're in the race. What do you like? I know what you're saying about the big jumps. Like we saw Juju and Deegan do the triple over the start straight, but so that one I get. But I mean, a 450 guy. I mean, these guys are racers. I don't know.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you have big jumps, you can choose to either do it and make up time or not do it. So, I mean, what is the problem with having big jumps in there?
No, I mean, there's not, like you mentioned on the review pod, I think the jumps were so big, it's either like if you hung a wheel just a tad, you didn't get the three or the quad or whatever. Yeah. Whereas, on a normal track, you'd still be able to get that, and I think maybe a mistake would happen. But the rhythms were just so big and kind of so scary, it actually kept people in check somewhat from being like, hey, either you got it or you don't.
Yeah.
So I think that's where
cool seeing it was cool seeing Jet mess up a rhythm and not being able to hit the big triple out, and that kind of separates people.
Yeah,
so you have to be more precise to hit these jumps.
I like the fact that again, I'm not racing, so I'm in the press box, but I like the fact that we had some different combinations, some different rhythms, and not everybody could do every jump every lap. I like that. But I don't know.
Yeah, I hate hearing the riders complain about it.
But
afterwards.
hey, on another point though,
like
when you're bending rear axles and breaking bearing races on factory bikes, that tells me wait, what?
Yeah, that's a little gnarly. But
right.
I mean, if you see Derrick Henry running downhill at you, you make a business decision to maybe give him the arm tackle. I mean, these guys, they have a decision if they want to send it or to make up the time or play it safe.
Sure.
Well, let me tell you what. I mean, I'm going to defend us riders. You make it sound like we got fucking 10 seconds out there to make this decision. We don't have that much.
The lap.
Yeah, no.
You know what lines you're going for. Right?
I know, but sometimes it don't. You have an eighth of a second to figure it out what the fuck's going on, and sometimes it just don't work out. But yes, I mean for the most part, we do use our due diligence on whether we can do it or not. But like I said, the rhythms were so big on the weekend. It's just either you grease it fucking perfect and jumped it, or you didn't at all.
Thanks for the call, man. Thank you. Appreciate the call. Thanks. All right, let's get to our first guest of the night. This gentleman surprised all of us with the Triple Crown Main 1 win. Great ride. He stood on the box at the end of the night, and the Glendale curse is broken. Brought to you by the folks at Acherbys, at Acherbys USA. And please check out their website. Super cool. And, really, really good company there. And get some Acherbys stuff. It always fits. It always works perfectly. Let's welcome in Monster Energy star Yamaha rider, Fly Racing Zone, Cooper Webb. What's up? How are you, buddy?
What's up, Steve? All good, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, dude, Glendale curse. We talked to you at the WPS thing, and we're like, why can't you do well there? And all the media's asking you at media day, and it's getting in your head. And then you jumped the triple across the Star Straight on the parade lap, bro.
Yeah, man. The crowd went crazy. It was awesome.
Big air coupe. I mean, we all know if anything's going to be jumped, it's Cooper Webb.
It's been a long time since the crowd went crazy over coupe. It comes from a sight lap.
No joke.
But yeah, it was impressive, man. And we talked about a little bit of review show. You qualified well, and a good day in Glendale.
Yeah, it was, man. It really was. It was, like you said, it was good to just prove to myself and everyone else that it's just a venue, right? And that statistics are statistics, but that's why we race, right? Anything can happen. So, yeah, overall it was great. Get a main event or whatever you want to call it. Not really a main event, but a modified heat race win and a second place. And my riding was good. I think that's what I keep alluding to. That was the best I've ridden so far this year, and I'll definitely take that as a positive. And as we know, it wasn't my normal conditions either, right? Like everyone says. So it was good to be able to adapt and make it happen. And, overall I was super happy with the night.
Phil said that one of the reasons you did well was because it traditionally, with the Glendale, it's really long rhythm lanes, and we didn't have really long rhythm lanes. Phil was saying on the review show that was one of the reasons maybe it was a slightly different Glendale layout than usual. Do you agree?
was he at the same Glendale I was? Because
I don't think I.
Yeah, you said
the other.
I didn't.
You said the Glendale, like, it wasn't as long rhythms as, I don't know what you were saying. I was like confused a little bit, but you said one of the reasons. Coops.
Next, he's gonna say it wasn't hard packed.
Coop said he's a point and shoot guy.
No, yeah. Coop is a point and shoot guy.
Yeah. So then you said the Glendale track doesn't necessarily always favor guys like that with the long rhythm lanes. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
It doesn't. Normally, Glendale is more open. You carry a lot more speed, where Coop does a lot better on the
So you said this track was a different Glendale.
Well, it seems somewhat different.
Okay. Well,
it wasn't as long as normal, but, I mean, they still were pretty long.
Okay, I'm just repeating what
it's not like it was Anaheim 2.
No, I agree. I didn't quite know what you were talking about.
I don't know what he thinks he's...
Okay.
I don't think he knows what he's talking about, Coop.
Okay, all right. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you guys seem like brothers right now.
But I figured Coop felt somewhat decent because he was P3 in practice.
Yep.
In the second one. So, like, that just shows, like, okay, there was something there.
So, Coop, when you...
We got potential. We got potential,
yes.
When you saw the 3 and you hadn't done it yet, Kenny was doing it a little bit in his time. You guys obviously dart fished it and it was like, hey, it's faster, let's do it. I mean, I always think about myself as working as a mechanic for riders. Like, I don't remember really anybody ever doing anything on a parade lap first time. JT said he did do that in his day a little bit, but I don't remember riders really doing that, Coop. But good luck.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, we see video, and then I wanted to do it when we did our hero lap or whatever they call it, when the top guys go out there. But we had people in front of me, and then it was just one of those things, right? That it was kind of like, okay, I need to probably do this jump. I just saw a 250 rider do it, so I'm plenty capable. Here we go. I'd rather do it now than in the race, but that one wasn't as bad. The quad on the far end was, for me, a lot scarier than that one, but it was an untraditional jump. Like, we haven't really seen at least in any of my years, where we go like over a start straight type thing or a long spaced out straight. So it was something I've never jumped before. So it was good to, like I said, just kind of do it right away, kind of get that monkey off your back, and then you get to the lineup and at least know you've done it.
I went to a bunch of races after the night, and Coop, like, there was a lot of bike issues from the landings and the hard packed soil, and then a lot of guys are like
the walls,
the walls,
stupid walls.
Yeah. The guys are like, look, and also like the guys are like, look, these are too big of jumps for Triple Crowns, and you got to do it 3 times. And it did seem, Coop, from a lot of guys I talked to, other than Chase, they thought the track was a little too burly for a Triple Crown. And then I would also look at these bike issues. Kenny went through 3 races and Dylan's axle and all this stuff, and I would go, wait, there was an issue. So although you did really well, Coop, did you have issues with the build of the track and what was going on out there?
When I did track walk, I was a little surprised. Like they definitely set us up to do some big jumps. For me, the biggest thing, and I don't know where guys are breaking stuff, but those wall jumps were just dumb. If they're going to make a wall, make them big enough that they're a proper wall where we have to roll them, or roll them where we have a landing, do something. That one before the finish was just painful every lap, and you lost time if you tried to roll it. And same with the other wall. After the mechanics, if you didn't jump that, then you lose time. So those were the 2 that I wasn't a fan of. And then the quad after into the sand was, I would have liked to see maybe the landing rolled a little bit, for sure. Because there was a lot of like risk versus reward. I understand, but we were barely making it, and it was wide open on a 450, which has been a while since I've hit a jump, wide open on a 450. Even the one in San Diego, you had a little bit more grace, and same thing. They kind of rolled the landing after press. But yeah, I mean, just in general, even the one rhythm that was pretty basic, it was really big. Like, they used a lot of dirt. The triples were really big with a lot of dirt. So it was unique. I feel like they had a lot of dirt, and then the one end of the stadium where the sand was, it was like they didn't use any dirt. So it was unique. Typically, I'm not a big quad guy, like in general. Like, I'll jump them, but they're not like a preference of mine. So yeah, I'm 50-50. I do think there was the racing seemed to to be a little bit better. Like there wasn't really any passing points besides if guys didn't do the rhythms. So I didn't mind that aspect. But definitely, I'll still the wall thing was absolutely mental in my opinion.
And then they took the double out, the little hump before the finish. They took it. There was a double there, little hump. Phil, guys were landing on that. Kenny was the first one, and they took it out. And I'm like, why'd that go? And they were like, the AMA doesn't want people to jump that, to double it.
Yeah.
So they just took it out, and then you guys just went to flat. So yeah. Anyways, that's
and that's what I'm saying. It's like it was, I don't know the measurements or whatever, but a normal wall jump is 8 feet. It feels like, right? The thing's inverted, and it was like a 3-foot inverted jump. I felt like I was like on a excite bike or something, and in practice at least, I swear, I think that the way the timeline was, you could literally jump to the line. It was my thinking, and then with dartfish, you could see like if you rolled it, you would get 3 bike links dropped on you. So I wasn't a big fan of it at all, obviously, and just thought it was unnecessary. Like it hurt every time you land. It just freaking hurt, and that's where I feel like that. I know the big jumps were hard on the bikes, but that one really had to have been what was breaking stuff in my opinion.
Yeah, and what people don't realize, like I got a bad wrist. Coop has a thumb injury. Jet had a thumb injury. All these guys, and it's just like you got to land off something like that. That's the flat. Like you're healed, but you still feel it regardless.
Oh, every lap,
every fucking lap. It's just like, God dang it, dude. So it's just kind of a bummer. But
you gonna ask him about his setup?
I was just about to, only because you brought it up.
Yeah.
You talked to him about it. And
I didn't talk to Coop. I talked to people.
Oh,
so ask him.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Coop.
What? What do you mean sorry?
Oh, well, no, I don't know. Well, Tuesday he was testing. Tuesday, Wednesday looked phenomenal.
He told us on Wednesday he had a Glendale setup.
Yeah. I told you. I mean, Coop looked awesome at the Yamaha test track. And the Yamaha test track is, FYI, it's pretty beefy. And Coop is doing some fucking rhythms there. That 4-footers, 5-footers.
Wow, Phil's giving me a compliment. This is nice.
Oh, you look on rails, But you went back to base.
Don't get off him, dude.
But you went back to your original base on Friday after press day?
Yeah.
Really? Poor Gilly, all that fucking work.
Yeah, these riders.
And then you're like, fuck it, we're going back.
These riders, I tell
you. And we did find some mapping stuff. That was something we took into the weekend. And then, even though I did go to base, it was a learning experience. We made some quicker adjustments that then I think helped my base settings, based off of
the changes,
the shock, that Gilead had kind of set up for me. So yeah, I mean, it was one of those things that I felt like the team was kind of like, hey, we have some new stuff, we want to try it, we think we can get a good direction, and like you said, it was awesome at the test track, and it had great positives. It did do certain things better, but it just, when we got to the race and after press day, it just felt a little bit off to me, and I kind of just made a game time decision of, hey, let's just go to what I know, and the other setting might have been better, but I feel like we might have been clicking around for a majority of the day, and we did find something else that, like I said, from that setting with a subframe that was a positive, and we ended up racing that. So there was things coming out of the test that really were helpful, even though I didn't choose Gilly's new setting. So, and now we know, right? We kind of know even now, right, that there's a direction out there. It's just, it's risky, right? Like I felt really great all night. I have had this base set up for, over a year now, and I don't like to change, so it is tough.
Yeah, and it again, it's hard. You're going to Glendale where the rhythms are so much bigger, and you have a different package than what you're used to, and your butthole's already puckered, and you're trying to figure out what the new setting is like versus Old Faithful that you have. You know what I mean? And you kind of know how it kicks and how it bucks, and you got this new thing that you're trying to figure out how to kick and buck on. 85-foot triples that you're seeing God on.
Yeah, and I'm a, it was a like you said, Yamaha test track like we all say, like the test tracks are great and you can get information, but I think you would agree, like they're pretty tight. Like you have some beefy rhythms, but they were a lot tighter than Glendale, right? So like, you think you're looking, like our goal was traction, and we did that, like I said, with some mapping stuff, with other little things here and there with the shock, but yeah, overall it's, like I said, it's part of racing. You got to make those game times decision, and luckily, like I tell Gilly, like his settings are awesome either way, so he made it work.
Yeah, absolutely. Cherubies USA bringing you Cooper Webb here on the show.
No, I was just gonna I guess a comment on that is like in most cases, I guess when you get to a racetrack like that, right, and they're trying to find traction and things like that he's talking about, typically you're going to soften the motorcycle a little bit, but then you have jumps that are that size, so it's like fine line the whole night. But no, one of the comments I was going to make on Coop was, when I think about even the test track, even throughout the day, you get the main line, and then there's a line below that and a line below that, and all of a sudden the turn starts getting sharper, and he's one of the best that we've seen do that, right? Like getting into the lower part of the turn and getting out of it. So just as a fan, just observing, like that track seemed like it was quite a bit more open, a lot more roll speed through the turns, not in and out of the turn, stuff like that. So to see him, see you comfortable like that, and it was fun to watch. So
is it?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
Is this might be a dumb question. If it feels this is a dumb question, let me know. But do you think you came from 6th to 3rd in the third one? Did you almost ride better in that than the one you won?
Yeah, for sure. I was stoked.
Third one
I rode good.
It was good.
One.
Yeah,
the first one was really good, right? Like, just executed a good race. The first one, obviously when Jet got there, I was able to kind of pick it up and keep him at bay, so that was nice. But the last one, I actually felt like I rode my best, and there at the beginning, I felt like I was, kind of getting some ground back on Chase and Eli, and then it kind of evened out, and we, at least on my board, I don't know what the official times were, it was just like tenths, at that point. So it was hard to, unless someone made a mistake, I feel like we were all three going at a really good speed to where we needed a mistake from someone. So I was trying. I mean, like you said, though, I think it was just overall good riding all night. I mean, even my second one, I was buried off the start, and I made some mistakes early, lost track position, but I made a lot of passes. And so did Eli, that same main event. Like, he was able to get by me and get going up further up the board, but I really haven't made many passes this year. Like A1 I did, but San Diego I had a good start, and then A2 I obviously didn't really make much headway. So it was just good to mentally get a bad start and almost pick my way through the pack and get dicey and do those things again and go, okay,
right.
I can get to the front when need be, and same in the last one. I had a lot of urgency to get to the front, and I passed some good dudes really quick, and I was, pretty proud of that for sure.
Phil, is this where you want to tell Coop how he looks good in the fly stuff? He looks.
No, Coop, how often do I say you look good in the fly stuff?
Yeah, I told you so.
Unbelievable.
The screenshots.
Yeah. I tell him. I'm like, fuck. I said, God, he looks good.
All right. You said that, but I didn't know.
I was a huge fan this weekend. I got mixed reviews, but I thought this weekend was a sick look.
Yeah,
I really did.
I thought he looked good. Yeah. I mean, our buddy Oz said he looked like a blueberry, but I thought he looked okay.
Yeah,
okay.
But enough with the gear.
Okay. FlyRacing.com.
Yeah, sensitive subject.
Yeah, sensitive.
It is.
Phil, if you can join us,
Yeah,
we get it.
Yeah, we get it, Phil. No problem.
Coop, the start factor. How do you go from pulling a whole shot in one to 15th in the other? Why is the window so big? Because your gate picks, you're 1 through 5 on the gate picks, but how are you ripping a whole shot and then 15th going into the first corner?
That's the $1 million question. No, it's. I mean, it was a mistake. I just wheelied off the grade a little bit, and as you know, you lose that half a wheel and whatever, and it's over. I think for me, it's all about confidence and control, and just. I feel like when you're starting really well, it's almost robotic.
Yeah.
And I feel like I got a little bit maybe too confident. I pulled the whole shot first one. I just, in my head, I went to the same gate, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to whole shot. And you don't really maybe focus as much as you should or go be as robotic, like I just said, as you should, and you miss one little thing, whether it's throttle or head or feet or whatever it is, and boom, it's done. We're all such amazing starters, and the great start is obviously, I think made everybody a lot more level. So, it's I think that's kind of similar. Besides maybe the Hondas, right? They got to, and this year we've seen they've been hit or miss too, and that's what's tough. Like no one's really consistently just nailing start after start, and I think we're all such great starters. It's if you make a half of a mistake, you're cooked.
Yes, half a second, not even less than half a second. You're done. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, but just,
not all of us can just be Phil Nicoletti and hole shot every race.
No,
I don't hole shot every race, but coming around 15th versus 8th for these guys is a huge advantage. I just wonder why because Eli seems to be the same way.
I didn't have the gun to my head like you're saying. Honestly, the first one I had a gun to my head saying, "Okay, get this start."
Yeah.
Second one, the gun wasn't loaded.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. We got a phone call for you, Coop, on 3. It is Tyler. Tyler, go ahead. What's your question for Cooper Webb?
First thing, I was wondering if Cooper ever or remembers Unadilla before he turned professional. I think he couldn't get something off the front brake. My dad ended up having to take the bolt out of a front brake that you guys stripped or something. I'm not 100% sure what it was. Do you remember that at all?
I don't remember that instance, but I do remember racing. What's the amateur track called? The
U2 track.
I don't know, they call it. Yeah, U2. Yeah, we went out there, and it was my first ever amateur pro race. I went straight from Loretta's there, and I remember it was my first time getting money, and I was stoked.
First time getting money.
You smoked everybody. I watched that the amateur part of that, the pro open pro, whatever it was.
It's funny to roll back to it. Bobby Reagan wanted us to do all the amateur days and get as much track time as we can, and I show up to that one, and they're like, "Yeah, you don't actually ride the
track,
the national track." I'm like, "Damn it, Bobby."
So my question was though, I don't know if I was seeing things, but at the start of the third 250 main, it looked like all the leader lights were going off, like they were doing a sequential order up and down the line before the gate drop.
Yeah, they
were. Right. Okay, is that annoying? I feel like that would throw me off.
This weekend was the first time I've noticed it. I think it was new this weekend, and like you said, it reminded me of a light show they were trying to do. You can't really see
I feel like that would
bike.
Be oh, something moved, because that's what you're looking for. You're looking at the pin of the gate to move, and something flashes out of the side of your eye when you see your light go off on your triple clamp.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, time to go.
That is true.
I don't know. I just wanted to see if that was any
Laser gate.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tyler. Yeah, thanks for the call.
Yep,
Appreciate
have a good night.
Thank you. Cooper Webb here on the show. Coop, a little bit of changes for you. Rich Simmons moving from crew chief to manager, and then Jordan Troxel Jordy coming in as crew chief. What's that been like? Coker left, obviously, and you had a great relationship with him and knew him well.
Yeah.
So what's it been like with the new guys?
It's been good. It was tough when Coker left. We were super close, and but it's been good. I've been really good with Rich. He's been my go-to guy for since I've been here. So it was for me not much difference with him getting the management role. And Jordy I've known forever, and we've always even though me and him had battles with me and Kenny those few years and all that, we always got along, and we're East Coast boys, and always kind of chatted and this and that. So it's been good, man. It really has, and
good. Kind
of different. I think Star has their ducks in a row. We have Brad, we have Gilly, we have Rich, so everyone kind of knew their place. So I think it's been a little bit of a learning for everyone, but it's been good in the sense of taking him from Honda, I think, was obviously a good thing for us, and then even just some ideas, he as as a mechanic, if you're on a team or whatever for X amount of years, you're just kind of used to a certain way, and not saying it was right or wrong, but it's been nice to maybe just have a few new ideas here and there, and it'll be good the more time we get to spend together, because it was so last minute, right? It was basically January when they made that hire, so we hadn't spent a lot of time together. I know he's moving east, and he's all in and fully committed, so it'll be good, man. I think, like I told those guys Saturday night, like, I thank you so much, and like it really is a good group, and I can be myself, and I can tell these guys, you know, personal stuff or truly how I'm feeling, and they, you know, can take that information and do their thing, and we're all friends, you know, and that's hard to do. It's hard to work with people, but then also be friends and care for one another off the track, and that's kind of how it is, at least for me. So, you know, it's still the same with Jordy. Like we're starting to kind of get that connection going. So it's been awesome.
Phil, 10 points out for Coop going east. It's a good spot. He's in a good spot.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, obviously, yeah. We look at stats, and Glendale was always the worst one. And after this weekend, it's just like, okay, you know. And obviously, Coop, you know, the number one is now down and out, you know. Changes the variable. I mean, it sucks. I mean, you like Jet. I mean, everyone gets along, and, you know, as a competitor, no one likes to see that shit. But mentality-wise, I mean, we've talked. We know Jet's a phenom, and he's got ungodly speed out of fucking nowhere, and now he's gone, you know. And it seems like the playing field for all you guys is pretty equal now at the moment.
Yeah, no, I mean, like you said, it's a bummer. You don't ever want to see a competitor get hurt. And like you said, I'm friends with Jet, so with that side of things, it's a bummer. But I mean, at the other side of that, like you just said, I think it gives us all a little bit of like a new energy, if I'm being completely honest.
Sure,
you know, because it's now up for the taking. Not that it wasn't before, but now it just gives you a little bit more life. If that makes sense. So, for me, I'm going to take the same mentality. I mean, I know we all say that we're boring and whatever, but I truly am. I felt like last weekend I finally kind of stopped stressing and just like settled in and just kind of had a effort attitude, if I can say that, and just like take it for what it is. You know, go out there and just ride your dirt bike. Stop thinking. Stop worrying. Stop trying to be the man right now because you're not quite ready to be. And just take it for what it is. And that's exactly what happened. And I feel like just something shifted this weekend where mentally I felt good again. You know, like it was, my riding was good. My starts were good. My fitness felt really good. Just a good click. So like you said, I think it's perfect timing. Motivation is at a good spot, always is. But like you said, with this happening, it's really all for the taking. And it's going to be sick because, you know, two of us, me and Eli, are teammates. We're two-time champs, and we're going to be battling. You know, Chase is a champ. Kenny's in it, like, and there's still 8 other guys, you know, down that order that can get in there and mix it up. So it's going to be fun. It really is, and I'm excited.
Phil's bored, and I was going to ask you about bringing – you just talked about your great attitude and your changed attitude, so this is probably not an applicable question, but did you think about hiring Phil as a mental coach and bringing him to the races?
Come on.
I know. Not with your attitude that's so good right now. Yeah, he's just going to bring that down. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he will. Yeah.
I don't know about mental because he's mental, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
That is very true.
Yeah.
You know,
I'd like to see Phil more races.
I will say, though, no coincidence that I saw Phil at the Yamaha test track and had a good result.
Yep. Yeah, exactly right.
I said he looked good on Tuesday and Wednesday.
You did.
You know, I did. You know, I give Coop props even Saturday. Like because when I look at Coop, I don't look at him as an athlete or whatever. I still get mind blown every single time. Like when I look at Coop, like how the fuck do you ride a dirt bike so good? You know, like it just impresses me every single weekend. So you know. Aside from everything else.
Everything else, right? Well, okay. Well,
it's good to have Phil back in the mix. You know, it's been fun.
I want Phil at the races. It's more fun with Phil in the press box, Phil hanging out. You know.
Well, after those rhythms, Coop, I'm glad I wasn't at Glendale this year, dude. I can tell you that right now.
The jump, dude. Yeah. Well, it is funny because you hear at A1, Phil, you know, he's on, or was it A2?
A2.
Yeah, he's on track walk, and he's all, I miss it, and this and that, and then I'm thinking like, this weekend, San Diego had that big quad.
Do
you really, bro?
Yeah.
Do you really?
I'm
out.
Yeah, it's, I would just do the easy lines, dude. The easy lines.
Yeah, I mean, you made it, like you said, you made a career out of it.
The easy lines.
Fuck, dude.
Coop, going back to that, jumping that triple on the parade lap, do you think that changes the mentality a little bit for yourself just in that first moto? Like I can picture back to like not doing specific rhythms or things like that, and I was never at your level, obviously, but the gate drops in a heat race and you get a decent start, and all of a sudden now you need to do the rhythm, and I can remember how that would kind of change the whole track for me, right? Like it's like weight off your shoulders. So do you think doing it in the parade lap almost puts you in a better space mentally, not having to think about I need to do it on the first lap if I'm in position to do it? Right now it was done, and you could focus on the start and knew you could do it every lap, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, ideally you do it in practice, right?
Right, of course, of course.
Out there, but I think that's where what I said earlier about the team, they can be honest with me, and it's been a conversation like, Rich was pretty much like, hey, if you want to win tonight or be in the top 3, you have to jump the quad every lap, and you have to jump that jump every lap.
Yeah.
If you're not comfortable and if you don't, if it's sketchy or you don't feel safe doing it, we're not telling you got to do it, but just know, the top 3 will be doing it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's
so gnarly.
It's like we're not mad, we're disappointed.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly it.
But it's true, So I think for me it was like, hey, if you want to do something tonight, these are the jumps you got to do. And like I said, main event 1, I did it, and I think it truly won me the race.
Well, I don't understand because at SMX, I texted Phil and said, hey, Deeks is doing that 3 in. If you want to, do it. And then Phil wrote back, good for fucking Deeks. So, like, it didn't seem to work at that point where I was just trying to tell Phil, give him some advice. So,
Yeah, it's hard, man. And trust me, there's been some jumps. And, I mean, honestly, the one, I don't know why looking back, because the one this weekend was probably the gnarliest one I've done. But, like, San Diego one was in my head all day. And so I know what his pain is. It's like, yeah, I'm out on it. But like you said, at this level, that's like in the 450 to win or be on the box or even top 5, like you don't have a choice. Like,
I'm out. Listen, I mean, if Rich told me, hey, man, you want to be podium guy tonight, if you have to jump those, I'm telling Rich to get fucked. I told Brandon to get fucked many times the past 3 years. Like, dude, I'm not doing it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hire somebody else to go jump that for you.
You think Coop's going to say hire someone else?
Yeah, well, I mean.
Coop's not going to say that.
No. Well, I did. Fuck, I'm out,
But that's where, once again, he's telling, it's a good reminder of, that I'm not the first guy to jump jumps, but he's like, dude, you're Cooper freaking Webb. Like, you're a badass. Like, you're fine, and when you put it into that perspective, it's like, yeah, he's right. Like, what? There's people doing it. There's no reason I can't be.
Yeah, you ain't jumping it first, but like that guy's jumping it, and I can jump this thing, right? Yeah. Awesome, Coop. Well, hey, congrats on the Glendale. That's awesome. Going to Tampa this week, you got to be stoked. No travel reel. So, thank you for the time tonight. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. Yeah, Phil, good talking to you, mate.
Yeah, maybe pick up your
Steve.
phone sometime.
Yep.
Call me.
Oh wow, here we go.
It's cool.
Blue Crew Fly family.
Yep, me and Coop. Fly, Blue Crew. Love it. Love to see it. Thanks, man.
See you, Paul.
Yeah, y'all have a good night.
Later. That's Cooper Webb, everybody, on the podium this weekend at Glendale. And our next guest had a huge hand in the Triumph deal, and they're winning their first race this weekend. That's really cool. And then this documentary that we're hoping to see real soon, for you people to see it really soon. We saw it this afternoon. Brought to you by the folks at Weisco Pistons. Pulp25 is the code to save. Check them out, Honda HRC guys. Whether it's pistons, whether it's Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve tune components, whatever it is, Pulp25, the code to save at Weisco. Let's bring them in. Supercross, motocross champion, color analyst on the NBC Peacock broadcast, Ricky Carmichael. What's up, RC?
What's up? Good. I'm bummed you didn't get my wild. I couldn't talk to my wild card pick from the weekend.
Oh, was it really? Yeah. Okay.
Dude, I took Cooper Webb for my 8th place wild card because Glendale statistically is his worst place, and he gets scared of those fast tracks with big triples and quads. I heard him talking.
Yeah.
I was bumming. I couldn't talk to him and rev him up a little bit.
Could have brought you in. Also joining us, the director of the Ricky Carmichael documentary that we're hoping to release out in the wild soon. Sam Jones, good buddy of mine. What's up, Sam?
How you doing?
Thanks for sitting in a little bit.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Let's get a few things out of the way, RC. Like I said, the Triumph thing. You've been there from the start. Congrats to yourself, all the Triumph guys, Ian and Coker and Scuba. I mean, Phil, you actually brought up a good point that I didn't think about. Imagine that. They didn't ride 250 West last year, so they rode East, and this is like their 12th Supercross or something.
Yeah, 13th, I believe it was, is what I heard today. Yeah, good catch, Phil. It's super exciting, very humbling. And for me, like, the emotions were pretty high. Just, when those last couple laps that Jordan is racing and he's going around, and you're just thinking of, all the variables that these incredible athletes go through. And I'm being serious. Like, anything can happen. And you're just like, and I always feel like at times like that is, if something it will go wrong, it's going to happen now. So I'm like, please get there, please get to the end. And yeah, so as that's going by, you just have all of these thoughts of when, Rod Lapuznak came to me and said, hey, this is what Triumph is kind of thinking. Would you be interested in being associated with us? And, then, that decision leads to, a yes, ultimately, and then what does the next 4 or 5 years look like? And we would like you to be have a strong hand in the development and the people in place, and and kind of guide the R&D along, and basically be the base of this motorcycle. And then you think of the people that you are able to bring in, and the crew. And I'm only as good as the people I have around me, right? I love to surround myself with great people and smart people, and that are way better at this stuff than I am. And really, those are the guys that are the heroes and that have done a great job, from the people in the R&D department, from Tedesco, Kiefer, I mean, you name them. Everyone in that race shop. I mean, it was, there was some definitely challenging times. Everybody knows about that. And to be where we are today, it's certainly humbling, and I'm very proud for everyone behind the sheets that don't get the credit that they deserve, because they're the ones that are putting in the sweat equity every single day and in the trenches, and I just appreciate them like they'll never know.
Yeah, Jordan's coming up next after you, and yeah, it's super cool. And also FXR, Phil, first win for FXR, and you've been with those guys forever. So
yeah, it was
big deal.
It was cool to have that all come together. I mean, it was kind of a real last minute thing.
And you may or may not have helped with some of that.
Yeah, I mean, I did help, which was cool. And like I said, it was a cool partnership, and I think Triumph was in this place where they wanted to rebuild themselves this year for the next couple of years, and kind of have a new platform and kind of hit a reset button, and FXR got in with a manufacturer, and
big deal for them.
Yeah, big deal for them. They've never had that before, so. It's a very cool collab, so I'm stoked for it.
RC,
I liked Jordan's gear this weekend. I liked the colorway and everything. I liked Anaheim too as well. I thought it looked good. I mean, you guys have been doing a great job. I know that the team is cool, really happy with everything, and you guys are all in, and they definitely appreciate it, my man. So it's they're thankful.
Also, RC, big news with Jet and the ACL. Maybe back for the outdoors. You've been here. You've been in that situation. Go get it fixed, and that's what he's doing, right?
Yeah, I'm devastated for the kid, man. I mean, to say the least. It's been a hell of a 2 weeks for that poor guy, and I hate to see anyone get injured. I'm bummed for him. I'm bummed for the people around him. I'm bummed for the fans. Our fans, I wish that we had I just wish that every single guy could stay healthy, throughout the whole season. And, but this sport doesn't discriminate, and it'll get you. And it's a bummer, but he's young and he'll get through it. And it's a different dynamic. It's crazy to think, like, if you're Eli, if you're Chase, if you're Coop, and you're Kenny for that matter, especially right now, like, I think if I'm being honest, it changes my dynamic. Like, if Stu goes out when I'm racing back in the day, it's just different. You know, it's a weapon that you don't have to worry about, but you still have to stay engaged, and you know, it's just a different dynamic. I believe
it's like Reedy in 04 when Stu went out, and now it's time for the after parties and the Friday night parties. Like,
I wouldn't say it would. I'm not trying to say that Reedy didn't do a good job. But
he did a great job.
That's going to take a little more dedication.
Yeah, probably.
You know, so I'm bumming. Honestly, I'm bumming for everyone for the sport. It's a punch in the gut for sure. It's been incredible this season. I think it's still gonna be great.
Mm-hmm.
But you hate to see one of the stars go down. That's for sure.
So we watched this documentary today. Sam, you directed this documentary on Ricky, start to finish of his career.
Yeah.
And it was great. It was fantastic. It was awesome. We'll get you. We're gonna talk more about it later on the show after we get RC off. But Ricky, what's it like? Sam brings it over. And you're watching your competitors, media, family. They're talking about you. Like, what's that like sitting in a chair? Like, what's going to happen?
Yeah. So, Steve, it was crazy. Like, and for everyone listening to this show right now, it's number one. Like, I hate watching myself on TV. Right, I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Like, I never used to even rewatch the races. Rarely would I, because like when you're living in the moment, and I told Sam this when I got to view it for the first time. I'm like, my opinion really doesn't matter as much as everyone else's opinion on what they think of this documentary, because I lived it in the flesh, right? Like the memories that I had and watching that, they were all so vivid. A lot of them were vivid, and some weren't, but most of them were. So like, it was me. I lived it. So it's a special movie. I love it, but I love hearing everyone else's reaction. I think the biggest thing that I took away, it's a fantastic documentary. It's awesome. The one thing, or the couple things that I thought were just unique is, what was it, 2003, and just like when the rivalry between me and Reedy were getting heated up, and you know, he was incredible, and just like how there wasn't team tactics from one person, but then their teammate saying there was, and I'm just like, one guy saying, no, that never happened. The other guy was like, oh, hell yeah, there was full-on team tactics. And that was the thing to me of like hearing different sides from each person, you know, and like what their thought of things were like, and what the other person's view of how it went down. And so that I was surprised at some of that stuff, you know, but it's funny is like a lot of that stuff, they like some of those things they blamed my mom for, and it really wasn't it. I think I talked about it. Really wasn't my mom, you know, and the whole Eldon thing. I think we've talked about it, Steve. Like people, you just have to watch it and see, but it really wasn't what people thought it was. And I tried to explain that in the show. But I thought it was a great reflection of really who I am and where, you know, where I came from and how my career was shaped and formed, and, you know, was there to basically do my job. And, you know, the better I did, the more money I would make and the more successful I would be, so I wouldn't have to find a job when I retired from racing. And and it wasn't easy, and you know, and these were our values, and this was the ingredients, and it's really as simple as that.
You know, everyone sitting in this studio understands the sacrifice that people make to be an athlete like Ricky, or even Phil or Trevor, your level that you guys raced at. But upon watching it, Sam, you really get it. Like, it's lonely at the top.
What do you think, dude? I don't care. Like, what do you? What do you guys think?
Go ahead, Phil. Yeah,
Ricky. For me, I thought it was unbelievable, and I think for every little kid that can finally, because there's not much history, you know. There's no documentary out there, videos of you. There are of you as a kid, but like not put together where like a 10-year-old can actually watch Ricky Carmichael's full upbringing.
In Croom.
Yeah,
in Croom,
just out there fucking digging with his mom, you know, when the stopwatch was just invented, you know, and going through all this stuff. Like, for me, listen, I'm going to be 36 years old. I watched that, and I'm like, fuck, that is sick. Like to actually have that in our sport, to finally be like, Stu's on there talking about your guys' rivalry, and and Reedy, and for me as a fan, because I am a fan of the sport, as you are too. Like it was just, it was really cool to see the upbringing of someone coming from nothing, because a lot of us in this sport come from nothing.
Yeah.
And to watch it come full circle, it's just like from going from a nobody to making millions, and the goal was still the same, was just to win, no matter if you had a $5 million contract or a $30,000 contract.
Well, that's the part where like it was almost like the sacrifice and the loneliness of doing that, chasing that, struck me. I knew that already just from being around the sport, but watching Sam's movie, you're like, fuck, man, it ain't all roses and beds of money. Like you're not laying you don't have a pool of money you're diving into every day. Like it ain't that great. Like it is, but it ain't.
Yeah,
you know.
I think that was the thing I really wanted to uncover. Is I wanted people to understand who Ricky was as a human being, because everyone who has followed the sport knows a lot about Ricky's career, but like Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or Lewis Hamilton, we don't really know the human being. And especially in Ricky's case, because he started so young, because he had this unique experience of a mom that really saw his potential and really pushed him. I wanted people to watch this and get a sense of who Ricky is as a person. And that's, when you do that, you find out all of the emotion behind the decisions that were made. And look, the truth is the film is a great debate on how hard do you push a kid. Is the value of becoming the greatest in the world worth?
And you asked that question at the end.
Yeah, worth giving up your childhood, or worth all the struggle and sacrifice when you're too young to be able to make a decision like that.
Yeah.
Like to be asked at age 8 to pick the thing you're going to do for the rest of your, till you're 27
Ricky's like, I liked baseball.
Yeah.
Too bad. Too bad, dude.
Too bad. You got to pick one.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's you come away with this being like, man, at times you're like, it'd be so fucking awesome to be Ricky Carmichael and be the baddest dude in the motorcycle. And other times you come away with the document being like, well, man, it ain't all that great.
Well, I think
I will, but
yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, I think that Ricky, I am, and I don't know if I've said this to you, but I was very impressed with your courage and desire to be transparent in the process of making this. You did not come in with an agenda. You did not say, I don't want to talk about this. You did not try to sugarcoat your life. At one point in the film, you say, I absolutely hated riding that motorcycle. And I'm sitting next to Phil, and I'm certain that's the case sometimes with you growing up, where as a kid, you feel overwhelmed with that. And you didn't put on the sort of promotional face for your career. You really spoke about your struggles, and I think that that's a hard thing to do, to not have an agenda going into a film about your life, and that's why I think the film has significance as more than just a document of the sport or the document of an athlete's journey. I think that it's rare to find someone that achieved your level that is that transparent and honest about it.
Yeah,
I appreciate that, Sam. And I mean, Sam, we've went through a lot together, been through a lot together in our life, and I will say, like, there was a time, like Steve, like listening to some of your stuff without giving too much away about the film, but it's like, listen, I had a great time, like on off weekends, trust me, we had fun, but when it was at the races, when everyone saw me, dude, it was strictly business, and I'm there to win, and I am there to win. I'm not there to have fun, and I will have fun when I'm done racing. So like, although I wasn't as miserable as it may have appeared in the time, like I've lived a good life. I've done a lot of great things, right? And so although, like, I'm not an emotional person in that regard. Like, and I think at the end of the day, it helped me become who I was and the champion that I was, because a lot of things didn't bother me and wouldn't messed me up mentally. You know, I'm like, I worried about myself. I didn't have a lot of emotions, and it was really simple. I remember a couple times, like, Sam was just really digging in. He's like, dude, this had to bother you. This had to bother you. And, like, certain friendships and stuff like that had kind of gotten rocky, just because of my success, I think, at the end of the day is why. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, it did, but I can't control what their feelings are. Like, I know what I've done, and I know how it all played out. Like, what they think is what they think. There's not much I can do to control what they're going to think. So I just need to go fucking do what I need to do, and I need to go win, and I'm gonna do that. You know, now, I mean, I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Could I have done things better? Of course I could have. But at the end of the day, like, you know, I wasn't miserable. But I wasn't so emotional that it let me ruin me mentally on the track, and I think that's why I was mentally astute during my career. I think it was a very, very big help.
I think
I don't know.
Yeah, and with the documentary, like, you know, we're not even emotional people. I said it many times, but when you watch the documentary, it is an emotional documentary. Like just the highs and the lows, and what, you know, you can only compare it to what it is now, but like, Jet, you know, with Jet getting booed and everything like that. Like, Ricky, you've talked about it before, but you never even did anything wrong, and you're a 22-year-old kid, and you're going through it all, and it's just like, it's just cool to actually see it. Yeah. And the behind-the-scenes footage, and it's
the U.S.
cool.
Open footage that you got from Eric Sam.
Bernard, yeah.
I was there that night, and I remember it. Watching the footage back, it was way worse than I remember.
Yeah.
The booing. Way worse than I remember.
And I've only heard that as a kid.
Yeah.
Like, you got to think, like, I'm only a 9-year-old, 10-year-old kid when all that was going down. Yeah. So you don't really know, and you see whatever cycle news is or whatever. Yeah. But now for me to see, it's just like, holy fuck.
Yeah, well, that was the thing, is what I wanted to talk about in the film. You know, it's like that from my perspective, and like exactly what you just said, Phil, is that's how I felt. Like what you felt when you watched that show, the documentary. That's how I felt. I'm like, dude, what did I do?
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
like
I don't know.
You won, and you worked really hard, and you beat everybody.
Well, What I remember was it was also on Honda. Honda bought him. He left his longtime guy. It wasn't all Ricky doing it. It was also, we don't like Honda buying the kid. Part of that, and then part of Ricky with the McGrath disrespect that, you know, Feld, the guys that Feld made him wear.
Which it wasn't his choice.
No, not Ricky's choice.
Ricky was being like a good guy. You want me to wear that for your show? I'll wear that.
And
for
I've talked to people responsible for that, and they regret making him do that, and, you know, all of that. But, like, you know, you combine the King and then the Honda buying thing, and that was it. It was on, you know. And Ricky's like, I'll wear the hat and the crown, sure. And then, sure, I'll sign with Honda. Like, yeah, you did nothing. But
you know what's funny about that is that they did that over 2 nights back then.
Yeah.
And he came down in that firework cage on the first night, and it never made it to the broadcast. So I only had pictures of it, and I kept calling different people, and finally Eric Bernard said, someone shot that with a home video camera, and I have a copy of it, which because I didn't think we were going to find it. And you really, when he reaches up, and Ricky, I'm talking about you like you're not here, but when you reach up and you take the crown off, you just see on your face, like, get this thing off me as quickly as humanly possible, and get me out of this thing.
It's slowly going down, and Ricky, it's probably the longest 15 seconds, you know, you're just like, oh my God.
Yeah, it sucked, dude. It sucked. But I mean, it's cool. I'm glad that, you know, moments like that are in the film, and, you know, this has been a long time coming. And yeah, I just, you know, share my story and how I came from, what I came from. I mean, like Phil too, you think about, like, you know, some of the footage of me when I was on that little KX60. I mean, I think anyone riding that piece of shit would have hated racing or riding dirt bikes, right?
100%. No gloves, just out there digging.
No gloves.
No
one video.
Bugs and humidity and sand.
I don't know how much I should say about it, but, you know, there's a line where it's just like, I would never show my mom I was crying. you know.
Yeah.
But like that hits home to me because I was the same way. I would never do that to my dad. Like I would never let him show that I was, you know, this hurt me or whatever. You just keep digging. Obviously, Ricky was a complete different level, but the way you speak in that, and this is gonna blend into the broadcast crew a little bit, but the way you speak in that documentary, Ricky, that's how I want, as a racer and a fan of the sport, you to talk in the booth, you know, and how you relate it to you personally. You know, the way you spoke in there, like, I never hear you speak like that, you know, in public or on camera. You know what I mean? Like, the way you speak in the doc, like, you should be interviewing the guys and everything because you know the actual emotion to, you know, win and still get booed, you know, and the absolute peaks and valleys. Like, that's what I want. But that's why you're an analyst, because you have those credentials. But I don't.
It's hard to, like, you know, remember when we're in the booth, it's not a podcast form, and so, you know, like, what we're taught in the booth is, you know, you got 8 seconds.
Yeah, I know.
And you gotta get it done. That's like a complete different subject, and like that's the tough thing about doing motocross compared to supercross. You know, you got 8 seconds. It's got to be quick and concise. You tell how, you why, and you get off of it, and then, you know, because after 8 to 12 seconds, people quit listening.
Yeah.
So you have to get it done there. I can't tell a story in that quick a time.
No, I know.
That brings up the whole difference between a live broadcast and my personal interview style, which I try to make more like a conversation than a question and answer thing. And so I think with Ricky, I just keep asking the same thing a different way until we got onto a thread that made sense. And
Ricky, your mom, she comes across like, okay, we know her reputation, Meanie Jeannie. Everybody knows she was, you know, the stopwatch, and she drove you. But honestly, in the documentary, and I don't know her that well, I've spoken to her a few times in my life, but she comes across as DGAF. I didn't get a sense of her being like, I should have done it differently. Oh, poor Ricky, I was too hard. Or, you know, like, now with years removed, I would think that your mom would be a little like, maybe shouldn't have done that, or maybe,
not Jeannie.
No, this is 2024 when she's doing these interviews, and she's like, yeah, that's what we do. That's how we did it. And
no,
I just was like, and no, like, no hate comms on her or anything. I just was like, wow, I know she's hardcore, and even now, years later, she is hardcore. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she has any regrets on what she did and how she helped me.
I guess that's what I mean. Yeah, she has no regrets.
She has no regrets. She wouldn't have done it any differently because she knew how to get the best out of me. And there was a lot of times, I think I talked about it in the film, I'm like, you know, a lot of times I just, especially when I got older into my career, I just let her go through her stuff, and I would do a lot of things just to appease her so I didn't have to listen to her. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I knew it was still helping me. It wasn't hurting me. But going back, the only time, I think, Sam, when I did your off-camera show, and she watched it, and I think you talked to me about it, and I said how I hated racing, and I only really did it just to pay my parents back, and, you know, I was loyal to them. And I didn't want to let them down, and she's like, she did tell me one time, she's like, dude, I never knew you didn't like racing, and I feel horrible. Like so
there's something in there.
She did say that, but she didn't say, but I wouldn't, I would change it all over. No, because at the end of the day, how she worked with me worked well, and we accomplished the goal, you know, and she doesn't work like that with anyone else, you know, like it was just me. So
I'm going to ask you, your kids, you take the same approach with your own kids, or is it different? Because a lot of us, you know, like I have a lot of my dad in me, and I feel like I would do the same what my dad did to me, to my kids, you know, whether that's right or wrong, but I feel that's right. Do you go the same way as your mom did, or do you go the way, you know, your pops did? How do you go about it, you know?
Great question, Phil. So I'm more the way with my kids as my dad was with me. Like, hey, dude, listen, I'm gonna guide you along, but it's your life. If you don't want to do this, we won't do it. But if you're going to do it, however, you need to do it right. You don't want to be wasting anybody's time, especially yours. So I am a way much more laid-back approach with my kids. Now, I expect them to always do their best, like I think any parent would. They're going to expect their kids to do their best, but it's at the end of the day, they need to make their own decision, and I don't push them like with sports and stuff like that. Unless they really, really want to commit, and if they would have wanted to commit, then I would probably guide them along and stand my ground a little bit more if I knew that that's what they really wanted to do. Does that make sense? I have a much more laid back approach, but I expect results. And at the end of the day, they're not athletes. My daughter does do some equestrian stuff, but my son, he's just a normal kid, dude. Right? Yes. He's a normal kid and doesn't do anything, doesn't play any high school sports, but he's great at academics. Yep. And, my approach with him with academics is, I stay on him. Hey, you getting your stuff done? Yep. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. He's getting ready for SATs. He knows the colleges that he wants to go to, and he knows what the SAT scores need to be for him to get accepted. And my way, Phil, with that is like, you good? Did you do what'd your tutor say? Where you need to work? Are you got it on lock, right? He says, yep. I'm like, okay. I trust you. I said, remember, this is your guys' career. And then, if they didn't get with their tutor, I'm like, where are you at? Because my wife will be like, hey, you need to follow up with the tutor. I think, he needs another session. And I say, what my dad said, listen, it's their career. They're getting old enough. They're going to be 18 next month. I'm like, they need to mess up once to see, to see what real life is.
By the way, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Your dad is the unintentional, maybe comedic star of the doc.
Your dad's funny as fuck.
Your dad
He's so funny.
I bring my dad places just to hang out with him and party with him. I go to the Tits. They always say, dude, how's your dad doing? That's the first thing. I'm like, what am I, chopped liver? Must be Mitch or somebody. Yeah. How's Big Rick? I was like, he's legendary. I really, my dad should do a clinic for some of these dads in the industry of how to sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor with your kids if they make it, right? I mean, he was, for you guys who don't know my dad, and you'll get to see it when you watch the film, but he would go to the pits, and he would just basically sit in his chair, watch the races, or sit under the tent. He'd have his little red Solo cup with cold beer in there, and that was his weekends. Enjoy the weeks. That guy hardly ever said anything to me at the races. Yeah. Ever. Never.
I think that's good, though. You have a good cop, you have a bad cop.
He had a balance.
There's a blend. There's a blend. My mom was good cop, my dad was bad cop. That's just the way it was. And, you could always pin one or the other, so it's kind of it's like a saving grace. But, I was a fan of that documentary, and, I already texted a couple people saying, hey, it's, people in the sport, like, hey, you guys got to watch it. It's like, finally we have something that, shows the greats in our sport, getting together and be like, hey, this is what the fuck went down.
Yeah. Sam, for you, best or most revealing interview you did, for you, and you follow the sport, you know the sport well. Yeah. But for you, what did you think? What was the best interview where you were like, this is great?
I think I did multiple sessions with Ricky, and I think just trying to get inside his head and try to. It's funny. I want to say in some ways his mom was the best because she was the hardest. She was fighting me at every turn. First she spoke so low. I'm like, no one's gonna be able to hear you, Jeannie. And
she didn't want to do it.
She didn't want to do it, and she agreed to. But you know what? What makes her so fascinating as a character, and I love when this happens, is when Jeannie decides she believes strongly about something, she would look at me and answer exactly how she was talking to Ricky. It was like going in a time machine. And when she looks at the camera and goes, we're not going home until we get it done right. And if we have to put the headlights on the truck, we're going to put the headlights on the truck. And you see her doing it, and you're sitting there, and you get a little scared. And you're like, oh yeah, we better put the headlights on the truck.
Yeah.
You know, and by her being willing to go right back there to that memory, we as a viewer get to feel what it must have felt like to be a 10-year-old kid who just wanted to go home and have some chicken nuggets, and you know, and so I think probably his mom was both the most revealing and the most perplexing of all.
Yeah, it was great. The story I always got, and I love this story, before Ricky got fit, right before Alden came along, and then the transition from Johnny O saying like, I took him as far as I could get. He needed a full-time guy, right?
Yeah.
The story I love is Timmy told me a few times that you, Yogi, and Timmy would go for a jog. I don't know where you guys were, and they would drop you after a while, and then all of a sudden they would do their jog and come back, and then you would jump out of a tree.
Yeah, he'd be in a tree.
Yeah, you'd be in a tree, and you'd be like, ah! And they'd be like, what are you doing? And you're like, I just hung out until you guys came back.
Yeah. So that was that's good. So that was when I lived in Tarpon Springs.
Okay.
And I don't think Yogi. We're getting old now. Like we're in our mid-40s, pushing 50, and like so. Yeah, that particular time was when Red Dog was at my place in Tarpon Springs. I don't think Yogi was there.
Oh, okay.
And we went for a run, and like I ran just like probably a half a mile or out of sight where I knew my mom wasn't going to come back and try to see to make sure we were running. Yeah, and I hid up in the tree so no one would see me, and then Red Dog and whoever else was running, and they ran like another mile or two, and on their way back, I saw him coming, and then I hopped out of the tree and frickin' ran another half mile back.
And also Alden saying that when you picked them up, there were fast food wrappers in the back of the truck. It's like you had one last hit before you knew that it was over.
Dude.
It was all over.
Oh, I did. It was like an addict. Like, dude, okay, I'm shutting down. The intervention's coming, and we're going all in tonight, boys.
Your lost weekend before rehab.
Yeah, that part was great. And then, man, there was a photo. We all knew you got in great shape with Alden, and you showed up a new guy. But there's a photo of you with your shirt off. I don't remember ever seeing it before. I'm like, you were jacked, dude. You were ripped.
Yeah.
I remember being like, oh shit, Carmichael's in shape. Like, blah blah blah. But like, yeah, you were ripped. So he did a good job that off season for sure.
He did. He did. We had some great off seasons, and unfortunately, and I always wish it would have ended up better. You know what I mean? But I like I told him when I was done racing and we ended up parting ways, and he went on to do his stuff, and I retired. He just I'm like, listen, although I'm upset at how it's all ending, I have no regrets with our 7-year relationship that we worked together. We accomplished some things that no one will ever be able to do, and I wouldn't change it. I wouldn't change one thing about it. So I think there's a mutual respect there. But
yeah, was Alden okay to talk to, Sam, to
Alden
get and do all that?
Great. And has so much respect for Ricky, and I love talking to Alden. He had such a good memory about things. And I also liked the fact that he could comment about Stu because he'd worked with Stu.
Yep.
And he's a no bullshit guy, and I love that about him. One of the things he told me, we didn't have time to put it in the film, was we were talking more specifically about Ricky's diet, about how he would give him when Ricky wanted some carbohydrates, he'd give him broccoli, and which we all don't really consider a carb, but it is. I looked it up because I was shocked. And the other thing is, I said, well, what would you do when he was really hungry? And Alden goes, I'd give him green tea. It's an appetite suppressant. So they would sit out in front of the little 200 square foot shed and drink green tea together. Like it was a monk's life.
Well,
right?
there was a scene about if he wanted some fat, we gave him 2 macadamia nuts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like unreal.
Yeah, that's a good source of fat. Yeah. I will say this, like, and I don't know, I can't remember if I talked about it in the film or not, but like I one thing that I never cheated on, like when I wasn't supposed to, or I didn't have like a cheat day, I never fudged on my diet ever. I was like for 6 years, and that's what it was for me, to stay lean with all the calories that I was burning a day. I must have the world's slowest metabolism because it was hard for it was really, really hard for me to keep weight off, even eating as clean as I was. But I will tell you this, dude, because I hear so many stories now of guys that have went through the program and they would cheat on the diet and like I never cheated on the diet ever.
Yeah, Adam. Adam
not,
had some
no.
Oreos. Adam had his stuff underneath his bed.
Oh, dude, he was telling me, we're at Outback, cheese fries. I'm like, I thought like he was messing with me. Like, come on, no, you weren't cheating like that. He's like, they were doing it all the time. I'm like, dude, there ain't no way I could do that. But it's different, you know.
Yeah, Sam Jones here joining us. Ricky Carmichael, brought to you by Weisco as well. I particularly love the McGrath thing. The McGrath part, Ricky dethroning him, the Anaheim race. That was my favorite part of it, where it's like, and you sort of, Sam, you dip back into the 90s and the music, you know, and the Havasu stuff, and it all ended, you know, like, and I like that part of the doc the best. I mean, I was a huge McGrath fan. I'm older, so I was still in Canada when McGrath started winning, and, you know, and then I was a mechanic now, and to see, and then the way you framed Jeremy, sort of like, where Davey says, hey, thanks for all you've done in the sport. And Jeremy walks off. Like, first of all, fuck you, Sam. Yeah, I didn't really like that.
Hey, everyone is subjected to Father Time.
I know. The way you put that was like, it's Ricky's time.
I mean, but what I was trying to do is give viewers a sense of what it must have been like to be on the top for so long, and then have this upstart kid come along, and beat you and blow your fitness out, and like, that must have really been a painful thing for him to not be on the top step of the podium after so long.
And it was a 70-second win, and he never won again. Just Ricky.
I didn't say it.
I'm such an asshole, you know. I'm such a jerk.
But so I turned to Phil when you said that in the doc, and I said, Phil, that's fucked up. And Phil goes, yeah, but at least he got 72. Like, you did give him the proper respect with the number 72.
Yeah. I'm like, at least Ricky said he had 72 fucking wins. You know?
Right.
But you know what it is? For someone who you know, that time was a while ago and memory fades, and for Ricky to say that was his 72nd win, because I don't think a lot of people, if you asked, even that know the sport, could tell you the last race he won. And when it was that it ended. And you put it together that, like, it was so early in the season that his streak ended. And it wasn't like he had a streak and then he got one or two later.
No,
that was just it.
Yeah, because Ricky was there. That was it. So,
but I have to say,
that was my favorite part.
McGrath was great. And the way that Ricky and Jeremy both described that race was so fun to edit and put together.
And also, Ricky, Jeremy in the doc talking to Sam says, dude, I was winded. And then you clip to him, and he is dude, he's done. He's done. Like, he's sweating profusely. So I love that part of it, where Jeremy admitted it was all I had to beat this dude. And Ricky was just, you know, I got this. So love that part.
I mean, dude, it wasn't like I was trying to beat a scrub, you know, trying to beat the freaking king of Supercross. It's like people always ask me stuff. I'm like, they're like, well, why'd you do this? Why'd you do this? I'm like, well, who the hell do you think I was trying to beat? Like, I was trying to beat the best guy ever to do it, and still is the best guy ever to do it with the wins and the championships. Like, you have to go to desperate measures to try to dethrone this guy, and the only way that I was going to be able to do that was to get in shape. Like, it just, you had to do that. That's the kind of commitment that it takes to try to dethrone the king. It's just that way.
And in the process, you sort of invented the modern idea of boot camp and bringing in an off the bike trainer. All those things started with your program, and they're just taken for granted now. I'm sure a lot of the younger kids that are on the 250s now don't even know where that started, because it's been going since they were born.
Yeah, there was no boot camps with MC and Fro and Factory Phil and all those dudes. So, I thought that was really cool, Sam. You did a good job with that. Yeah,
thank you.
I thought that was great, and Jeremy was honest. Like, Jeremy didn't come in with any agenda either, right? He came in and was like, I was worked.
No, it's true. Everybody was
so
sorry,
I
Ricky.
want to appreciate. I want to thank everybody for their time that came on. Personally, I know that everyone's time is valuable. And I'm talking to you, Steve, and everyone who's listening to this podcast and who appeared on the show. I really do appreciate it. And, it means a lot to me. I don't know how I could ever pay these people back, but I just appreciate it. And they, like Sam would always tell me, like, these people were a part of your life at some juncture. And, so I appreciate that just because, I know how people's time is valuable. So I appreciate that. And the one thing that I wanted to say too, like how did we end up, with Sam, and how did I meet Sam? I met Sam many years ago and we kept in contact, and I went on a show when he had off camera. And he's been an enthusiast and fan of the sport. He's worked on other projects, and I like the work that Sam does. And, he's kind of like outside the industry, but he knows the industry. And and from his past work of other shows and films that he's been a part of and produced and directed, like I liked it, and I thought that he would be the guy, and like his accolades and with the Tony Hawk film and all that, I'm just like it's just right, and I like his twist that he puts on it. So that's how we ended up there.
We'll talk more. We'll talk more later about the status of the doc, getting it out, where hopefully people can, we'll talk more about that. Before we let you go, Ricky, though, we did want to bring in the first ever winner of the Triumph 250 Supercross, Jordon Smith. What's up, Jordan? RC's on the line.
What's up, boys? What's up, Ricky?
Yeah. Good job, kiddo.
Thank you.
Hey, you got it's a fun week for you, right? You got the first win for Triumph, and you're making history, and you got a big day coming up on Wednesday, don't you?
Yeah, dude. I'm already getting called the old guy, and then on Wednesday I'll just get a year older.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Go.
Yeah, no. Listen, Ricky, when you're out there at the farm with the aluminum chassis and the steel chassis, and you got a KTM motor in this thing, and your all of that led to Jordon Smith winning Supercross. It's great. It's cool.
That's right.
Thank you, Ricky. Thank you.
Well, it's like I told Steve, and I don't know if you were listening, Jordan. It's really about the people you have and you assemble, and the people from the ground floor and the people behind the curtains, and the unsung heroes that deserve a lot of this credit, that are burning the midnight oil. Those are the guys that have had a massive influence on where this bike is now, and the commitment level from Triumph. So, that, you see it much more than I do.
Not Kiefer, though. Everybody but Kiefer. Right?
No, Kiefer does a great job.
Damn it. Okay. All right. I was trying to do that. But no, it's really awesome to see that. And also, too, Jordan, you love the handling of this bike. You've told me, I've interviewed you 2 or 3 times already this year, and Jordan, you really love this motorcycle. Like, I don't feel I know you won on the weekend, so now the bike is the best thing ever. But even at Anaheim 1, you were telling me this thing is unbelievable. Like, handling-wise,
Yeah, I mean, it's like going into it, like you don't want to talk it up too much and then go out there and suck or something. But, like going into it, I felt really, really good. Like the best, even Ricky came out for a little while and was watching this ride, and I'm like, I honestly, like, I feel the best that I've ever felt, like, at the practice track. Like, I really feel like I'm riding the best I ever have. And I was like, we'll see how it translates. But I think it's translated pretty good. There's always going to be little things you need to work on, but it's been pretty good so far. So I was happy for it to translate that well to the races. And, like Ricky said, it just goes to show how hard all these guys that have been there from the start, it just goes to show how hard they've worked. And, everything is paying off for those guys.
Awesome. Hey, RC, thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate it. We're going to talk to Sam later more about the doc and the process of it and the building of it. But can't wait for people to see it, hopefully soon. Thanks for jumping on the show tonight. Appreciate it.
Man, thanks for having me on, Phil. Good talking to you. Jordan, great job again. Sam, enjoy the convo, and again, like, having a lot of respect for you, Steve. You've done a great job with your podcast.
Oh, come on, stop.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Hey, count. I respect the man's hard work. I
There we go.
respect the man's
He
hard
was saying
work.
that earlier to me. This isn't just for the show.
Okay, all right.
He
Okay.
has a lot of respect for you.
Well, I
I'm
mean,
telling you.
look at his partner on that
What-
title.
hey,
That Title
and
2
what
show.
what do I like? Here's what I always say. Like where I'm at in my life. Like, dude, like I don't have to say anything. I don't have to do anything. I do it because I want to say that, and I believe what I'm saying. Like, dude, you do a great job. I respect you, dude.
Well,
It's
thank
awesome.
you. And you have a.
If my freaking co-host would
Yeah,
work harder,
that's
maybe
the problem.
We, like,
That guy is dragging you down. Like
yeah, RV sucks, man.
You got to get a new co-host. He's unbelievable. Yeah,
You've tried with Emig.
Yeah.
You tried with Villapoto. Third time will be the charm.
I hope he hears this. Too. I hope he
I
hears
appreciate
this.
it, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you,
Oh,
RC.
shit, yeah, buddy.
Appreciate it. Thanks. See ya. All right, brought to you by Renthal, the winner of Glendale Triple Crown, first for Triumph, Jordon Smith. Yeah, thank you, Jordan. Appreciate it, man. Really, really cool, dude. That's awesome. And like, I'll be honest, I'm gonna come clean here. Like, Deegs is Deegs. Oh my God, he's so fast. And Julian is amazing. And Anaheim won, and he's on the box. And look at Cole Davies. Oh my. And like, yeah, Jordan, I feel like some of us jerk offs in the media, maybe me, didn't talk enough about you. And here you are. You're 2 points out. Like, I know you don't care because you're a veteran and all that, but yeah, I don't think we gave you enough props, us media.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of I rode really, really good, but quietly good at the first couple rounds. It was kind of a little bit of just kind of boring, first couple rounds until my crash in the last lap at A2, obviously. But yeah, I mean, even like the first round at A1, like I rode really good in the main event, especially. But I caught that rock and tough block and like tipped over for a minute, so I didn't quite like really show how good I felt like I rode. So yeah, it was quiet, but hopefully we can. I mean, I made a little bit of noise this weekend, but hopefully we can kind of keep getting in that conversation.
Phil, it does seem that Jordan has. We know. Before he always been fast, but we know there's been times staying on the bike, and I know the Anaheim 2 crash, but that wasn't you. That was you on the last lap trying to get a spot on the podium. I wouldn't count that one. He seems smoother, Phil.
Yeah. I think Jordan, you look really good. Obviously, last year was we all remember Glendale last year. First Glendale this year. It's quite a bit different changes, but it seems like the mistakes are, well, knock on wood, minimal compared to what they were. Have we calmed down a little bit, or what? Is it maturity, or what is it?
I mean, I think that in general, since I got onto Firepower in general, this mistakes have consistently slowed down. Obviously, last year I made a couple mistakes. I will say last year at Glendale, I slid out in the one turn, but the other one, it was sketchy, but that was, I mean, I'm going to blame that one on Levi. Levi takes credit for that one. That light was yellow. I saw that one. So, I mean, I think too, obviously, as everyone knows, I've had a lot of issues with tucking the front end throughout my career. And even last year, even when I was riding good for the most part, I still was always fighting my front end, traction on the front, and never felt like I was fully in control of when I might lose the front end, was always in the back of my head, always kind of on the edge of that, to go fast enough. Where this year, the traction on the Triumph is is incredible. I just really I hardly ever tucked the front in practice, anything. Last year, I was every day we would ride in practice, I would tuck the front almost. And that's not been the case this year. And even this weekend, over the past couple weekends, actually, we've been making changes to get the bike to not turn as well, to kind of help me out in the whoops a little bit. But the bike just turns so good and has so much traction that it makes it's a lot easier for me to ride in my comfort zone at the speed that I need and want to go.
Which is kind of crazy. I mean, it says a lot about the chassis and the frame alone, because at Star they run KYB, Triumph they run KYB. I don't know if you're on air or if you were on air at Star or if you're on spring now. Are you on spring? Because last year's Air.
Air was last
Yeah.
year.
Yeah, Air
Yeah,
this year. Spring.
I'm on spring right now. I was on Air at Star, but we did test some spring at Star, but we never gave it like a full a full shot, of like, okay, we're going to test this for like a week or two and like really try and dial it in. It's like we would try like this setting and it wouldn't be as good as like, obviously like at Star they had the air stuff pretty dialed because they've been on it for, 10 years or so. And like it's worked for them. So they have every setting in the book dialed there for air stuff. But like me in general, like I've always like, I didn't really tuck the front very much on a KTM either. But I did on Geico, and we were also on air forks at Geico. So like I've never been a huge air fork guy. I will say I liked my air forks way better at Star than I did whenever I was at Geico. They were definitely set up better for me. They worked better. But once I got any time that I've rode like tested spring and air back to back, like I've always felt like the spring had more traction in the front. But then it would like always mess something else up, right? So like this, I feel like is just like the bike is like really balanced and planted to the ground that it's like around the track, like you just don't get as many like weirdo like little things that I've had in the past.
Okay.
No, which I mean, it says, I mean, obviously, if the variable with suspension is the same tires, same bars. Well, not same bars, but like everything's pretty much the same. It just comes out to frame and chassis. I mean, that's kind of cool.
Jordon, I know the Triumph guys went after you. Could you have stayed at Star and the Triumph guys contacted you, signed you up a good multi-year deal? Was that a hard decision, or was Star saying take it? We don't have room because we got these kids. Like, how much of that jump into Triumph was a big decision for you?
Yeah, it was a huge decision. So like I had started talking to them just a little bit, like nothing like too serious, but I don't remember exactly the time that it was. It was a little bit before Nashville Supercross last year.
Okay.
So then I had been trying to get Star to go ahead and get me a deal like whenever I had kind of started out the season good in Supercross, and they're like, no, let's wait until like, because I was in a championship battle, so they wanted to wait. And then Triumph had reached out, we talked to them a little bit, and then at Nashville, Star tried to get me to sign at Nashville. They tried to get me to sign, and they didn't know at the time that I had talked to Triumph at all. They didn't know that they had reached out to me or anything. They tried to get me to sign there, and I told them that it was only a 1-year deal. I'd say that it was only a 1-year deal. It was a 2-year deal, but the second year, if I didn't meet certain requirements in the first year, they could get rid of the second year, right? So it wasn't a fully guaranteed second year. It was like, we probably want you for 2 years, but if we don't want you for 2 years, like we're going to have an out.
Yeah, we want you if you win, but if you suck, you're out, dude. Sick.
Pretty much. And I was like, I mean, I've gotten 10 podiums over the last 2 years. Like, I feel like I deserve a 2-year deal, whatever. And so, I didn't sign it. They wanted me to there. I didn't sign it. And then at that point, like Bobby was on me. I mean, everyone knows how Bobby's like, he's one of those guys that's like, all right, you have a day to sign this. It wasn't that gnarly. Like they were giving me time, but at that point, it was a huge decision if I wanted to stay or leave and that stuff. So it was a lot of talking to, my agent and, my dad a lot and little Brian as well down at MTF. So, it was a big decision. But ultimately I felt like I was making the right decision. I knew that a lot of people, wouldn't see the same way, but I was like, I felt like I could prove them wrong at the same time, So, I think I made the right decision now, and I think that people see that it was a good decision. So, it was pretty cool.
I mean, obviously, to leave Star and go to Triumph, it's got to be for more money, and it's got to be for a multi-year deal because no one at your level is gonna go, because Triumph is a new team.
Mm-hmm.
You're not gonna take that gamble without going with reassurance of a 2-year deal with a decent amount of money, because you have a wife and you have a baby girl you got to provide for. So obviously there was some serious incentive to go there, but I would assume there's still maybe a little bit of, like, I know you feel confident in going to Triumph, but at that time,
yep.
it's got to be like, oh man, it's kind of worrisome. Like, you are getting a little bit older, like, you know what I mean? So it's got to be in the back of your mind, like, am I still making the right choice? But at the same time, yeah, I'm making good money, and it's a 2-year deal, so no matter what, I'm guaranteed, you know?
Yeah.
And
yeah, for sure. It would definitely, I mean, it was definitely more money. Honestly, it wasn't that much more money, but it was definitely more. But the big thing was, you know, like, a guaranteed 2-year deal was a lot, and with a possibility of more at the end of it with 450. I felt like, you know, I want to go to the 450. I do feel like I can be good on a 450. I rode one in the past some and raced it at Monster Cup one year and did well on it. So, like, I do feel like I can ride a 450 good, and I want that opportunity. And I didn't see a future of me going to a 450 at Star, really. Like, even, like, if I did go and win a Supercross championship, like, yeah, maybe they would move me up. But I didn't see, like, a legitimate future where, like, I was the guy on a 450 there. And, like, I did see that coming here to Triumph. And so that had a lot to do with it as well, because, you know, obviously from the offer that Star made me and seeing that it's like, you know, like Phil said, like, if you're winning, good. If not, then we don't want you kind of deal. Like, you know, I could see that, like, I wasn't necessarily, like, a big part of the future there and stuff. So, yeah, I, like, wanted to come here and prove myself and prove that I do deserve a 450 ride and get on that. So, yeah, that's the plan. And, yeah, it was pretty funny, though. Like, I mean, Bobby's crazy. Like,
well, that's
Bobby Reagan.
The question I have is, so Bobby gives you a contract, and it's like, and we know he probably said 48 hours or a week, and did you get the deal from Triumph, or did you kind of, like, let that deadline pass and be like, well, I'm 3/4 of the way with Triumph, I think a contract's coming?
No, Bobby didn't, like, I was just saying that's how Bobby is a lot of times. Like, he'll just, like, you know, give someone a deadline. He didn't really give me a deadline, though, from what I remember. It was more of, like, because at the time I didn't have anything in writing from Triumph.
Oh, so it's a bit stressful? Yeah, geez.
yeah, but, so I didn't have it, and then he's like, well, let's see what they offer first, because at the, like, they have first right refusal anyways, so in the contract, so I had to send, like, whatever Triumph was offering, I had to send it to them anyways, you know? And so he was just waiting to kind of see that. So, but, like, once I had decided to go and, like, the first right refusal passed and they didn't, like, enforce that or anything. And then I started doing good. Like, Bobby, I think, like, never, like, which rightfully so, like, I haven't really done a whole lot in outdoors throughout my career, and I barely raced outdoors, but like, I wanted to race out, like, I've been wanting to race outdoors. I just have always been hurt. And this year, like, I had to beg Bobby to let me race out, or this past year I had to beg Bobby to let me race outdoors. And then he ended up, like, was like, well, if you, like, because we talked him into letting me do the first 3, and he's like, well, if you're doing the first 3, you're doing all of them. And I was like, well, that's what I want to do, Bobby. He's like, well, good, because that's what you're doing. And I was like, all right. So then I started doing pretty good, and he's just like, I can't believe you're going to Triumph. And I was like, Bobby, I tried to sign, like, a while back. And he's like, well, we didn't sign you because your age. And I was like, Bobby, the same week you didn't sign me because your age, you signed Max Anstey. And he's like, well, how old's Max? And I'm like, he's 31. And he's like, well, how old are you? I'm like, I'm 28. He's like, well, I didn't know that, son. I'm sorry.
You know? I didn't know that. I'm sorry. Like, you can Google a lot of things these days. You can Google a lot.
Bobby, he's hilarious.
That's so funny.
I love him.
Dude, I heard a story about Bobby from San Diego, that there's this Canadian kid named Julian Bennick on a Triumph, by the way. He's Triumph Canadian dealer ride. And I don't know. I guess Bobby was watching unseated 250s. I don't know. And Julian Bennick rode pretty well. I heard some guy from Yamaha walk to his pit and says, Bobby Reagan wants to see you. And so Julian Bennick, like, walked, like,
no shit.
And Bobby was like, you look really good, or you're fast. Keep it up.
No way.
Yeah, and then the kid was like, thank you, and then just walked back to his pit. I'd heard that Bobby was going to give him maybe a tryout, and that didn't work out. The story changed a little bit, but the end of the story was Bobby just
I don't doubt it.
Bobby just saw the kid and like wanted to say, keep it up.
Yeah,
and then
fair enough.
So,
gives the kid hope.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, the kid was like,
I don't doubt it.
Yeah.
Bobby's a good dude. He is.
How old are you? I'm younger. I'm 3 years younger than the guy you just signed. That's great. So I had heard this was a 450 ride for Triumph in the contract, but is it more of a performance thing? And we'll get you on a 450? Is that kind of the deal?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, so Jordan, I'm just thinking, you win this title. Do you want to go 450 or do you want a chance to defend your title? Because I mean, you look at the money factor. Okay, I mean, 450 you can do maybe your own gear deal. I don't know how Triumph is going to do it or whatever, but
maybe fly, Phil,
or maybe just keep going. You could be the 450 FXR guy. Okay. You never know.
Right.
So it's kind of, I mean, what does your heart tell you? I mean, obviously you say you want to go 450, but I mean, to run the number one plate, I mean, comes with good money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like,
for
do
sure. Yeah.
Do you devalue yourself to go to a 450, or do you just be like, fuck it, I'm gonna, make hay while the sun shines and go that route?
Yeah, I mean, if I win the championship, I mean, there's definitely a good chance that I would want to defend it. I mean, maybe even if I did like something like RJ did or was planning to do this year, with like racing one coast on 250 and then moving on to 450, like that would be kind of cool. But I don't know. I mean, if that'll be a good decision for me to have to make if we have to make that decision.
Yeah, listen. When you're 36 years old or 46 years old or 56 years old, stack the cash while you can now, dude. And
for sure.
That's the way I would personally look at it, and then try to do the 450 outdoor deal. But
And before we let you go, Jordan, do you think Deegs now targets you in social? Do we now think you are the new target? Where are we at on that?
I don't know. We'll find out, I guess.
Okay.
We'll find out. You never know.
Okay.
You never know.
You don't. That's
I wouldn't want to fuck with you. Jordan's a brick shit house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They go tick for tat. I don't know. I got Jordan on that sort of deal.
We'll see.
Absolutely. Hey, man. Well, hey, thanks for coming on later, your time. I appreciate you moving it a little bit for us to get the goat on and everybody else. So I really, really appreciate that, Jordan. Always a class guy to deal with at the races. I've always enjoyed talking to Jordan because win, lose, cartwheel, whatever, he gives you a good interview. He puts on, he's professional. Like, I always appreciate that as a media guy. Like, he's going to talk to you. He's going to be honest. You're really good to deal with as a media guy. So I've always thought of that over the years, whether, like I said, whether good race, bad race, whatever. So I appreciate that, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I try for sure. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I definitely try to, I mean, it's one of those things, like, if I'm pretty easygoing, like, I can get worked up, whatever, but at the end of the day, like, it's racing dirt bikes. Like, if you have a bad race, like, it's probably on you anyways, and there's all you can do is go back, work harder, and, figure it out, learn from whatever you did, and I feel like that's kind of what I've tried to do throughout my career, is just kind of just learn. I mean, I've made a lot of mistakes, that's for sure. I've had a lot of learning to do, but we're slowly getting better and better. So it's been good.
Yeah, who says an old dog can't learn new tricks, Phil? Like, Jordan's learning new tricks, staying on the bike and being smooth. And
I have one question before it goes. Last year you're on cable clutch. This year you're on hydraulic clutch. What do you prefer? Because you're a good starter. Do you like the hydro better?
Yeah, I do like the hydro better on starts. On the track, I don't really notice a whole lot with it. I have noticed that I don't know that I did this on KTM as much as I do now, but I noticed that, like, going through the whoops and stuff, I always put my finger on the clutch.
Same.
And like, I think most people do through the whoops, but
no, most people do not, my friend. Okay, the younger generation, they do it suicide mode.
Phil, who were you talking to on this show about that, Phil? You were literally asking They didn't have their finger on their clutch.
Eli, maybe? No.
No.
I don't
Chase.
know.
Sexton.
Was it Chase?
Yeah.
Chase, was it? Yeah.
And you were like, what is wrong with you, dude?
Dude, there's no way.
Well, that's what I got it from Luca at Marcelisi. So, like, he doesn't go through the whoops with his finger on the clutch. So, I'm like, one day, he was, like, telling me, he's like, you need to get your finger off the clutch. And I was like, dude, I can't do that.
No.
So, I was, like, I'm, like, in the warm-up, and I just, like, went through the whoops one time, and I was, like, my bike pulled way better. And I was like, I wonder, like, you know. And then so I did it again, and it, like, pulled pretty good. And I noticed that, like, maybe with the cable clutch, you have a little bit more play in it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And on the hydraulic clutch, like, if you're just resting your finger on there a little bit, like, it's disengaging that clutch just enough that it's, like, a little bit slipping it going through the loops. So that was kind of one thing that I noticed with the hydraulic clutch is that I have to, like, really, like, pay attention to the loops and leave my finger off of it. So that was one thing that I noticed, but on the starts, it's more on-off, and I like that feeling, like, of, like, I can launch a little bit harder. Like, the cable clutch, sometimes I could get a good launch, but then sometimes I would, like, speed it, and I would, like, people would be a half bike length in front of me before I got off the gauge.
Interesting.
Fair enough.
That's
cool.
Awesome. Thanks for the time. Congrats on the win, Jordan. Appreciate it. You got a couple weeks off, and then we will see you back on the west side, man. Thanks.
All right, sounds good. Appreciate it.
Mate.
All right, see you. That's Jordon
Bye.
Smith, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Before we go to commercial break, Ethica, PulpMX 20 code at Ethica. And whether it's hoodies, sweatshirts, chick clothing, kids clothing, Ethica is great. PulpMX 20 is the code to save with them. And use that code and save. Great underwear, of course. It's what they're made for, Ethica guys. But we'll go to commercial break. Jason Thomas still coming up on the show. We're going to have Sam Jones again talking more about the doc. Trevor Reis from Maxima will fill us in on some stuff. The great Phil Nicoletti as well. And much more coming up on the show. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
God bless.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motosport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motosport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch Start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at worksconnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by fcpracing.com to learn more and order today.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordon Smith.
I'm Town Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin Adaptive Design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow @Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
25 years ago, greatness was born. Since then, the only thing that mattered was riding. At motorsport.com, we've made it our #1 priority to make your next ride your best ride. With free shipping on all orders over $79, dedicated and knowledgeable gearheads, and a huge selection of parts, gear, and accessories. Now, let's get out on the track, trail, or open road and make that next ride your best ride with motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin Adaptive Design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Established in 1989, Eric Phipps had the idea to manufacture factory-styled products for the everyday rider. Working out of his garage, Eric quickly gained a reputation for producing quality products and having great customer service. In just a few short years, the factory team started calling looking for products as well, and as the saying goes, the rest is history. Fast forward to 2024, and they are on their 35th year of producing high-quality products while still providing exceptional customer service. While they are no longer working out of a small garage, they are still producing the finest products available. Teams like HRC Honda, Star Racing Yamaha, HEP Suzuki, Phoenix Honda, BarX Suzuki, AJE Motorsports, Solitaire Yamaha, and countless privateers still rely on the same quality products that are available to you too. Products like their Pro Launch start device, radiator braces, skid plates, clutch perches, and tons more continue to be a staple in the pro pits and amateur scene as well. Check all they have to offer for your ride at WorksConnection.com. Use the code PulpMX20 to save 20% off your order.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGF.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordon Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions, including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Factory Chassis Parts, established in 2018, is the home of the original high-performance FCP racing engine mount kit, designed to improve traction, handling, cornering, and feel. Used by top-level racers and race teams worldwide, including Phoenix Honda, Justin Starling, the F&H MXGP Kawasaki team, Rock River Yamaha, and many more. CNC machined parts out of high-quality aluminum and titanium. They are easy to install and bring drastic improvements right away. Stop by FCPRacing.com to learn more and order today.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite Series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp
2025
for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Having traction problems lately? The all-new traction boots from Atlas may be just what you need. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses, they are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free enclosure, molded sole, and plush memory foam around the ankles for maximum comfort. An incredible value at just $199 in the United States. Atlas traction boots are available in MX and Enduro sole versions to suit the needs of all riders, racers, and weekend warriors. The addition of boots to the Atlas product line is just the start. Head to social media and follow @AtlasBrace so you don't miss all the product announcements that are still to come. To shop now, visit atlasbrace.com.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and, of course, the folks at Decal Works. I want to shout out DecalMX.com, guys. PulpMX25 is the code to save. Great company. Red Bull, KTM, Husqvarna, Off-Road, and more. Use DecalMX.com. And great guys, man. Yeah, they do a lot for the sport. And, yeah, happy to have them here. Phil Nicoletti, Trevor Reis in studio. Jason Thomas coming right up as well. We don't have a contest, though. The guys at Atlas, they got a new traction boot out. It's $199 in the United States, available in MX and Enduro soles as well. Developed as a premium entry-level boot for the masses. They are super lightweight and durable, featuring a modern Velcro-free closure, molded sole. These guys got a few different colors in this as well. And, yeah, thanks to the folks at Atlas for giving us a set of traction boots to give away. We are going to do contest at PulpMX.com. You get that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, contest at PulpMX.com, and we'll just pick a random email. Phil, pick a number.
Between 1 and what?
Whatever.
29.
29. And you're short?
Shorty.
Okay. 29, email 29 to contest at PulpMX.com. We'll win a set of Atlas traction boots. You can pick your color, pick your size, all of that stuff. Thank you to that. And then we got some Maxima stuff to give away, too, later on from Trevor as well. Thank you to MTX Braking. PulpMX code is available to save at mtxbraking.com. And use that code to get in. These are brake pads for mountain bikes and road bikes. 2 compounds as well, and available in over 800 power sports dealers out there as well. Inspired by motocross and power sports, they brought better braking tech into brake pads for mountain and moto. So thanks to mtxbraking.com. Use the code to save. We got some people on hold. We'll get to those people. Sam Jones is going to join us again. But the winner of the first Triple Crown race in Glendale is wearing Fly Racing. FlyRacing.com. Use the code PulpMX to save. Speaking of Fly Racing, it's Jason Thomas. What's up, JT?
What's going on?
Just talking Glendale, talking RC Doc. Man, you were there early in the Ricky years. You show up. What's wrong, Phil? What's wrong?
Trevor can say it.
Yeah. Okay. What?
I think you just misspoke a little.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
What'd I say?
Fly Rider won one main.
Yeah, that's what I said. Didn't I?
I think
you said overall.
Oh, okay. Second
Yeah,
overall.
it's okay.
Second overall.
Easy,
All right.
It's okay.
False advertising.
All right, JT. So Sam Jones, a buddy of ours.
First in our hearts, bro.
He's got the RC doc coming out, and JT, you're in it a few times, just in off starts and on the starting lines and this and that. But your first memory of RC, like the first, you're Florida guy, first time you saw the short guy, right, racing at 80 or what?
First memory. That's tough. I mean, it would have been. I would have been really young. I think I heard of him before I actually met him.
Mm-hmm.
I was a kid and racing, and I'd always been around the races, but I wasn't really riding myself. And I was just kind of hearing about this kid that was so fast. And I think my first real memory of interaction with him was would have probably been like 1988 or 89 Gatorback National.
Okay.
His mom and my mom were both scoring the National.
Yep.
And, so we were just out there because we were like 9 or 10 years old hanging out and just was hanging out with them by default.
Right.
So, wasn't even racing. We weren't even racing, obviously, but watching the races and being awestruck by, all the, Stantons and Rick Johnsons and all those guys.
Funny because they showed some home video footage of him riding at Croom. Is that an 80? That was an 80, I think. And the seat is cut.
No, he was there on a 60.
Was that the 60?
Yeah.
The seat is cut so down. He's so short. And I know he's a shorter person, but I don't know. Those early videos of him on a 125 even, you're like.
Well, you got to think that, JT, that the KX60 back then, the seat was so big and square.
Yeah.
Like that took up a lot. It's not like how it's all molded like, racy now. Like it was like it's sitting on a cardboard box basically. That took up a lot of leg length.
Yeah.
Yeah. Funny thing about being short is that you're always short. You were always short, and you've always been short.
Mm-hmm.
So every bike you were on was always too tall.
Yeah.
So that never really changes.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Good point.
Yeah.
All right. The news is out. Jet ACL surgery. And Phil had a great point. Like things do change a bit, JT, with this news. Like. Jet's a phenom, and, all the guys are gunning for him and all of that. But like Phil said, like Eli, Coop, this is going – they're going to get a little – it's like when James went out in outdoors that year at Washougal. All of a sudden, Timmy, Shorty, Wyndham, Alessi, they got a little more bump in their step. And I think the same thing is going to happen here, JT. We're in for some good racing.
Yeah, I agree with you. I will give Cooper Webb a lot of credit because we were standing on the podium and he got second overall, so he was pumped on that. And I remember saying, like, man, you gotta be pumped on second. He's like, like F&A or, something like that. Like, he's like, absolutely. And he's like, what happened to Jet? I was like, pulled off. I mean, you want my non-doctor diagnosis? He tore his ACL when he jammed his foot in the ground. And like, I'm assuming things, right? But this is off the record, candid conversation. And like, it wasn't there wasn't like a glimmer in his eye of like, oh my God, championship. Like he was devastated for Jet. Like he was, in that moment, you understand like what that means on like the beneficial side, racing wise, but there was none of that in his face or in his eyes. It was like, he knows what that feels like to be Jet. And it was like, I'm stoked second to like, oh my God, I won't repeat the word he said, but he was genuinely really upset for Jet. And you say what you want about people, your competitors to the death, but that was a genuine moment. Like he was upset for Jet. And that, to me, that says a lot about who he is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you're going to think along with Trevor, Phil, and I, where it's like, go get fixed. Don't try to ride this thing out, right? He's young.
Yeah, for sure. He's too young. If you don't get it fixed, it's going to be something that you fight for a really long time. Trust me, I know. And I think it's early enough in the season. I truly think he could be back and like seriously contend at Fox Raceway for the opener. I truly believe that.
Yeah, why not, right?
Age is on his side.
Yeah.
Healing-wise, age is on his side, and he's going to have every resource known to man because he has the money to pay for it. So literally therapeutic method possible is going to be at his disposal. So I think you get it fixed. You write off this Supercross season, and you show up the best way you possibly can for, the opener pro motocross, and then you chase the overall SMX championship again. It's not ideal, but there's literally nothing you can do about that now. So you just go get right and come back.
Phil, has Kenny surprised you? Like, he's a great rider. He's an all-timer. Like, even without a championship indoors, but has he surprised you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tenfold.
Right?
He surprised me the most out of everyone.
Yeah.
Like we talked on the review pod, him going into that first corner in the second main just shows that he has more fight this year than I think in the past.
Yeah.
Like I don't think Kenny would have done that 2 years ago or 3 years ago. Like, that's a new version, and I think he's there to stay this year.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any lingering issues or whatever, because it always seems like there's always some sort of lingering issue that
he has a hard time doing 17.
Yeah. But now it's just like, hey, he's just like slowly like bang, 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 weekend after weekend at the moment, so we'll see. I think it'll be I think it's a different Kenny.
Yeah. And
but I don't know if that's because he's older now. Like, he's thinking, like, I don't have a whole lot of time
This is
left.
like house money?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I think he sees what Eli's doing, like going all in last couple of years. Like, this is all trying to empty the tank.
Yeah.
Trevor,
he's been impressive, like his late race stuff too. I mean, obviously this weekend's Triple Crown shortened race, but it's been.
No, it's good. I mean, you could see after that third main event he was pretty gassed, and but I know, he was obviously looking at the pit board and things like that, so he had motivation to get around. I think it was Barsha that he was behind. So.
Yeah, they told him. He said the mechanic was freaking out. Get 51. So he knew. Yeah.
Yep. And I mean, I'm a fan of Kenny. I've always enjoyed watching Kenny race and kind of how he goes about his business. But he's just always been that guy that no matter how the day goes, like the last couple of years, yes, there's been some things throughout the season where he's tapered off or stuff like that, but I mean, it just seems like you can't count the guy out, right? Like the day doesn't. I think more than ever he's in a place right now where what went on during the day, what happened in qualifying, it's not really affecting him. He's ready to line up and race with these guys. So
JT, I talked to somebody close to Kenny, and he went to REP suspension, right? And he's got these change of transmission gears. Finally, Suzuki got him some factory transmission gears, and this person told me, good or bad, Kenny will be very excited about the new suspension company and the new suspension guy. Because even if it doesn't work that good, it doesn't matter, because in Kenny's mind, it's amazing because it's new and fresh. And this person is telling me, like, that will invigorate Kenny, being new and fresh suspension. Like, he'll be more in belief of his bike working well, even if it's not. But it's just how Kenny works. Like, he loved Factory Connection, Urive stuff, and then he loved Active Ride. And it's not anything negative against Kenny. It's like this person is like, dude, when he tries something new, he is all in on it mentally. So, I mean, maybe there's some of that.
Yeah, I think so. I don't have any question about whether Kenny's going to be good for the foreseeable future. I just think the main question is, can he upend the trend, which has been consistent since the injury, as the last stretch, the final 8 rounds, are significantly worse than the first 9. Like, that's just statistically fact. So doesn't mean he can't. I mean, Cooper Webb has averaged 7th, and he just got 2nd overall, and he won one of the races. So nothing says it's impossible. But when you're averaging 4th place over the last 7 years, in the first half of the season you averaged 6th in the second half, it's got to be better than that if you want to win the title. Like, he knows that. I know that. Everybody knows that. But you simply can't be 6th down the stretch on an average finish and expect to be anywhere close. Like, that's it. That's the whole end game. Everybody that has a clue in the sport knows what the dealio is, and he's the only one that can do anything about it.
I do think, though, you're right. That's absolutely right. That's been an issue with him. But I do feel like even when he was stronger to start the season, he still didn't have late race juice.
Yeah, I don't think that matters. Like,
okay.
I do not think any of that matters. I don't think if he wins A1 or if he gets 5th at A1, the wear and tear that this sport puts on you over 10, 12, 14 rounds of travel and racing and practicing and getting sick and all that. That's the problem. I don't think it's his level. I can't look at a year and I'm like, yeah, Kenny sucked that year. That was why he wasn't in the fight.
No, I meant late race stuff. Like, I feel like his late race stamina, speed, is better than in a while. Look
how good he was in 23 early on, like when he was battling. Look how good he was. At 21, he was phenomenal early on. Phenomenal. So I'm not saying that it's going to happen again. I'm just saying that history would tell us that is the challenge. That's it.
Yeah.
Like it's not about me. Who cares what I think?
Yeah. I always felt like – sorry. I just felt late in the mains, even when Kenny was great, at his very peak, late in the mains you could get him. You know, whether it's fitness or just focus or –
But like, okay.
You know.
Sure. Okay. Understood.
Yeah.
But what did he tell you this weekend?
What did he tell me this weekend?
He told you that in the third race he was a little bit tough.
Oh, yeah, true. Yes, he did. He said he was –
So I don't know.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm just going off what he said.
Yep.
But
the guy's incredibly fit. Look at him. He's a physical specimen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like I'm saying he's out of shape. It's not his fault, I don't believe, that these things happened to him late in the season. We all know what he went through. It's a miracle that he's even racing. It's just a really tough thing. And you've got the best Eli Tomac we've seen in a long time. Chase Sexton looks to be better. It is going to help him that Jet Lawrence isn't going to be there. But Cooper Webb looks like he's coming onto it. It's not like the setup is perfect for him. And I think everybody cheers for Kenny. Like, good luck finding anybody who doesn't want to cheer for Ken Roczen when he's doing well. I'm just being realistic about what the ask is, you know, and it's not any different than it's been. It's a really tough thing to outlast these guys with the challenges that he's faced. And if he does it at Salt Lake, I will be the first one standing up and clapping. I promise you.
No, I will be.
I will be. Okay. Well, whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
I know.
This isn't a personal thing. Kenny's awesome. The first time I saw him, he was like 10 years old in Germany. You know, like, I've known this guy and known nothing for a very long time. I don't want it to come off like I'm against him.
No. Yeah, of course.
It's just, man, we've just been down this road a lot. And I feel like we've like traded places because this would have been your argument 4 years ago. You know, you would have been beating me over the head with this 4 years ago. He's older.
Yeah. Listen,
these things have been reinforced even more. You know, like it's tough.
I would still, if you had to ask me right now, my percent of the title pie, he would be number 4 on my list with no Jet, you know, like still. But I love it. He's great. This is awesome.
Yeah. I don't want to confuse celebrating him with stating what the in-your-face challenges are to win the title.
Course. So out of the 4 guys, the first one statistically to crack would be Kenny.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Do you?
So who's third?
To crack or just in the title thing?
Yeah, like to have a bad race and throw them out.
I would put Chase number 1 right now. I would put Coop number 2, Eli 3, Kenny 4th. That's how I would put him. So just whatever percent you want to give him, whatever. Yeah, okay. I mean, because right now Coop's 10 back. That ain't much. So 10's not nothing to worry about. So going ahead to Tampa, East Coast. I can't think. Obviously, Eli gets better after January traditionally. Kenny gets worse. Coop gets better on these East. But honestly, do you see anybody dropping off or gaining any advantage from Tampa? Trevor, I'll start with you. Like anybody, like it's East Coast, it's Tampa, and it's Indy and Detroit. Like I don't. They're all great, and they're all going to continue to be great, right?
Between those, 4 or 5 guys,
right.
I don't. I mean, at this point, they've done it so long that it just becomes another round at that point, right? So to me, I don't see an advantage or disadvantage really.
They're all gonna say they love it because it's close to home and the East Coast dirt, but I don't. Phil,
it's just gonna come down to lady luck. I think between these 4 guys on the East Coast,
right.
One that doesn't get taken down in the first corner or in a pile up or here and there that causes something to where they finish 13th.
Yeah.
They can't. If you're in the top 4, you can't finish worse than 8th.
So, out of the guys left, Kenny's the best starter? The 4 guys?
Fuck, I don't know. They're all hit and miss. There's no, there's
because the sport is start cross for sure.
Every one of them's had to come through the pack.
Yeah.
At least twice this year
Yeah.
already. So I don't fucking know. You can't even say one's a really good starter over the other, but Kenny seems the most consistent, for sure. So.
JT, you got any favorites out of the guys going east?
No, and when you say the first to crack, the only thing I would say there is I don't think we're anywhere near that time frame for Kenny yet. I think we're going to get weeks more of he's in this thing. I don't think we're near that yet. So if we do see those challenges, it's not going to be till late March, early April. That's when I'll be really tuned in to see how he looks late in the race. Does he have the same intensity? Can he hold that intensity? If we're at East Rutherford or Philly or Pittsburgh, and I see the same Kenny that I'm seeing right now, all bets are off. It's on. You know what I mean? I think he can do it. But to me, that's what we're kind of waiting on. But the other guys, it's going to be really interesting. They're all very different in what they do. I think honestly, for Cooper Webb, I think he is just clicking races off, and the more they let him hang around here in this within a few points range, is the more dangerous for all of them. Letting him, but him to get second place at his worst statistical racetrack. Those are the types of things that can turn the tide of a championship. Because he's going to have his good races. He's going to have weekends where things go his way. And when you can completely mitigate your really tough challenge weekends, you become very difficult to deal with. So I don't know. I truly think it's wide open. And I love that. I don't know that anything would Jet change that. But, we're in a truly unique time where every time the gate drops, I have no idea what's going to happen. I have no clue.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. And for all of us who have been around for a really long time, that's fairly unique because there were so many years where I'm like, if RB doesn't crash, he's going to win. And if Tomac doesn't win, if Tomac doesn't crash, he's probably going to win. If Dunge does, that's been a thing in our sport for generations. You kind of knew what the very likely outcome was. Right now, there's no way. There's no way with any real certainty you could say who's going to win Tampa.
And I don't
forget it. If you told me I know who's going to win Tampa, I would say you're a damn liar.
I know confidence is everything in this sport with you jerky riders. I'm talking to 3 of them right now. But I truly don't see someone grabbing this and taking off. I could see, if you told me before Jet, I'd be like, I could see Jet grabbing this and taking off because he's Jet Lawrence. I don't see these guys left, someone just ripping off 4 in a row. I just don't. Confidence is dangerous, but
I agree with you. I agree. Yeah. The only thing I'll say is that if Eli Tomac could magically figure out his starts, that would change that statement for me. I think if they let Eli get out front, Godspeed to stopping that train. But he has not been able to figure that out at all. So it almost doesn't seem, even worth arguing. But that would be, to me, the thing that could change that narrative.
All right, let's take some phone calls. We got Jason Thomas on the line. Fly Racing, use the code PulpMX to save. And it's Jennifer on one. She's been waiting for a long time to talk to you, JT. What's up, Jennifer? Thanks for calling. What's your question for JT?
Oh my gosh, hi. I can't believe I'm on the phone. I've been on hold. I've been doing still F-bomb shots. There's no way I'm at 34, honestly. Oh my God. But so I am also getting used to the TV delay radio thing, so I'll just ask my question.
Okay.
I started back watching Pulp from the beginning all over, like season 1, episode 1, if you will. I'm on episode 72.
Okay.
It's kind of 2011. And it's, JT, you happen to be talking about a race that you did out in Guatemala, and the way the banks were closed, you weren't able to get your money, so you had to go to this dealer's house to get your money, and it was crazy. And like the airport, you were saying like there's wild animals running through the parking lot. I grew up in Panama, like I'm a military kid. You are describing, like I'm a couple countries down from you at that time, like you are describing exactly what a third world country looks like. So it was just killing me when I was listening to it, like yesterday, literally. Okay, so the other reason that I wanted to call specifically was because your post-race interview, you were talking about how, like, the tires were wearing black on the dirt. And, like, from my point of view, like, it had a blue essence. So I was curious if, like, that was exactly what Blue Group was. And then finally, I have a totally superficial question, and I'm curious to know, like, who's the hottest celebrity chick to you, past, present, whatever?
The hottest. What was the last part?
What was the last one, Jen?
Celebrity chick.
Hottest celebrity chick. Okay, all right. JT, go ahead.
That's a good question. Hottest celebrity chick.
Is Pookie Matthes?
And then don't forget about the Blue Groove.
Blue Groove, you're right.
Yeah,
That is why it's called Blue Groove. You're absolutely right. That's exactly
it. It is absolutely why they call it Blue Groove. Yes, it looks blue. And the funny thing about tires is that, you know, we talk about, like, you hear all these things like laying rubber down and peeling rubber. Motocross tires and supercross tires, whatever, are much more plastic than rubber. Like the base compound is more of like a plastic substance than anything else. It does have some rubber to it. That's why it's leaving that compound down and it flexes and all those things. But it's much more of a plastic base than anything. But yes, that tire is leaving remnants of itself on those whoops because it's like concrete. And if you were able to go look at like Eli Tomac's bike after the race, you would see his tire has not disintegrated, but it is deteriorated through the main event. Like, it's going to look much worse for wear at the end of the main event than it did at the beginning because it's weaving parts of itself in sections like that lap after lap. So that's exactly what's happening, and those whoops were brutally destroyed. To me, the physics of how people blitz whoops when they look like parking curbs doesn't really make sense. Like, it doesn't really equate in my brain, but they do it anyway, which is one of the most amazing things about Supercross.
I have a hot take for hottest celebrity, and no one agrees with me on this. No one agrees with me. I've been called crazy, blind, stupid.
I can't wait for this now.
But honestly, Anne Hathaway.
Oh, come on.
Anne Hathaway.
She's cute in that smart chick way.
Yeah.
Like, hottest celebrity chick.
Listen,
Anne
bro.
Hathaway. Her name's not even hot.
Have you seen her in the Catwoman suit?
Yeah, I have.
Again, I've been told I'm crazy. I'm just throwing it out there. Like, yeah.
I mean, it's not like I wouldn't take her to Chili's. I'm just saying, like, the hottest celebrity chick. Like,
well, I'm old,
really?
so maybe she's one that I feel like I could get.
What the fuck are you doing?
Okay. All right, Phil, hottest celebrity chick?
You're out of your mind, dude.
I'm different. I like classy pretty. I'm not into
Anne
like
Hathaway.
Yeah, she's a classy pretty.
Classy
like,
pretty.
I'm into classy pretty. So I like Jessica Biel, Rachel McAdams. Like,
yeah,
I like that look.
Yeah.
I'm not into like
plastic,
natural
fake.
Yeah, I'm into natural pretty. Like, obviously Rachel McAdams.
I didn't hear JT's answer though.
Okay, so Jen only wants JT's answer. All right,
okay.
Our bad. Sorry, Jen. Yeah.
I've been debating this, and it's changed over time. Oh man, like, I think the new norm is like Sydney Sweeney, whatever, but I don't think I would go there. I'm kind of in the same wavelength as Phil. Like, when Wedding Crashers came out, I thought that Rachel McAdams was like the most beautiful thing that ever walked the planet.
Yeah.
I would also say, like, go back 20 years ago when the new Star Wars movie came out. I thought Natalie Portman as Princess Amidala was like the most beautiful thing that ever walked the planet. So
again, more like a natural beauty.
Yeah, like Anne Hathaway.
Yeah. No, not Anne Hathaway, but I'm more of that avenue than I am like supermodel type person.
Trevor, Anne Hathaway? What do we?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck you, you're fired.
Wow.
You know what though? I will add. I'm really into like really fit girls.
Oh, shocking.
So like fitness
Yeah,
model
shocking.
girls. I just stare at my phone like sometimes on Instagram, and I'm like, that like has to be AI. There cannot be a female that is that attractive on this planet. It can't be possible. And yet there they are, doing squats.
I mean, I
whatever.
respect it. You're a fit dude. I would expect you to dig a fit chick.
JT, do you want to tell the Guatemala story? Look, this is a long time ago. It's a classic story. It's beautiful. JT went to Guatemala for like $1,000.
We're talking 2011, episode like 72.
Yeah.
I went for $250 guaranteed. Was what I went for. I had bonus incentives to get me to $1,100, which I won. I got there. But yes, it's a great story. It's a tragic story. So let's we're going to go through a gamut of emotions. I'm going to expect y'all to laugh, cry.
Yes, I didn't bring up the outcome.
Say it again.
I didn't bring up the final outcome. Yes.
Oh yeah. So anyway, I get this offer to race, and it's like last minute. I'm like, yep, I'm in. Let's do this. So I get to Guatemala, and I come out of the airport, and Guatemala City, and they're like, what our caller, I'm sorry, I didn't remember your name. Yes, Jen mentioned, I walk out, and there's like literally like chickens and things in the, like right outside baggage, and I'm like, where am I? Like, what is going on? For one, like, what did I sign up for? Because it's like 8 o'clock at night. So anyway, I get to my hotel. I'm sharing a room with the announcer of the race, which was very strange because I didn't know this person, and now we're sharing a room together. Go to the race, and Ernesto Fonseca's dad's building the track. So that was kind of cool. Like, at least I knew him, like someone that I had seen before. Danny Carlson was racing, a couple other guys. But anyway, I got to practice today before it, middle of nowhere. And then I go to the race. I end up winning the race. While I'm winning the race, someone went into my gear bag and stole my wallet and my camera, which was super cool. So when I was like super excited to win this, the main event, come back, don't have a wallet or a camera. Then they spent like $2,000 on my debit card. Super sweet. So anyway, go back to the hotel, and I'm like talking to this guy Fritz who brought me down. He was the Yamaha importer for Guatemala. I'm like, hey, what do I need to do to get paid? Whatever, I fly out tomorrow. He's like, well, that's a problem. You were supposed to fly out Monday so we could get your money at the bank and you could fly home. And I'm like, well, that's not going to work. He's like, okay. And my flight wasn't until the afternoon. And he's like, what we're going to do, we're going to have breakfast, and then I'm going to take you to this guy's house. And you don't know him, but a part of this race is these guys that do what you think they do. They bet on this race. Like, this is their big pastime. It's like horse racing for them. They bet on who's going to win the race. And he knows you. He's a huge fan. But we're going to have to go to his house because he's the only one that has American money that can pay you. And I'm like, like Cole Davies said on the podium, like, I'm not about that life. Like, I don't know anything about this stuff. Like, this, I just race dirt bikes. And he's like, I promise you, it's fine. This guy, he would probably do really bad things to protect you because he's a huge fan. Like, you'd have nothing to worry about. Just be cool and they'll be cool. I'm like, all right. So we go out in the middle of nowhere, and we're driving down this dirt road. And on the side of the road, there's like this garage door that's built into a hillside. And we pull up to it, and I'm like, all right, this is weird, because it was so unassuming, and it's hard for me to describe it. But just imagine going in the middle of nowhere, and you drive up, and it's like it's built into a hill. And it's supposed to be really unassuming. Well, the door opens, we go in, and it drops into this valley, and it's like right out of like Scarface. Boats, cars, dirt bikes, street bikes, people walking around with machine guns, like a huge pool, huge house, like all that stuff. And I'm like, oh shit, like I'm now like Tony Montana. Like this is now my life. Like this is where I've ascended to. So we just roll in, and the guy's like, we get out of the car, he's like, just again, be cool. Like, this guy knows who you are. You have nothing to worry about. Just because he does these things is not something you need to be concerned with. So we go in exactly how it was supposed to go. He's really nice, talks to me about the race. He's like, I'll be right back. Goes, gets my money, brings it back to me. We leave. And it was totally normal. Like nothing. If I didn't know the guy was a drug dealer, I would have never assumed, other than like $1 million worth of toys in the yard.
Yeah.
So we're pulling out, and he's like, I'm like, this place is insane. He's like, yeah, the crazy part is he's only been here for like 6 months because his prior estate, he was out at the beach or somewhere on a vacation, and that somebody called him and said, hey, whatever you do not go back to your house. Like, you know what this means. You do not. So he left everything. Everything he owned his entire life at his prior house, he just never went back because the police had staked it out. They were waiting for him. I don't know who it was, DEA, whoever. But all this stuff was all brand new, that he had just started over a new life in this other place. And I'm just like, man, get me the hell out of here. So I go home. Everything's fine. I have no complaints. Well, a year later, my friend, the guy that brought me down, Fritz, who I never knew a bad thing about, whatever. As far as I knew, he was above board. His sister called me that I didn't really know. She's like, hey, I just wanted you to know, I know you kept in contact with Fritz a little bit. We found him in his car, a couple of bullets to his head, like he'd been shot. They didn't take his wallet. They didn't take his phone. So, like, I know this means nothing to you, but I just wanted you to know what happened. Like, somebody murdered Fritz. And I'm just like, holy.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be loud.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
No, I was blown away. This is like a year later. And I'm like, what was I mixed up in? Like, holy crap. So anyway, that goes on. It's on my mind for a while, but life goes on. That was like 2003 that Fritz got murdered. Well, this race continues to happen. This race went on. 2008, this kid, Oscar Diaz from Florida, really good up-and-coming racer, goes to the race, and the same thing was happening. These drug guys were betting on the race. Like, this was their pastime. They would bet on, like, pick a horse. I'm betting on that guy. Well, one of the guys apparently was like, we've been looking to find out where this guy would be, and he's going to come to the race for sure to watch. So when he leaves, we're going to take him out. So they had this hit planned on one of the drug guys. Well, they knew he would be with Oscar. So Oscar wins the race. He leaves, same thing as me, gets in the van. They take him to the hotel. Well, another van rolls up, unloads gunfire, kills everybody in the van, thinking the drug guy would be with him. Well, he wasn't. They just kill Oscar, his mechanic, everybody in the van instead, and drug guy's not even there. Yeah. So, like, now this unassuming racer who was like, he's really good. Like, he's an American.
Yeah,
like,
he was.
Just
he was good.
murdered in cold blood down there. And I don't know that anybody's ever gone back since then.
Yeah.
But it's just insane. And I know that was like a wide array of word vomit I gave you, but the things that I've done and seen and came out the other side of is crazy. Like, I mean,
it just hit so close to home to me because, like I said, I grew up in like Panama Canal Zone. I'm a military kid. I moved out there like in '95 when we were taking Noriega down. So like I truly know what a third world country looks like. You have paid your fucking dues to this like society, if you will, of motocross. I'm kind of wondering, or supercross too. I'm wondering, like, is that where like JT money came from? Like, I don't know where the nickname came from. Like, you will do what it takes to make some fucking money.
No, it's funny. That came, there was a rapper like 20 years ago that was pretty popular, but even before then there was a DJ in Miami that was his name, and he was like a really popular DJ, and Eddie Ray came up with a name because he knew who this DJ was, and he nicknamed it me. Like, I had no money when he nicknamed me this. I was broke as a joke, but he just thought it was funny, and ever since then it stuck. But to your point, I've done some really, really stupid things. I flew to Estonia and raced and like walked around in the woods of Russia because someone told me I wouldn't, and I think I made $700 or something. I don't know. Really,
well, like in that same episode, Steve's talking about when we went to Geneva and there was these chicks underground that were stripping, and that was crazy.
Geneva,
You're like, if that's the fucking craziest thing you've experienced, dude.
Yeah, Geneva, they would send these strippers over to like befriend some of the riders and mechanics, and they'd of course fall for them, and then they would have to make them buy champagne, and then these big bouncer guys would come over and be like, "I need your credit card," and all the riders like
genius.
They just took a bunch of riders and mechanics for a bunch of money. So thanks, Jen. Thanks for calling. Thank you.
I had a couple more questions, but you guys kind of want to get going with the episode or what?
No, go ahead. Make them quick if you can, though,
Okay.
please. Thanks.
So then like I said, I've been going back and re-listening to old episodes. I'm talking like 24 years ago, episode 74, where like JR was on there and he was lit like a couple beers, like more than a couple beers late.
That's the guy who gave you the Levo today. Phil.
Oh,
And
JR.
then you guys had just created the Paul Lindsay mashup with Kenny on the road and the Fleetwood Mac. Like, I'm
that was great.
dying at work.
I wonder who made that. That was really
sitting
fun.
next to 1,000 old ladies just typing on my little computer, and I am dying at work. Can't even begin to explain what's going on. The PulpMX like write-in had just happened, and Rambo was one of the second place people. So you're just constantly like, nothing is over.
Yeah, that was good times back then. Good times. 600 and something episodes ago. Like, yeah.
Literally. Like
Yeah.
I'm current now. I've been current since like 500 and up, but like in the off season, I've got nothing else to listen to, so I'm just like, fuck it. I'm going back to like season 1, episode 1.
Yeah.
You know, I'm hearing like O'Rourke and St. John and Nash and all those good stuff. Pookie with the Aerostar.
Oh yeah, the Aerostar. Yeah, I was mad at her that night. That drive-through. Yeah, I was really mad at her. JT was there for that. He didn't get any Burger King. JT didn't get any Burger King that night.
No,
she did not. She was with JT and his dad.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, my dad was pissed.
He's still hungry.
I was so mad at Pookie. I don't know if we were dating Phil, or I don't know what happened, Trevor, but
I know both sides of the story. She was seeing another dude.
Okay.
And you wanted to be dating her, and she went to see her. It was literally her boyfriend.
Yeah.
She went to her boyfriend's house.
Okay.
But it wasn't your Aerostar, which is kind of bullshit. Like
That's right. She took my van. She took my van to her boyfriend's house.
Did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, which is totally effed up. But to be fair, she did have a boyfriend.
Yeah.
So,
F you, dude.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay neutral on this. I'm on Augie's side.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was.
And so I was.
What a night.
I was upset, and we were in a Burger King drive-thru, and I just drove off without ordering any food. And JT was like,
"Nobody's eating tonight."
JT's like, "Can we get some
yelled that
food?"
we're peeling out of the Burger King drive-thru.
He was very angry. I was angry. I was
He
upset.
looks at me and he goes, "I'm hungry."
It was so funny. And then, like, to be current now, so then just to listening to stuff that's, like, 24 years old, I'm like, you guys are talking about, like, there's this amateur out there, Cooper Webb, and I'm like, oh, shit, spoiler alert.
Yeah.
You know?
We should go back and listen. I should order Marks to get those old episodes and put them.
They're so good.
Yeah, that'll get done real quick.
Damn it.
Such a hard time.
Yeah, I
Tits
know.
got such a hard time back then. Soaking.
Tits
Steve?
did? Oh, yeah, soaking and docking Tits. Remember? Yeah.
Please don't associate me with those things. I had nothing to do with
Oh,
that.
my God.
Soaking Pope.
And then, like, current stuff real quick. Phil, you were talking about, like, Ricky's play-by-play on, like, current stuff. I want to agree with you, like, 1,000%. Like, in a retired sport, like whatever stick and ball sport dudes look at, you want to hear the retired person talking about that sport.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, whether Ricky mumbles past a few things or says the Hunter brothers, I don't give a shit. I want to hear what Ricky Carmichael specifically has to say about the race I'm watching.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I've talked to him about it off the air. He doesn't want to, like, get people upset. He just doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, but he has to.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to.
He has to do it.
I get it. It's a fine line.
He criticized.
It's not a fine line. He's done it. He's done it
100
100 times better than everyone fucking else.
He criticized Austin Faulkner a couple years ago, and Faulkner was mad at him, and he didn't like that.
Oh, who cares?
Oh, that's me. I know. I'm that way.
Yeah.
But Ricky cares.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then Prado with the nets. Like, you worked so freaking hard to get these nets up, and then this one kid's like, yeah, I was in a wreck.
No, yeah, it's not right. You don't come to this country.
It dislocated my shoulder. I'm like, don't you talk shit about these nets.
You don't come to this country and bad mouth our nets. It's
Right?
America.
These colors don't bleed.
Yeah, no, exactly. You're right.
Okay, and then also your post about the Cooksey meme. I don't know. You just said, like, is everyone listening to Cooksey?
I didn't
like
say
posting,
that.
Like, can you just sum it up for me? Because I don't want to go listen to Cooksey's video and then actually give his video a view on YouTube.
I did
like,
not
I would
say
rather
that.
have you to summarize it for me.
I would never watch it, and I didn't post anything about that. You got the wrong.
No, it was some meme you had posted. Like everybody's listening to
I did not post this
things
meme.
or whatnot.
No chance I posted that meme, ma'am. No offense. But
okay.
No, I definitely wasn't.
No worries. And then I think that's about it. I did just purchase some humongous, 10-inch by 2.5-inch PulpMX decals for the side of my truck.
Nice.
Shout out to Ricky Nilsson at Decal Works.
Nice.
So I love that. And I guess that's pretty much it. I don't really have anything else. I appreciate you guys taking my call.
No problem. Thanks for listening, Jen. I appreciate it. Glad you're well. Thank you.
Yeah, you guys have a
Take
good
care.
night. Shout out to Pookie.
All right. Shout out to Pookie, but you shouldn't have used my van to go see your boyfriend. That's fucked up.
That is
That's fucked up.
That's the best story of the night.
Yeah. Thanks, Jen. Thank you.
Or if you're a little bitch.
All right. Thanks, Jen, for the call. Before we go, we had a Race Tech rant about JT. The guy hung up, though. Damn it. I really want to get to that guy. Want to see what his rant was about JT. That would have been gold.
Oh, really?
All right.
Fine.
Tampa.
I hate myself enough for all of us. It's fine.
Tampa 250 East. RJ, Vial, Faulkner, Kitchen, Anstey, Brown, Hymas, Thrasher, McAdoo, Hammaker. What do we got? Give me the top three.
Throw Bennick in there.
Bennick?
Podium.
Okay.
It's
deep.
It's got to be the deepest field.
So, low-key, I hear Anstey is really good right now. But he had hype last year.
Yeah.
And the year before.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, every year.
Yeah, so...
I mean, he had the red plate for 3 weeks, though, so
Yeah.
maybe that hype
Yep.
was warranted.
Yep. So...
Yeah, I don't know who.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Hammaker, maybe the wild card, riding at the Lawrence compound and all that. Maybe Hammaker.
But I heard maybe something. I don't know.
Oh.
Has he been riding?
I don't
not
know.
Sure.
I saw him 2 weeks ago. He looked okay. He told me he was riding.
I mean, I calculated before. Well, I think there's 11 or 12 guys that had either won a Supercross, podium in Supercross, won an outdoor.
Okay.
Or podiumed in an outdoor.
Yeah.
In the East Coast class. That's pretty gnarly.
All right.
Gnarly.
Give me your top three. Kitchen's for sure. Everybody's on board with that. Kitchen is in the running, like a top three guy without a doubt.
I mean, in the running, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Brown?
I like Kitchen. I like Pierce.
Okay.
And I'll throw Hymas in there, too. I look for him to get good starts.
He's battling some stuff right now.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, he's not 100%.
I didn't know that.
He may not even race this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think he will, but he may not. But
I think he's going to race. He had a good week last week.
Okay. So I would put Hymas as a little bit behind the ball a little bit. McAdoo apparently got hurt, maybe behind the ball a little bit.
Yep.
So
I would not even venture a guess.
I mean, even RJ said on Wednesday at WPS, JT, he made it sound like he's not coming in and he's going to build.
The first time he hit the whoops was last week.
Right. But it is RJ, so I mean, there's a lot of D-gaff there.
Oh,
right?
It's not like he's not going to send it. I'm just saying, a lot of guys are battling a lot of stuff.
Okay.
It's the same as the 450. I don't fucking know, man.
And then there's Thrasher who will pull off some.
It is a crapshoot.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I
good
think
guys.
the best guys are going to be the ones that have been the quietest in the offseason. Quiet equals good.
Okay.
Brown, Anstey. If you haven't heard a word about them, I feel the best about them.
Okay.
I just feel like a guy like Hammaker could come out and just fucking do it. Boom, and just drop a bomb on everyone.
I do too, yeah.
Just because he's a good starter and he can fucking put in a 15+1. I don't.
Yeah.
I would like to see Hammaker do it just because he's been through the ringer and stuff.
Yeah.
But again,
I mean, he could also explode like a bomb.
100%. But a lot of those guys can explode like a bomb.
So maybe Vial, just steady Vial.
This entire main event's going to be like a gigantic stadium full of TNT.
Or it's just like last year, first corner, fucking bombshell.
Yeah.
The whole fucking field is wiped out.
You think about the craziest, most chaotic racers we've seen, it's 250 East.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a lot
and
of them.
Is Hardy coming in? If Hardy's there. I mean,
no, he is.
The Hardy factor is...
I still can't get over Hardy's LCQ last year. Heat race at Dallas.
Race? Dallas, yes.
Holy fuck me.
Hardy's the one when the main event's about to take off and everybody's had several drinks and he's the one yelling for everybody to take shots. Yeah. That is what Hardy does to a main event.
Yeah, I look at Hardy's. I think the first Batman would. You want to get nuts?
Yep, let's get nuts.
Let's get nuts. Good times. All right. Fly Racing, flyracing.com. Use the code PulpMX when you're checking out at Fly Racing. Thanks, JT. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, see you guys.
All right,
See ya.
All right, let's bring Sam Jones in if we can and talk some more documentary. 7 o'clock hour brought to you by 8 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Fox Factory Vehicles. Your home for Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops, and more. Partnering with top OEMs like Chevy, GMC, Ford, Jeep, Nissan, and Ram. And backed by the original manufacturers with factory warranty and easy finance through your local dealership. Our vehicles eliminate the hassle of do-it-yourself customization. FoxFactoryVehicles.com to find your next vehicle. And Firepower Parts as well, firepowerparts.com. Whether it's chains, batteries, hard parts, tie-downs, loading ramps, firepowerparts.com. Great guys, and they got a lot of really cool shit at firepowerparts.com that you didn't think about. So go there and do that, and and you support the show. Use the codes on PulpMXShow.com, and we're giving away the Atlas boots as well tonight. Giving away a Maxima backpack, foam gun.
Foam cannon right here.
Foam cannon?
Yeah.
Let's figure that out.
You got one.
Huh?
Did you get one?
You never get me one. No. No. I don't know about those things.
I thought we got you one.
Nah. I don't really know about those things.
Well,
the foam cannons.
We'll learn about them here in a
Okay.
little bit.
All right.
All right.
All right. Sam Jones joining us again. Of course, Ricky Doc. So let's just, because we got people on social media and on the phone. Where can I watch it? Well, explain.
Well, you can come over. I've got a new rental house.
Okay.
Just knock on the door between the hours of 7 a.m. No. So we've just finished a rough cut.
Yeah.
And this is sort of the time when we start showing it to some friends and family. And obviously, you were kind enough to appear in it and also, sort of help me out a lot with some of my research.
Great mountain bike ride later on after we were done that interview. That was fun.
Yeah, that was a good time, right?
Yep.
And you returned the favor today with a mountain bike ride.
Yeah.
And nobody crashed.
No.
But basically, we're in that stage now where we're getting some reactions from people we trust, and then we're going to take it out to the marketplace. And my hope is that I feel pretty confident that people within the industry are going to watch it anyway. But my hope is that it can certainly introduce people who don't know who he is to his story and to the sport and everything like that. So we're trying to find a really good partner that can bring it out wide. And it's always a process with the documentary. And right now the market's in a weird place, so we'll have to see.
You did the Tony Hawk documentary that people saw on HBO.
Yep.
Smartless documentary. It's a Smartless special, I guess you'd call it.
Series. Yeah, we did a 6-part series.
You did that. So you're connected in this world of selling movies, directing movies and all of that. And so I think like you can get your foot in the door and get meetings. So like it's like a real thing, for people who don't know your background or whatever. Like you can meet these people,
right?
And get it sold. Yeah.
No, I've definitely and I have a great partner on this film, Mark Duplass, Duplass Brothers. He's my producing partner, and we did Tony Hawk together. And so between the two of us, and he certainly had a ton of success selling shows. So we're in a good position with that.
And it's weird because the Tony Hawk. I mean, I'm not into skating at all. You skated a ton. That's where your background comes from as far as the action sports stuff. I wasn't into skating at all. I just knew Tony Hawk was a bad dude. Did the 900, has a video game, watched it on HBO, and was like, that's what you're hoping to create for Ricky, right? Like, I mean, the same idea where
you think you know him, or you have a peripheral understanding, but you really don't know.
No, I had no idea Tony Hawk was broke at one point. You know what I mean? All that stuff. Like,
Right.
like it's a crazy story. Seems like the nicest dude ever. And I think watching the RC doc, I feel like that's the same thing where you're like, hey, this is what this guy had to go through, if you don't know anything about motocross.
That's right. And I think that people will be surprised about how much adversity he had because we mostly find out about these people when they're formed enough to be on national television or you hear about them some way.
Yeah.
And we often don't see what it took to get there. And with Ricky's case, they were certainly, they were not a family with money. They did not have any advantages. They lived in a motorhome.
Yeah.
And so I think all that stuff really shapes the film.
I was really surprised at how much home movie footage there is in it that, just Big Rick or Jeannie or whoever was taking pictures of their motorhome and taking pictures of Ricky riding at Croom. And like, I don't know, it just, now everything's on video, but that was great to have that.
That's probably my favorite part.
Yeah.
Is seeing the home video.
Yeah.
Because we've all seen Ricky was like the guy when I was a kid and getting into it. So I've seen the the terra firmas and the bar to bars and everything that you could watch then, but to see like the home videos, like the t-shirt, like we talked about, right, no gloves, and like who knows how many hours on that 60 that he's just been hitting the same turn over and over and over again. That stuff's I don't know, takes you back a little bit, right? Like nothing else mattered then. Like imagine right now someone posting riding in their t-shirt and no gloves and on an old, I mean they just
I always wonder,
destroy them on social media, right? But none of that existed. They're just in the moment, right?
Who's videoing that back then? Like, hey, you know, our son's riding in the Croom. Let's video him. Like,
well, I'll tell you, a lot of it was Jeannie.
Yeah,
and she would often get to the end of the tape and then tape over it.
Oh yeah,
because tapes cost money.
Yeah.
And they just wanted to be able to take it home and analyze what he was doing. What
Ronnie
kills
Lust
me?
The Ronnie Lust schools.
I don't know who was filming that because Jeannie's in that footage. But that early stuff, someone had some fairly big equipment out there that they were filming with. And
yeah. No, that's great. How many hours you got in this doc, you figure?
Oh gosh.
I mean, you can't even.
I mean, I would say I've been talking to him about it for 5 years, and you know, I've been out to his place multiple times to go through all this old stuff and tracking down things from Davey Coombs and from Troy Adamitis and from just everybody in the industry.
Don Maeda gave you some stuff.
Maeda, so a lot of it was just trying to find the footage, and then we have over a year and a half in editing on it.
Jeez.
Yeah, because you know, you start with a film that's 4 or 5 hours long, and then you try to get it down. You try to find what the story is, but you can't really start that process until you like gather all.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost like you gotta build some big blobby thing and then chip away at it until it starts to take shape.
Yeah. I've done some of these oral history stories over the years, and I mean, some of them are 17,000 words, and I started with 31,000.
Yeah.
And I've just got to just read it for hours to try to cut, right? But I can. It's the same thing.
That I think is the hardest thing about making a doc is trying to decide what to include.
Yeah.
And there's
you can't include everything.
No, and there's a great quote about photography that I heard. I started out as a photographer, and I think it was Andre Cortez, who was a French photographer, and he said, "It's not what you put into a photograph; it's what you take out or remove from the photograph that makes it great." And that is such a great metaphor for editing.
Yeah. So what's the length you want to get it to, you think?
It's hard. It's hard because it is an entire. You know, it looks at his entire career, and these kids did not start their careers in high school. They started them at 5 years old. So I'd be happy to get it to 2 hours at this point. You know, Tony, it was like 2:08.
Yeah.
And but I don't know. So, you see a lot of these docs broken up into chapters, and I don't really want to do that either. I like a singular film experience.
I think it'd be like, and I know nothing about your world, obviously, but with so many streamers and so many companies doing this, got to be easy to sell, I would think. I don't know, but I don't know anything about it. But.
You know, it's funny how I think in this endemic world of motocross and seeing these full stadiums, you assume that people, you know, are very aware of the sport, but I think it is still a sport that a lot of people don't quite understand. They mix it up with freestyle, or it seems, you know, like a monster jam or something, and we face some of that. But I think you know, with Peacock and NBC leaning in more, I think more people are hearing about it.
Yeah, we're in this bubble. Us three are in this bubble, and it's just the biggest thing in the world and the news. And then you're in a movie making world, and like I'm sure, and you ride for fun. You ride dirt bikes for fun and all of that. You just got yourself a Stark, and I'm sure, you know, if you say to somebody, I took my KTM out to Paula.
Yeah,
they're like, "What are you talking?" Like
KTM,
no
Paula?
idea, right? Like
no idea,
no idea what.
And then the first
doing.
thing they say is, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, You're gonna get hurt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is true.
Right. Yeah, you have gotten hurt.
I have gotten yes.
Sam Jones joining us. Brought to you by the folks at Luxon, by the way, luxonmx.com. Cliff, code PULP 2025 to say Phil Nicoletti, Freddie Noren. Freddie dislocated his shoulder. I hope he's all right. Yeah, dude, that sucks for Freddie. Not due to the Luxon clamps. I just want to make that clear. LuxonMX.com. Luxon makes the best triple clamps out there. Advanced engineering techniques to develop products that are unlike the rest, lighter and stronger with optimized stiffness. Pulp 2025. Phil, I got some clamps for my bike, and I always wondered why you ran that little fucking stiff connection thing where the bolts go, and they're included in the box. I can't tell the difference because I suck, but you could. You always ran it, and they include it in the box with the because there's the split triple clamp design, and then if you connect the two bolts, it's a little different rigidity.
Yep.
And you notice that because you're a better rider than I am. But luxonmx.com. So Fox helped you with this as well, right? Fox is standing behind you a little bit on it.
Yeah. Fox gave us some financing, and to their credit, kind of got out of the way and says, they said, the story you want to tell, and we're here to help. And the one thing I asked is that I think I come from the school of documentary where we make films about people, not for people. And I think as everyone's become a filmmaker and a photographer on social, and everyone can sort of upload something, the line between what is a promotion and what is a film is really blurred and really changed.
It is.
And that was my one request to Fox is look, this isn't going to look like a Fox commercial, but Ricky wore Fox gear his entire career, so I think that's good enough. And they were smart enough and savvy enough to go, look, we just want you to do what you do, and that's the best kind of partner. I mean, for someone like me who's creative, we were talking about this earlier. When you love what you do, your end goal is not to make the most money off it as possible. Your end goal is to be left alone to make your best work and make something that you're really proud of. And so you're not looking to get the most money. You're just happy someone lets you do something. And for me, when I find someone who's willing to support me and back me and then wants to just let me kind of do my thing, that's when I'm happiest.
I made a joke on Twitter because there's this new Supercross movie, The History of Supercross. You guys saw it out. And Monster gave Paul Taylor, whoever it is, gentleman that's been around a while, they gave him a bunch of money to make it. And that's fine, no problem. I get it. Just like, you need it. But I'm watching the previews on social, and it's like Monster Energy CEO Rodney Sachs and Vice President Mark Hall talk about Supercross. Yeah, man, you just write a check for Supercross. You don't need to be in the movie. Like, this is,
You're not Supercross.
You're not Supercross. And right away, I'm just like, well, I'm completely out on this movie. And I don't know, maybe Paul did a good job on it. I have no idea. But when I see the Monster guys being advertised as, let's hear what they think about the history of Supercross, I'm out. Like, you know what I mean? It'd be like you putting this Fox CEO in it and being like, tell us about Ricky's role in Fox selling Fox gear like that. No, you know what I mean? Like, you see that, and then, also too, I watched a documentary on Reggie Jackson not that long ago, and it was good, but it was just about the myth of Reggie Jackson.
They cleaned it up.
Oh yeah, he's got some skeletons and he's got some things, and that's fine. We heard nothing about those things, and I left the doc being like, well, Reggie doesn't want any of that in here, and I'm out on that. So
what you find in telling someone's story is that, and sometimes the hardest thing to do is communicate this to the subject of your film, which is, if you try to come across as perfect, then no one will relate with you, and your film won't connect with people.
Yeah.
And there's no point in making it.
Yep.
And that was a conversation I had with Tony Hawk at the beginning, because anyone who saw that film know that he was very open about his 4 marriages and his troubles with his first son, and how he had a lot of growing up to do, and how he was basically a rock star when he was 25, skateboarding and going around the world, and he had a lot to learn, and he made like some mistakes,
infidelities and stuff on the doc, like he talked about it
in the doc, and talked about really, really having some regrets about the way he handled it for his family, and and I think you walk away from that film feeling, first off, like you weren't sold a Tony Hawk myth, and secondly, that you like the guy, because when we see people that make mistakes and fail, we feel more connected to them. No one wants to hear how someone's perfect,
because we're all fuck-ups somewhere along the line.
Yeah, I mean, the doc starts with Ricky really being out of his element and showing you, like what he doesn't know.
Yes.
And so it starts right there.
And I think that was very vulnerable right off the bat to be like, okay, you can open your movie with a scene of me completely being embarrassed or out of my depth. And credit to Ricky for being willing to kind of go down that route. And my films generally are always about how the creative process mixes with the human condition. And I see motorcycle racing is not that much different from being a songwriter or being a skateboarder, in that the best people are original thinkers, and so the process is I like to take our main character, which is Ricky in this case, and everyone I have in the film has to pass this test of, are they the best person to represent? Are they the closest person that was really there? And is there anyone there that's just repeating what someone else said? Because I got to tell you, I cannot stand documentaries where you feel like they've filled it up with a bunch of celebrities, so that they can say that their film has Bono in it, you know.
Yeah.
And I love Bono, and I love you too.
I love Bono too, also.
But there was this Delta blues music documentary, and they had Bono on there talking about the music that must be in the soil in the South, and I'm like, this is not the place for an Irish musician to talk about the Delta blues. You know, you just put Bono in there because you could sell your movie, and
you did that with me. You put me in it so you could sell it. I get it. I understand.
I was like, I need one big draw.
Yeah.
Travis Pastrana and James Stewart. No. You need Matthes.
I did like the fact that a couple of my comments in there, a couple of things I said, and then you pan to someone like Timmy or Chad, and they backed up what I said.
Yeah.
So I look pretty smart on some of those things, So thank God
you
for that.
You held your own with. You know, I thought Davey was great.
Yeah,
you were great.
Davey's awesome. Yeah, Davey's a legend in that stuff.
But yeah, that was the goal. Is keep people in their lane.
Yeah.
Notice I didn't ask you about Ricky's writing style.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Which goes to one of Phil's Race Tech rants later on. The media. We're gonna get into the media.
Oh yeah, that's what it. Maybe
right.
That's
what it was.
It was.
How tough was it to get Stu to show up?
Well, I have a history with Stu.
Did you hear about this? So I don't think Sam was close to making a movie with Tom Cruise about James Stewart's life.
Really?
Maybe close wasn't the right word. I don't know.
Really close.
Okay, really close.
So in 2002, so I grew up in Orange County and would go to Saddleback and ride my dual sport from high school to Saddleback, and I'd ride the trails, and I loved watching Supercross and everything, and kind of grew up with the sport, but never seriously like you guys. I just, when I could do it, I would go do it. And would always watch the races. And when James Stewart came along, I saw him that first race in Anaheim when he fell and was dead last and came back up to second and almost won. If there was another lap, he would have won the race. And he was wearing pink, and he blew me away.
Right.
And I was like, I want to know everything about that guy. And I think everyone in the stadium does, because it was his debut. Yeah. And I was like, that's a movie. So I immediately found his agent, this guy Tommy, I forget. Tom. Anyway.
Yep.
And I said, look, I'm really interested in talking to this family. And put a breakfast together with the entire Stewart family at San Diego the next week, and had breakfast and said I wanted to make a movie about him. And then I went to Tom Cruise and I said, I got this racing movie I want to do.
And he's into bikes.
He was into bikes. And he said the greatest thing, too. He said, between you and me, like Days of Thunder, I blew it. I wanted to make a real racing movie, and I didn't pull it off. And we can make a real racing movie here. And so he became a really enthusiastic executive producer. And then we got Danny McBride, and David Gordon Green and I wrote the script, and went out and lived with Bubba for a little while, and interviewed his brother and his mom and his dad and Tony Haynes. And anyway, got this script, and we were a go movie at Paramount.
Oh, is that far down?
That far down. Movie, we had a $38 million budget.
Oh, shit.
We were casting, we were talking about casting, and we were going to have, I can't remember, but we had some great people. Anyway, bottom line is, right around then, my take on it was James switched lawyers and had a sports lawyer from Florida that I think steered him in a different direction. And he was very young. He was only 18 at the time.
Yeah.
He hadn't even gone to the premier class yet. And I don't know. They signed that deal for that Bubba's World TV show, and anyway, the thing kind of fell apart right at the finish line, to the point of where Tom Cruise called me and said, I can't get this kid to call me back. It's like, you have to be kidding me.
Sounds about right, though. Yeah.
And it was a heartbreaker for me because I was
You're all in.
so excited, and it really broke my heart. And
James, Tom Cruise here, just trying to get
try call me back. Here's my number.
Never heard of him. Don't know who he is.
So, but at that time, Ricky was a character in that, just peripherally as someone that was sort of where James was trying to get to, and I always loved Ricky, and so.
So calling James for this, it was.
So calling James for this, I had a history, and then Ricky and he have become better friends in the recent past, and so
5 years ago, James probably doesn't do this, right?
Nope. But the funny thing was, we kind of tag team, both called him, and he said yes. And it was so weird because I went right back out to the same compound where, the last time I was out there, Malcolm and I were riding BMX bikes on the mini track at his property, and Malcolm was like 9 years old or 8 years old or something like that.
Wait, you did it at his house?
I did it at his house.
You brought the table?
Yes, I brought the table.
You brought the same table?
Yes.
To Florida?
Well, we built one in California and one in Florida.
Oh, you
so we
did?
had tables in both places.
Oh, I thought James went to your place.
No, he didn't.
The same table that I sat at. Okay.
I know. We traveled all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
And we did it in his weight room.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that hard to get him if you had to go to Florida.
Yeah, but it was.
Did Chad do it in Florida then?
No, Chad did it in my garage.
Okay, he did. Okay, all right, yeah.
My garage, R.I.P. my garage.
Yeah.
I lost my house in the Palisades fires 3 or 4 weeks ago, and we filmed all the Southern California interviews were in my garage, including Ricky. And I hope my daughter's not listening to this, but Ricky stayed in her bed when she wasn't there to save money. I mean, this was a low budget talk. So Ricky would stay in my daughter's room, and we'd go to Starbucks, and then we'd sit down in the garage.
Just get into it,
Yeah.
God, I can't even imagine how many hours you have of footage. Right?
A lot of footage, and we transcribed it all too. So we have sort of all these interviews that are written, which someday maybe they'll be fun to read.
All right, so keep an eye on this. Sam's trying to sell it, and we'll hopefully see it soon. I mean, if you sold it in a month, what would be the turnaround time?
That's always hard to say because these streamers have their schedules, their broadcast schedules, and sometimes they want to tie it to something. Sometimes they want to get it out as soon as possible.
Okay, so
no idea. No idea. We're just too early in the process.
I have a question just from the movie, documentary, whatever side of things. Your producer to help you, Du Bois?
Mark Duplass.
Duplass. He's, you said he's done some big stuff.
Yeah.
Supercross, there's all this talk with Netflix coming to Supercross, doing a
Drive to Survive,
type thing. Why doesn't your buddy look at Supercross in that sort of sense? Or, you know what I mean? Like, why can't our sport get that?
Well, Feld's trying.
No, yeah. But, like, why is it taking this long?
It's a good question. They came out with the Tour de France, and they came out with the golf one.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, the market is very finicky for documentary stuff right now. I don't know the numbers on Tour de France or the golf one. Or the tennis one. They did that one too.
Yeah.
But I would say that the Supercross one is going to cost some money because of how it travels all over, and how you have to have a lot. Like, they have a lot of camera operators on the Formula One thing. They kind of have to keep an operator with each team.
That's what I'm saying.
Because they're trying to put a whole season together. But I did speak to the company that makes the F1, and we have had that conversation. I would love to help produce that and make that a reality. I think it'd be more interesting than all of those other ones. I think that the one thing we haven't seen in this sport is one media entity that all the teams can get behind and agree to do. And you saw in the first season of Drive to Survive that Mercedes and Red Bull didn't participate, and then they saw what a mistake that was. And the next season, everybody was all in. And I think it could bring the sport together. I think it could make more protection and more representation for the riders. I think it would be great for the sport.
Even my buddy Wes Williams there did the Supercross spy stuff, and
that was good stuff.
It was, but then he would tell me things that KTM made him take out, and I'm just like, why, dude? That's not even anything. It's not personal. It's very protective. So you have to be some sort of agreement. Dude, don't take that out.
And nobody cares. I mean, I understand within the bubble people care, but the truth is everyone behind the scenes knows most of this stuff anyway. And it makes for a better story.
Yeah, there was some good stuff with Webb at KTM.
Yeah.
That, would have been gold when he wasn't happy, and KTM's like, yeah, you got to take that out. And it's just a rider frustrated at his night, at his machine. It's not, but
which happens in Drive to Survive. You see all the drivers talking about the car and how it's not performing.
They say, "Oh, fuck the car." They're like, it's just like, well,
it's understeering. What the fuck? Why couldn't you guys fix this? And
it's all the car.
Yeah.
It
no,
really
is.
is.
It is all the car.
All right, we got a call for you, Sam, here from our buddy, regular caller, Nash. What's up?
Nash.
Gentlemen, what an honor. This is an awesome episode. I'm excited for everything that's in the works. And Sam, kudos. You're super talented, and everybody listening is a big fan. But, I think I got a feel-good piece that you can maybe, tuck in, and then you can take this and run with it.
Is this a
feel-good
pitch,
story?
Nash? Are you pitching?
Yeah, he's pitching. Yep,
yes, I am. Yes, please. I just imagine this, and I got my hands up like doing a producer kind of thing. Gritty kid from upstate New York riding a challenged motorcycle from 1110 mods. Got to rise up through the grit, the sweat. Seth Rowe could be a part of it. Cooper Webb. I mean, it's just a feel good story, and then
factory rider
to the top.
Yeah,
factory rider takes it to the top. He's the champion of the LCQs. I mean, it would tug on heartstrings of all America.
He's a real man.
There.
Yeah, he's a real man.
Funny you should say that. I did pitch that, but Chris Nolan already has the rights to it.
Yeah, damn it. There we go.
Dude, that's awesome. Hey, for real, it's so cool to hear all the stuff that, you're collaborating with. And everybody's cheering who's listening to this. The guys that are driving the trucks and the racers and the parents and everything. It's so awesome, man. For real.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Nash, where do you stand on Anne Hathaway?
I think she's classy.
Thank you.
She's classy lady.
Sam, where are you at on Anne Hathaway?
Anne Hathaway.
Have you met her?
I have not met her.
Okay, all right. So where do you stand?
Probably because I haven't met her. I think she's amazing.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sometimes you don't want to meet people that you admire.
No.
Oh, my God. Hey, Sam, last little trivia piece. I went to high school with Chris McQuarrie and his sister. And
no kidding.
Is that the Mission Impossible guy?
He's the director, and he did Usual Suspects, and they're great people, awesome family, very cool. They're from our hometown, and again, I went to high school with his sister, and I went to high school with him, but small world, you never know how things connect.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, very cool. Hey, thanks, Phil. How you feeling, buddy? How you feeling?
I'm good, Nash. Just living my best life,
My counseling door is open whenever you're ready for some career counseling. I'm ready for you.
We might need it. We're in some deep, dark days.
Yeah.
Dude, I got you, buddy. Steve's got my number. I'm ready. Seriously.
Lately, he's needed a shoulder to lean on for sure. Lately, so.
Well, listen, Nash is here. He cares. Old E-Town guy. I mean. Just think the cast of characters you could weave into this tapestry of this.
But who would play Phil?
Oh my gosh, what a brilliant question!
Are your buddies with Matt Damon, right?
Yeah,
I could see that.
Yeah, Matt.
See a little bit of Matt.
That's too positive of a guy.
Oh, is he? Okay, all right, okay.
He's a good actor, but he's not that good.
Yeah.
If Steve Buscemi wasn't so odd looking,
I can't do him. No.
And he's like 62, but no one's
yeah. But, a little makeup, a little churn and burn there.
What about David Schwimmer?
Right? David Schwimmer is, I think, 60
or
really? 59.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. All right, I'm done. I'm out.
I mean, Phil's old.
Yeah, but he's not that old.
Not that old.
All right, thanks, Nash.
Phil's got that chisel look. Hey, go get him, boys. Have fun.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. That's Nash, everybody. What's next for you, Sam? What's the next thing you're doing? Obviously, you're going to work on this doc still and all that, but what's the next project you got?
So I have a ton of things that are in that sort of development stage right now, and I don't know which one will come first. I bought the rights to a book that I'm hoping we can make into a limited series. There's a little doc that I'm just starting to talk about that's related to the fires in the Palisades that I don't know if it'll come to anything, but for the last month I've been focused on trying to find a place to live.
Yeah.
But I also have an animated series that we're in the middle of the process of. So I don't know. It's a funny time right now. I've just directed some commercials, and I don't know. It's kind of like a little I don't know, like tarot cards in front of me, and I don't know which one's gonna.
Yeah.
The weird thing about my business is that the thing you think is going to work out often isn't, and then it leads someplace you didn't expect, and that thing turns into something.
And then you're there.
Yeah.
There you are. Yeah.
So what do you think about our sport? You're a fan of the sport. The vlogs in our sport.
Yeah.
Do you think they're a positive or are they a negative? Because it's just like information. It's just like you constantly have to pump info.
I think it's really a lot of pressure on the riders, and I think that there's a few riders that do it well enough that really benefit from it, and it makes it, I would assume, to every rider, one of the things on their agenda that they have to deal with. And I think that's really hard, and yes, everyone wants to make content and have people, like you guys are all independent contractors, and you have this short time where you ride, and it's not very different from a filmmaker. You want to find your audience and get them to follow you to whatever you do. But I think to be a full-time athlete and also have to produce all that, it's hard, and it's probably expensive if you don't do it yourself. And it's great for the fans. I mean, we're at a great time where you can.
There's so much content.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, that's
you
what I
can
mean.
really dive in deep. But
I
think it's super high pressure.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Do you think that it kills it a little bit just because there is so much information on that aspect? Like
yes.
KTM does a vlog, Yamaha does a vlog, Club does a vlog, every rider does a vlog. Do you just think like our sport is, we think it's big, but it's actually small, but
yeah,
you think it's just like system overload?
I do. You know, it's like before social media, I think there was a lot more mystery around some of the actors that we loved, whether it's, whoever it is, Brad Pitt or Anne Hathaway or whoever. And we don't necessarily want to see them in their bathroom showing the latest skincare product or whatever. And there's some of that with this too, where we like to mythologize some of these riders, like Damon Bradshaw, right? If Damon Bradshaw was on Instagram every day posting something, you'd kind of be like,
That's right.
It's a little needy.
DiCaprio does it great.
You're right. Just don't be on it.
Yeah, he's just in a movie every year or every year and a half, and you know nothing about him.
And you just see a picture with him and his 23-year-old chick. Okay.
Yeah. And like he doesn't. Yeah, I think he does some commercials in Japan or something, but nothing really going on.
Right. I just think for the riders, there's so much pressure now. There's so many things to do, and they turn into a little bit of robots, and I hate that for them because I know they're not. Ricky seemed like the ultimate robot when he was racing, and we find out there's so much more, but we don't get to see that. We get to see like I saw this Chase Sexton thing, and I love Chase Sexton, and they put out a whole video about him, and it's like, man, is your life really just eating with your trainer and then going to Baker's factory all day and going home and working out and sleeping and I
mean, it is probably.
It is, and it's what a hard life, and you can respect the work ethic. But it's like
you're right. And like what I love about our sport though is we are I don't know, whatever number, IndyCar, NASCAR, we might be number 3 or 4 motorsport in America. So we're up there in terms of motorsports. And I love the fact, and one of the things that's made this show successful is these guys it's loose.
They're accessible.
There's no PR. So they're accessible. There's no PR guys that go through. There's no image makeovers. It's just this guy who led laps on NBC Peacock, on the weekend, and then he calls in here Monday and swears and talks about, this and like, I love that about our sport.
Well, Steve, you changed that. You sort of created a format for this sport that came from other places, a mix of Howard Stern or Keith Olbermann or who's the other guy that
I don't know. Is it a good compliment though?
Yes, the podcaster that why can't I think of his name?
Mark Maron?
No, the sports podcaster.
Bill Simmons.
Bill Simmons.
Yep.
I should know that.
You should know that, yeah.
He executive produced a movie of mine.
He was in a movie, or helped you.
I hope he's not listening. But I think that you came along and
no, he's not listening to this.
But I think that I think most people and you guys, I know you're going to hate me for doing this, but I think most podcasts in the sport have followed Steve's lead and created shows based on the access that you created and your secret talent or your secret advantage is that you were a mechanic for so long.
Yeah, well,
so you had that kind of
relationship. Well, that's where I'm a mechanic for so long, and I'm seeing these guys behind the scenes act this, talk about, and you're like, this is great stuff. And then so I came in the media, and I'm like, people need to see how these guys are because I was around it, right? I still see. It's funny because people that you and I know at the races, media guys, they still don't really know you guys. You know what I mean? Racers, they don't really know the racers, how it works. So Trevor, you were a long-time privateer, sleeping in your van and shit, right? Or whatever. People don't know that. I don't think they don't know these guys that way. And I'm like, yeah, this is what this guy does, and that's what this guy does, and so I wanted to bring that to light, right?
Well, and there's something that would be lost if the sport got huge too.
It would be, yeah.
Although I will say,
my buddy's sorry to interrupt you. A buddy of mine follows the Toronto Maple Leafs as a beat writer.
Right.
So he goes to every game, post-race interviews, just like I do. Knows the team in and out, press conferences. He goes, if I ever texted a player, even I'm a good relationship with this guy and this guy and this guy, and if I ever texted them, for an interview or to get an answer, I would get my ass reamed.
Oh, you'd be blackballed, right?
Yeah, and I'm just like, what? If you're friends with the guy, and you say, hey, can I text you about
just common courtesy? Hey, can we do an interview?
Or even hey, what did you think of that play tonight? That happened. And same thing I would do to you or whatever. And he's like, I would get my ass reamed. And I'm like, I don't want to be part of that sport.
Yeah. Well, there's two things so great about this size of the sport, which is, number one, everyone who goes to the races can go chat with.
Yeah.
And that's amazing. And the other part of it is almost everybody in these stadiums watching rides some sort of either,
used to ride, yeah.
Or enduro or trail riding or whatever. And so you have a community that and I love it, and with what I do, there's not a ton of people that I run into that also do it, but there are a few, and you share that special thing that comes from doing something that's very hard and very difficult and scary and dangerous and all that stuff, and to have a sport where you can be in contact with because if you know the sport, you know how hard it is, and these people are immortal. I was talking about you today, Phil, with Brian. It's like you're getting top 10s at 35, 36 years old. You're getting top 10s. You're top 10 rider in the world. And people feel like they know you personally. And you're no different. Like, we spent the day together. We went mountain biking. We had lunch. You're no different there than you are on this show. And I think that's what you've created, and that's why it's so fun to listen to.
Maybe it's about time I get some respect.
Yeah.
You hear that, Marks?
I do think you don't get much respect.
This show gets me in more trouble than it helps me, to be honest with you.
That's your own fault. That's your own fault.
I don't know. You became very, very well known when you started sharing more of your opinions.
I agree.
And you're incredibly entertaining.
He is incredibly entertaining. That's why he's on the payroll this year.
Yeah.
That's why he's on the payroll.
And getting 1099.
Yeah, that's called business, Phil.
Well,
Trevor, do you have, do you get 1099 from Maxima?
Yeah.
Okay, just checking. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? If you just pay him only $599, you don't have to 1099.
Yeah, good point. There we go. Would that work out better?
If you're under a specific
not
dollar
much
amount.
more.
Oh, please.
We just hit threshold.
And also, before I let you go, stay tuned. We'll keep you updated on PulpMX on the status of the RC doc and everything. But you provided a personal top 10, maybe top 15 highlight of my life.
What was that?
When you said, "Are you in town?" Yes. I'm shooting you two at the Sphere tonight. Do you want to come down? And then capture me like Roadrunner heading to the Sphere. Sam was shooting you two. You've shot the guys for years, right? You know them a little bit. And
I heard squealing in the parking lot, and I just saw this. At the time, I think it would have
been a Honda Ridgeline. Yeah.
Just coming in sideways in the parking lot.
So they were promoting the Sphere, and then so he knows the Edge from U2, and he introduced me, and I had like a 10-minute conversation with the Edge, and he was the raddest dude ever. I'm still bitter I couldn't get a picture, but you said no pictures, so I didn't get a picture.
Did I say no pictures?
Yeah, you said like, hey,
I didn't know.
Yeah, that's fine.
I didn't vet you yet.
Okay.
You
It's fine. It happened. I talked to him. He shook my hand twice, and we talked about dirt bike racing, and I want to talk to him about U2, and Edge is like, I used to sponsor a guy back in the day in England, and he was like,
that's crazy.
And he said, are they on 2 strokes or 4 strokes now? And so he knew, like,
he knew the basics.
Oh, yeah, he knew the basics, right?
Yeah, that's cool.
And I'm like, I don't want to talk about this fucking Carmichael doc or 2 strokes or 4 strokes.
Yeah.
I got a lot of questions about you too. You know, but
and that's the last thing he
yes,
wants to talk about.
100%, right?
Yeah.
He's just like, I don't want to talk about you too, man. But anyway, so I want to thank you for that because I'm a huge fan of the band. I went to the Sphere, as you know, a bunch of times, so it was cool. Yeah.
Well, it was fun to see how excited you were.
Yes.
And I think, and I prepped the Edge. I said, this guy loves you, and he's super cool. He lives here, and can I bring him down? He's like, yeah, bring him down.
Yeah.
And I think I told you this, but I took him mountain bike riding
Yeah,
once.
yeah.
And halfway through the ride, I got really nervous that I was going to take him on a trail. It was too difficult. He was going to fall and break his ribs.
Yeah.
And so I kept
That's
asking
an
him,
honest
are you
concern,
okay?
though. That's an honest concern.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. And then I watched Bono shoot the music video a little bit there.
That's
and
right.
everything. Oh,
That's
yeah, it was
right.
cool. It's awesome. So it was really, really neat to do that. Like, honestly, like, just a huge fan of the band forever, right? So.
Wait,
yeah.
was that before you had gone in the Sphere? You were just from the outside.
It hadn't started yet. The shows hadn't started
That's
yet.
right.
Yeah, so I hadn't gone yet. So I was just like, oh wow. So that was cool. Thank you for that.
I love mixing worlds like that.
Yeah.
It's so fun to like be the catalyst for mixing my different worlds.
Pretty cool to meet the Edge. Just needed a photo, but, whatever. Yeah, super nice guy. All right, Sam. Well, hey, thank you for flying up here, showing us the dock, mountain biking, really good. Glad to have you as a friend. And then, anything I can do to help you out, man? Yeah, just let me know.
You've already been very helpful, and I just want to really quickly before we go, Steve, when he found out I lost a bunch of my, all of my stuff, all my gear, he called JT, he called Kiefer, he called Maxima, Trevor, and got me some gear and some products and stuff sent out.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was cool.
That was really, really nice of you.
And Kiefer got you some Dunlops, and then Fly and Maxima, Mike at Roy's.
Mike at Roy's set
Cycle.
me up with a mountain bike again. Well, not that it was free, but he gave me an amazing deal.
Yeah.
And so, when something like that happens, you find out who your friends are and they care about you, and that meant a lot to me. So I wanted to say that, like, in front of everybody, that you're not as selfish of a guy that people say you are.
No, it was cool to do it, and like everybody was stoked when I said, "Hey, man, this buddy of mine, he lost his house, and he's a big dirt bike rider, and you managed to save the Stark, you didn't save the KTM, so
I did not save the KTM.
Frame's still there.
Yeah,
it's a hell of a frame.
I tell you, the frame is pretty dirt. I can say KTM.
All the shit talk on the KTM frame, and it's still there.
I don't even know, like, if they told me, hey, Matthes, you got 2 hours to grab your shit because the fire's however amount of time you had.
15 minutes.
Really?
10, 15 minutes. And half of it was finding the cats, because I have 2 cats and they were hiding and scared. I had to get them in the carriers. And it was crazy. It was the ash was coming down like snow outside of the house because the fire was right there.
So you got 15 minutes to grab. What are you grabbing, right? Like what? Yeah, I can't even imagine.
Think about it.
I'm grabbing that machine helmet for sure, and the Stu helmet. I'm definitely grabbing those helmets. That's for sure.
What do you grab, Phil?
Maybe that Sphere sign too that Kiefer got for me.
I don't know.
Like, what's your most treasured item that you could quickly put in your car?
Whatever's Fox News, so he would have to grab his TV because he can't go without Fox News. So that's for sure one thing.
No, let him answer for himself.
Yeah, I really don't know. Most of my stuff is in my old man's house. So if my house did burn, it burns.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I don't know what I would take.
Your juicer?
That's a good way to live.
You like your juicer?
Yeah, I do like my
your
juicer.
Air fryer?
No,
you like your air fryer?
I like my air fryer. Yeah. I guess
Phil's running with an air fryer juicer.
Phil's got a knife block, an air fryer, a juicer, and maybe like a Cuisinart.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't have much
stuff.
stuff.
You don't. I know.
Yeah, like I live a very basic life with that sort of stuff.
There is something to be said for that.
Marks, what are you grabbing?
Besides like my dog and my daughter and my wife, probably my computer.
Leave 'em.
And my NAS and probably start there.
All right.
How about you, Matthes?
But that's a given. Like, you grab your wife and your kids.
That's why I know. But I wanted to clarify.
Yeah,
so that if this got out
come
there,
on, people know
you
that.
Didn't say your wife and your kid.
What a great guy.
So just make sure there's no misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a file folder with just documents, so I guess I'm grabbing that.
What the fuck are you taking?
I'm going to take your cutout behind you. I'm going to take that. I'm taking the Stu helmet. I don't know. Bradshaw's pants. I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I don't.
That's what I mean.
I know. Bicycle.
Augie and both cats.
Yeah. No, just the one cat.
Yeah. What if you could only get 2 of your 3 pets out?
Yeah, I'm leaving the little gold one around. Pookie would get mad, but whatever. So yeah, crazy, man. Well, hey, thank you. Thanks, Sam. Thanks for coming in. Sam Jones, everybody.
It really was a pleasure.
Awesome. Keep an eye on that great documentary. Thank you for letting us watch it.
Yeah,
too.
it was awesome.
It was my pleasure. Super fun. Thanks,
all right,
guys.
thanks. That's Sam Jones, everybody, coming in. And all right, PulpMX Show again. I want to thank the folks at Michelin as well. FMIP, Starcross 6s, of course, mountain bike tires. They got new tires launching for something real soon, so stay tuned for that. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. Thanks to FMIP. Did you hear that he had a knee replacement? Did you hear that?
He did?
After A2?
No, before.
Oh, because I was going to say he looked pretty good at A2 on his way to North Hollywood in his 80s costume.
Yeah, he's got off the.
They were fucking on one that night.
That's what they do. That
God
crew.
bless.
Yeah, those 3 of them. All right, let's do X Brand Goggle Tear Off, shall we? That's that time.
It's the X Brand Tear Off segment. 15-second rapid fire Q&A.
All right, here we go. Rapid fire. Question submitted by Corey Moser. Trevor, you familiar?
First time?
Yeah. All right, 30 seconds on the clock. X Brand Goggles, EKSbrand.com, Pulp Show 25, the code to save with those guys, and the Lucid Goggles, fantastic. Chiz took an X Brand Goggle to 18 finishes this weekend in Glendale for 18th overall.
Consistent as fuck.
Yep. Here we go. Questions at 30 seconds on the clock.
Steve.
Yep.
Is there another journalist in moto with the drive and determination to cover back-to-back races like you did in Reno and Arizona this last week?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. 2 and 2. Reno Arena Cross Friday. You know what I was really upset about? And I shouldn't even say this.
Oh, boy.
Or maybe I said this on the review show. I forget. Yeah, I did. Out of all my group texts, so I go to Reno because I'm an enthusiast of the sport and I'm covering like a hard-hitting journalist. And I'm in 600 group texts with 1,000 people. And I don't think one person said, "How's Reno?" to me, which really upset me. I was there. I was watching Brees, Freeze, Hicks. Hicks is good, dude. Hicks is a good rider.
Yeah, he's a good rider.
Raced the Stark race, raced the gas race versus Starks, and raced the main events. Hicks did everything. So, yeah. And Vince moved over on Brees at the very finish. Almost chopped his front wheel off. Classic. So I got a little bit of Vince. All right. No, there is not. There's no other journalist that would do that, and I'm looking forward to my award.
Coming soon. Phil, looking back, was there a rhythm or jump combination you didn't do in a race that you wish you would have?
Yeah, one about every fucking weekend.
Trevor, you could probably relate too. You were like a more main event guy, but there's probably shit that as a privateer, you're like, I'm just not jumping that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trevor, if Honda had to fill Jet's spot for Supercross, who would you put on the bike?
It's a tough one because, I mean, typically it's going to be somebody that's, I mean, you can't move someone from one place to another.
No, I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah.
I don't even know how that would work.
Like hypothetically, like
yeah,
if
I don't know.
just do it.
I don't know.
I know who I would do.
Who?
Savaji.
Oh, okay, sure. Except he's got a team and a contract.
No, I know. I'm just saying hypothetically, I'd take
Right.
Joey.
Right.
That's a good one.
Yeah, no, good point. Yep, that is a good one.
Steve, was Phillip better in Supercross on a 250 or 450?
Well, I mean, he's got way more 250 results. But the 1 year on 450s, he was sucked for a while. And then in a pretty deep field, if I remember right, like, it wasn't like there was a bunch of injuries. Then you knocked off the rest of the season on 450s in mains, right?
That was 2013.
Yeah.
That was my rookie year in 450.
Yeah.
But at that point in time, I only had like 8 250 main events.
Oh, was that it?
That was
going into that year.
Going into that year, but just because bikes sucked, I went to Australia, and then I had a chance to ride 2013.
I feel like you were like 12th, 13th place guy ish by the end at times.
Yeah,
right?
I was. And then in 14, 15, 16, I feel like I did pretty good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But definitely 250.
Yeah,
as soon as I peeled it, went back and actually had a 250 career.
Yeah.
I wish I could have went back to a little bit of me wanted to try 450 Supercross just to see where I could end up, but
because some of those JGR years you weren't, you were fill-in, you weren't
yeah,
really
I mean,
know,
I still
and then
did.
you end up doing a lot of them. But what if you had a full boot camp, knowing you were ready and knowing you were racing?
But back then, it's not that I didn't ride. Back then, it was, heat race semi LCQs too with the JGR. And, I made it out of a lot of heats too. And there were some gnarly fucking guys back then, So I did okay.
All right. Phil, should Jet come back for outdoors or not rush the recovery and sit out the entire 2025 season?
Well, I just saw a tweet that Louis Phil's put up and said, I don't know, it didn't seem like he didn't think Jet would be back in time for outdoors. 4 months seemed way too quick, but
we saw RJ and those guys come back sooner.
Yeah, I know. It's not like a reconstruction of an ACL, so they got to go and take out the old shit. So, I mean, he's back for Paula.
Okay.
Trevor, would tariffs have much of an impact on Maxima?
Today, no, they wouldn't.
Steve, would a start class work in Supercross at select rounds as an exhibition class like they are doing in Arena Cross?
Yeah, absolutely they would. I think that'd be a good idea. I know they want to, but I know they don't want to just race Starks, but I know they would like to get in Supercross. I would, though, play some music, though. It's really weird. It's quiet. You just hear the back wheel hitting the whoops, dunk, 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 and chain slap.
Somebody was talking about that, and I think it would make me insane to I don't want to go to a motocross race to be at a rave while there's dirt bikes on the. It would make me insane listening to music.
Well, there would be a rave. It could be.
I'm just saying, what kind of? Well, even then,
okay.
I mean, yeah. I don't.
Yeah, the gate's about to drop, and you got the intro to Chicago Bulls going on. It's like, yeah. You're like, fuck, I don't know.
Yeah.
Phil, now that you are retired and don't have to race them, how do you like Triple Crowns?
I like the racing. Yeah, it's good racing.
All right, last one, Trevor. Who is someone that you would like Matthes to do a podcast with that hasn't been on a show?
Oof.
I don't know if Trevor's a hardcore listener, so
I listen a pretty good amount. I would think, but
listen, with what I did with Jason Anderson this week, that's coming soon.
That'd be. I mean,
yeah,
I would throw Jason in there.
It's got to be a rider.
Yeah, does it have to be a rider?
I don't think it does. Yeah. X-Brand Goggles, Pulp Show 25 is the code to save. Thank you to X-Brand.
That's rapid fire, sir.
Yeah, that is really rapid fire. Cardo Systems, PulpMX code to save. Love the Cardo stuff. You ever ridden with Cardo stuff? Like helmet-to-helmet communication?
Yes.
It's pretty cool.
Back 2020 when I was in Canada, but the signal would drop out a little bit. But it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I had a Gold Creek Lodge with RV and Villapoto and everybody, or RV, Jake and everybody, and it was awesome. So, PulpMX code to save at Cardo, Pack Talk Edge phones are waterproof and dirt-proof, allowing you to communicate with range up to a mile away. So use the code at Cardo, man. The stuff is great. CardoSystems.com. Phil, the Lucas Myrtle stuff. Let's talk about it a little bit. I know you don't want to, but I do feel for you, legitimately. You and I are good friends, and then as good of friends we are, as you're probably tighter with Lucas than me, and he helped you a long time ago, and obviously he was such a powerful agent. We saw the court documents drop last week. Saw the Lawrence's social post. He came on the show last week, said he denies all the allegations. This was before the court docs dropped in Florida. And you're friends with the Lawrences and Darren Lawrence and great friends with Myrtle. And first of all, and also too, as much as we were bugging you, you are not the ex-pro listed in the court docs. We were all making fun of this and loving this. You're friends, but you are not that ex-pro.
No, I'm not, but I could see how it gets worded.
Yes,
you know what I mean? That it would look like, but no.
Yeah, but it is tough, isn't it?
Yeah, you realize how small the industry is when something like that happens, you know what I mean? And you don't realize, to me, Hunter and Jet, Dazzy, Emma, and Tate, great people. Lucas, one of my really good friends, and I would only know them because of Lucas. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, I really don't know what to say. Yes, when it happened, I did talk to Lucas, and that Thursday, and for me, it wasn't a good day. Just because I felt like I was in between gunfire. But at the end of the day, it's gonna have to work its way out. You know what I mean? It's way beyond me at this point. People Was Lucas my agent? Yes, but at the same time, he hadn't done a deal for me in a long, long time.
Yeah.
It was just like
you're way too cheap to pay the commissions.
Yeah, we're just really,
right.
we're just good friends, and obviously there was a lot of people that didn't like him, but there was a lot of people that did like him, and it was just like, I got caught in the somehow I got caught in the middle, and it's just it's tough.
Yeah,
it really is. I really don't know what to say about it. It's just
I feel for you. You were probably the one person that reaches both sides of this, maybe equally, because you got people who knew Myrtle and know Myrtle and deal with him, and then people who like the Lawrences and deal with them. You know what I mean? Like, you're truly caught in the middle here, and like I said on the show last week, like, hey, he's a friend of mine, and he wants to call in and talk about it. I'm not gonna judge him and everything else. Those court docs don't look great, at all, and we'll wait and see how it plays out, but. Yeah. I mean, at the very minimum, and I would tell this to Myrtle, he looks like a shitty partner. He looks like he had access to a bank account and looks like he used it for personal things, and that's not cool. Like, if you and I were partners, I'd be like, what the fuck, Phil? We're partners in this coffee cup company. And I'm not saying it's a criminal act. I'm not saying it's he should be roasted at the stake. I don't know how that's going to play out, but it looks to me from the docs that was a cool thing to do with your partner's money.
Yeah.
And I think that's the minimum where I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah.
And
the problem with being a stupid motocross racer like me, I don't understand the logistics of the way corporations worked or whatever the deal was.
Yeah.
Between Wasserman and whoever. I don't know. I mean, I read the stuff. I can hardly make sense of it, with the wording and whatever, but I don't know how the corporate side of that really works, It just sucks that it happened to me, good people on both sides for what it was, and it's just like, fuck. I just think, November we're just in Australia, and it was, great time.
It was a bombshell in the industry for sure.
Yeah.
So.
And don't get me wrong, I had a lot of people text me on Thursday, and and it was just like, oh, what's going on, and this and that. And I'm like, dude, I don't know.
Yeah.
And I didn't. And I was gonna go to I was going to A2, and I didn't even want to go to A2 anymore.
Yeah.
Just because it was just gonna be a topic, and I didn't want to talk about it, and I didn't even go see the boys on Saturday at A2 because I didn't want to have to look at them and be like, the thing that we have in common come up, when they got a job to do. So it's like,
you're right. And they're racing, right? They're racing.
It honestly, it truly sucked because I feel like Hunter and Jet and I, and the Jets and Donuts, like, it was a fun spoof, you know what I mean? It was cool, and a young kid sponsoring a washed up old guy, it's just like that was the meaning of it, and it was just like a joke thing, but fuck.
Yep.
Tough
deal.
It is. It is tough, and it's it's just gonna keep going. However it's gonna go.
We'll see. It's not done yet. That's for sure. It's gonna play out. So.
I don't know. I really can't really say anything about it. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. I get it. No, for sure. We'll see how this plays out, and we'll see what Myrtle and the Lawrences have to do, and go on and so forth. So, tough deal. All right, let's.
I will say this. Okay. Lucas always did really good for me, regardless of anything. My Alessi deal. Anytime I was ever hurt, I mean, Lucas.
The Alessi thing where you were threatening him.
He had my back with that. Anytime I got hurt, he was always the first one to keep calling me, and he always called me every single day, make sure I was okay, make sure I was okay. And I know he was like that with some other athletes, and he was good with them, and same with Hunter and Jet. They did the same thing, and they all treated me really good. So I have nothing bad to say about any of them.
Yep.
It's just the circumstance fucking blows.
Yep.
So,
yeah, absolutely. It does, and it's too bad. And let's hope they figure it out for sure. All right, Race Tech Rant time. PulpMX show. PulpMX code to save with Race Tech Rant. I got a few rants. Phil, you got a couple too as well. Trevor, I don't know if you have anything that you want to get into, but Race Tech Rant. Racetech.com. Privateer proven, of course. Great suspension, motor work, all of that. Phil, go ahead. The floor is yours. You have a couple of them you'd like to say.
Which one do you want me to start with first?
You start with you kind of touched on it on the review pod, but the Billy Lano thing. He's a great guy.
Yep.
He's an awesome rider.
Yep.
But
if you're a pro and it's your job, okay, Lano's been out of his prime for 18 years.
A while.
15.
15 years, okay. Yeah, because he rode for Factory Cowie, 2009 or whatever.
Yeah.
15 years. He's 41. And he's beating you. And you're showing up to Supercrosses every week. What's the problem? Why is that happening?
Right.
You know, like that shouldn't even be in question. And you go to the practice track every day in and day out. And you want to make a living at riding Supercross.
Yeah.
But a 41-year-old with long gray hair is beating you. You know? And Billy's really good, you know?
Yeah.
Like I get that. I just have the problem like that those odds don't make sense.
Yeah.
You know?
It's not like when Trevor raced, he was still working at Maxima. He had a job, and he would race Supercross on the West Coast and try to get practice in when he could. You would have a dream of, you were trying the best you could. But there's guys who go to facilities
that spend a lot of money year round.
Yeah,
that spend a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a whole nother rant. But at some point, you got to know like when it's time to move on, right? Like, I was very comfortable in like coming back to race. I mean, I didn't ride a bike for like 3 years when I quit racing. And a year and a half later, I made the main event at Phoenix in the second round. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And my whole thing was like, as long as I'm getting better, and I thought that I wasn't going to retire from racing, but I could get to the level of like at that time, like a club team or something like that,
Wageman,
right?
somebody like
yeah,
Wageman,
I mean, I had two-digit number, like, you know, but I was very comfortable with like when I'm not progressing or if I'm starting to go the opposite direction, like the risk, everything involved in it, at some point it's like, okay, you just gotta, it's time to walk away from it, right? And I was perfectly comfortable with that, and like, I don't know, it's hard watching now, like there's still guys that like were racing when I was even racing, and it's like they're unfortunately they're getting worse, right? Like it's not getting better. And like
at some point you got to have this conversation.
You know, how were you struggled in the whoops then, and we're like 9 years down the road, and you're worse in the whoops, or you still haven't fit like. Do you still go to the practice track and go around the whoops every single day? Like I don't know. It's just it's bizarre to me. Like are
they doing it for
clout?
Yeah, are they doing it for
I
fame?
think that's a lot of it. And like I'm not trying to knock somebody's dream of like, oh, I want to go qualify and do it.
Yeah.
Awesome. But like at the same time, I think you need to be, you know,
Yeah.
be okay with saying that's what you do. Don't act like you're in this to for the wrong reasons, I guess, you know. So
and when a 41-year-old long gray-haired man.
Yeah.
And that's no disrespect to Billy,
No,
right?
no, like I'm praising Billy
Right.
just because, like, dude, like I think that's badass.
Yeah.
But everybody else behind him, it's like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. What I don't understand is it's expensive. You got to pay $250 to enter, and your gas and hotel.
They're in the hole.
You're losing money.
You're losing money.
You're losing money.
You're losing money
by just making a night show and going way back. Like
because you go to Hemet to practice, it's what, $65.
Yeah,
you go to Paula's, I think maybe $100 to ride.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
You do that twice a week, plus your entries, plus fuel, plus whatever you pay for tires because they probably don't get tires for free.
Now
it's
you're going backwards.
You're
man.
you're going backwards. And I don't know. I just see Billy doing it, and I don't know.
Right.
It's wild to me.
All right, the next one you have, you're in the press box.
I was in the press box at A2. Were you here when I was talking about this? I walk into the press box.
I don't like this rant, by the way, but we'll get into this.
Because Sean Brennan gave me a media pass with press box. I get track walk. It's actually really nice. I'm stoked. So I walk into the press box, and I look down the line. They're all sitting there, all the media guys. They got their fucking laptops up, and they're all like, yeah. And I'm looking at these guys. I'm like, those fucking guys who can't even hardly walk and chew gum at the same time.
See, I told you I wouldn't like this rant.
Are talking shit from us from up here. And it's raining, sprinkling. Everyone's got fucking umbrellas. And there's like, Cooper this. This here.
Cooper this.
You know, he's jumping the whoops. I don't understand. He's jumped them all day. I don't understand why he's not skimming them. And I'm like, I read these tweets, and then I look down there in the chairs, and I'm like,
I don't know, man. We're trying the best we can. Someone's got to report the sport. If no one showed up If no one showed up, you don't have a ride. Because no one.
What do you mean I don't have a ride?
You don't have a ride.
Why don't I have a ride? Because you don't show up.
Because no one. Well, if you just had spectators.
It's just like Reno. If you didn't show up, Reno still goes on.
No, but there's still video and media covering the race. I mean, there's still TV.
Yeah, okay, TV people.
So, okay, well, the TV people are talking. Like Galdi and Thompson are talking about the racers.
Galdi was a professional Canadian motocross racer. He's won Canadian
I was
national.
a professional Canadian motocross racer.
Oh, we're going to ask Galdi this.
I mean, I wasn't as good as Galdi. I was not as good as Galdi.
But I
got top 15 at a Canadian national.
It was Steve, Lewis, Kellen, Darkside.
Listen, you need us. You need us on that wall.
And I just had like this vision of like, fuck me, something's wrong here.
All right, that's a wrap, everybody. We're done with Phil Nicoletti on the show.
No, we got time.
Oh my God.
You can keep it going.
Yeah, I just.
No, I mean, look.
I just thought it was. I just thought it was
okay.
funny.
Yeah, fair.
I'm a shitty media guy, no doubt about it.
And when you race the World Vets, and we put up our laptops,
yeah, it's like
and you saw dark in my laptop, and you were like, yeah.
And they're like, oh, the track is so fucking gnarly and this and that. And I'm like, that's every weekend at a national, though. While you guys are up there in your AC, covered from the fucking rain, Yeah.
Okay. Can I was a mechanic for a long time.
We always revert back to, I was a mechanic for a long time. I get it.
I have some credentials. Was I the greatest mechanic? No. Stop that. Someone stop that.
It's a good drop.
Are you kidding me?
So, yeah. All right. So, take the shots at the media.
I'm not.
Yep. Take the
I
shots.
guess that was a shot, but it's just kind of funny.
I guess that was a shot.
Did you ever see the video of Weege? I got to show you it.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll show the video.
Yeah, we'll see it.
Yeah.
So,
but Phil, what you don't understand is we have a passion for the sport. We have a passion for it.
Yeah. So do people that ride dirt bikes.
Race Tech Rant, the media, Phil Nicoletti. Well, thank God you're in it now.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you think this year's the track building, track layout, tracks in general has been discussed out of all the years that we have? Or do you think in prior years?
Here's Weege.
Oh, boy.
That's Weege crashing. Yeah, and I just got him.
That's our guy in the booth.
That's our
talking with the guy that just did has a documentary.
I just got a member from a note of the. I just got a note from a member of the media that he just throat slit gestured Phil through the screen. So you've now angered them. So you've angered everyone behind Billy Lanovich tonight, and now you've angered the media.
No.
Yep.
Well, the stuff behind Billy is a little bit valid, but the media stuff is for sure valid when you put up the lap times from the Vet Nationals. So,
all right, back to the tracks.
Yeah, I've thought about this a lot over just basically this year because I feel like the track conversation is more prominent than maybe ever. Just on good track, bad track, like. I'll stick up for the Dirtworks guys because I feel like they have the worst job, I think, in Supercross.
Tracks are good this year.
You'll never make everybody happy.
Yeah.
Someone's always going to hate it. Someone's always going to love it. But I feel like in the past it was always there was less of like the chatter about the track. People just showed up and
there you go, Phil,
and raced, right? So we were talking earlier about like risk versus reward on some of these big jumps that end up in these tracks and the discussions on having to do them, not having to do them. And I guess when I look at some of the guys, like if I use Eli, for example, or things like that, when we talk about different tracks that allowed opportunities to make up time and things like that, I could revert back to longer whip sections or multiple whip sections or going back to even like Dragon's Backs and things like that, where those were opportunities where there wasn't necessarily as much risk involved as doing an 85-foot triple every single lap to be competitive, but you had the opportunity to, I guess, make up time or be more efficient in sections that were, I guess, a little bit more comfortable for those guys that race at a high level. I don't know. I don't I guess I'm just getting to the point of like the track guys have the worst job.
Yeah, they do.
My opinion. It's never we're never going to make everybody happy, but how do I don't know. I guess I'm not riding the tracks now, but I feel like when I was riding there, and maybe I just wasn't around it enough, but there wasn't conversations like it seems like there is now, where there's multiple guys and change this, or even as many changes that they do make now, where they would take stuff out and things like that. But
you're right about the tracks for sure, but the 4-strokes have made it worse.
Yeah, I agree.
Phil's rant was almost going to be about watching the tracks on the RC dock and how good they looked, but some of that, I think, is 2-stroke versus 4-strokes.
True.
But they did look like they had more dirt back then. 100%. The obstacles looked taller, bigger, tabletops, everything. So I will give you that for sure, Trevor. I just don't want to show up, and I would tell the track guys this, and I have. I don't want to show up at a stadium, and you go, well, 3 on, off 2, turn 3, turn, like. And these guys got it down within 2 laps of the very first practice. Like, I know the Glendale thing was a little rough, and I don't think we should be breaking bikes.
Yeah.
That's a little much. But there's got to be an in-between there where they show some imagination each week.
Yeah.
And I don't feel like in years past there's always been imagination there.
Yeah.
Like, Phil, would you agree? Like, just – like –
yeah, like when I watch on the tracks on the dock, it's just they seem bigger, they seemed wider. The berms look twice as big. Like, you could go 3 wide in a corner. I just think everything with us now, like, it's the same Angel Stadium.
Yeah.
Why does Angel Stadium look so much smaller now?
I think the dirt, I don't think Houston used to have a massive tabletop and a Houston thing every time. A C.E. Altman jump.
Lap times were the same, right? Somewhat the same.
Yeah, I felt like the same.
Yeah, like I don't know, the options of the tracks and stuff just looked.
But then again, with 450 4-strokes and EFI, maybe some of those tracks on the dock, instead of going 2 on, off, and 3.
Yeah, they're going 3 quad out.
3 quad out.
Yeah, but
450 4-stroke.
But so well, this year we've seen quads and things like that, and so far it's gone fairly well for everybody to jump them. And but like, I don't know, for you, like, would you rather hit a Dragon's Back or would you rather have to jump a quad?
Dragon's Back
all day long, right? And so I think the guys like it's like a safety thing. Like, we remove an obstacle like that because we feel it's dangerous. Well, it's dangerous for, if we're being honest, the privateer level guy or somebody that doesn't typically ride that or even practice that. And then the quad, they're never going to do the quad. But with the quad, now we have 5 or 6 guys in the 450 class that have to take a massive risk or are forced to jump something that maybe they wouldn't jump if there was other areas on the track, I guess, where you would be able to make up time, like a Dragon's Back or a longer set of whoops or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the answer is. But
it's hard. No, it goes back to what you're saying. It's one of the hardest jobs.
Totally.
Of the circuit, for sure.
Totally.
All right, we got the video of Weege. This is an off-road launch, or what is this? Some sort of
I think maybe a Yamaha.
A Yamaha off-road launch, and this is our guy Weege.
Does it need audio? Do I need to plug in audio?
No, it doesn't need audio. Okay. Just here's Weege in action. Phil dies every time he watches this clip. This is
peak Weege right now. This is him trying hard.
Yeah, coming down in the turn. Phil loves that video.
Can we do it again one more time?
Can you put the laugh in there when you do it? The laugh drop right there at the end.
If there's a group text that we're in with Weege, and racing starts coming up, Phil will just drop this video
that in there.
into the text with no context. He will just, if Weege is like, well, I don't know, Phil will just drop this video in, and then walk away, and yeah, here we go.
Going so fast.
He's shredding, dude.
But that's like
Dark
Side coming down Mount St. Helen.
Yeah.
Like, they just think they're fucking ripping.
Well, I was making a comment about in Glen Helen, and I said I was wide open, and you started fucking dying. So, yeah.
Yeah. So far. Even going up Mount St. Helen. No, you said you were wide open going up the hill.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, there's no chance you're fucking close to being wide open going up the hill.
All right, fair enough.
No chance.
By the way, thanks to the folks at FCP, Factory Chassis Parts, offers works-level chassis parts. PulpMX-25 is the code. PulpMX-25 chassis. PulpMX 25-chassis. Damn it. PulpMX 25-chassis is the code to save. FCP race cups changes the angle of your head tube and forks. Adjust your rake angle as well. They got the motor mounts, of course. FCP, check it out. Thank you to those guys. Factory chassis parts. They are looking for dealers as well. So hit them up. FCP. A lot of teams use these products, race cups and the motor mounts, and they're looking for dealers. So thanks to those guys as well. Renegade Race Fuels. I'll be at the AIM show for Renegade this week. PulpMX 25 is the code to save. Racers that win, pour it in. Supercross Mini 50 is our latest addition to the championship-winning power sports lineup. Ethanol-free fuel, high-performance unleaded gas, and RenegadeRaceFuels.com. PulpMX 25, they deliver right to your door. Thank you to the folks at Renegade for coming on board. And speaking of that, Maxima, Trevor, how's everything at Maxima USA? Good?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys enjoying it?
Yeah.
Business good? Yeah.
Business been good. We've been pretty fortunate through the last few years. So.
Did you pick up any new teams this year at all? Obviously, you got Monster Energy Kawasaki, you got Factory Cowie guys.
Yeah, we've had the SLR team for the last handful of years, so kind of started originally with them like they were doing pretty much just Baja and some of the off-road stuff, and then that's kind of transitioned into some of the amateur stuff, and now Parker Ross and Billy and those guys riding on Supercross.
Speaking of Billy.
Yeah, speaking
Parker
of Billy.
Ross is pretty solid, man.
Yeah, that's
really
my guy.
Good. Is it? Yeah. You know him well?
I mean, just been around him because he's been around that team for a few years, and just super nice kid and talented, works hard. He's doing what he needs to do, right? He gets good starts. He's in the mix. He needs to just keep doing the laps and be there. And just nice kid. I'm a fan of Parker's.
Yeah, people told me like Parker Ross, Liam Olaf, and Avery Long are really good riders that don't have a lot of support right now. Obviously, Avery got the EEO ride. Yeah. Liam got picked up by SLR.
Yeah, he's at SLR too for futures. Yeah,
they kind of got a raw deal a little bit in the amateurs. Those three kids.
That Parker Ross kid, Anaheim 2, good start, but he ran 4th or 3rd for a long, long time. And with those whoops too, and the 3.3 quad, he hit his marks for a long, long time, and that's impressive for a young kid like that. I watch it, and he looks comfortable.
Yeah.
Very neutral on the bike, and I was impressed.
Yeah.
But I mean, still with Cowie and PC. I mean, that's been long standing and awesome relationship with everybody over there, and we have Ryan Clark's team again this year. Solitaire guys. Yeah, we worked with them in the past, and then they'd come back over this year. So, a good mix. Yeah. We're so rooted in green, right? We always like to try and branch out a little bit and have some other stuff going on, and but we have great partners.
I didn't know Maxima was so big. He said 75 employees.
You really? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I knew it's been around for a long, long time, but I didn't know it was that big.
Yeah, right. We were chatting up here earlier, and just most people, they know about it or use it, but any opportunity people have to come down or stop by, I'm always make sure you do, so you can see the facility, see what we do. There's a lot of history in that building, and
the Dogger.
Yeah. I mean, we do a lot with the resources that we currently have, and we do a lot of things that are very unique to our brand, and some things that kind of separate us and have continued to make us, the #1 aftermarket brand in power sports. So
putting you on the spot here, but what's the #1 country for distribution for you?
The U.S. Yeah.
No, besides U.S. obviously.
Europe. Right now, probably Latin America.
Latin. Yeah. Scooters and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we do a lot of business. We do a lot of business in Canada too.
That's what I'm talking about.
I mean. So, but Latin America, definitely some stuff in Asia, and then Europe is more recent for us. I mean, we have distribution facility there and things like that now, so we've kind of built an infrastructure and to be able to support those markets, but it's still somewhat new for us in Europe. So
nice.
Dude, screw the Canadians.
And how's the mountain bike stuff coming?
It's good.
Yeah,
it's good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's we had our largest year last year as far as just. If we looked at sales from the bike category in the U.S., so it was a strong year for us in a market that's pretty challenging. The bicycle market's still kind of difficult to navigate for a lot of brands and things like that. So it's fun for us. We all are on the bicycle more than we are on the moto now. Everybody in the building rides on lunch or wants to participate at some level on a bicycle. So that part's been fun, and there's a lot of crossover, obviously, with moto to bike, and so just kind of leaning on that and focusing on our backyard. We want to be involved in local grassroots stuff and obviously racing, but finding ways to talk to you're the guys we see out on the trails today. So it's been fun.
Nice. Pulp 20 code to save with Maxima and Pro Filter as well. Pro Filter's growing, right?
Yeah.
Last time I talked to you about that, you said it's doing well.
Yeah. It's still kind of in like a niche kind of market with that ready-to-use filter. I mean, at that price point at $12.99, I mean, it's tough to beat. You know, things ready to go, no extra, nothing. So
I think JGR back in the day we used Pro Filter.
Yeah, you guys did. Yeah.
And back then I was like trying to save every penny I could in 2014 and 15. I was my own mechanic.
Yep.
Dude, that was awesome. Chuck it, put another one. Obviously, I didn't have to buy it, but I'm like, thank God.
No oiling, no cleaning. Right? I know, right? Yeah.
They're super good.
Awesome. Great.
No, it's awesome for sure. Pulp 20's code to save with Pro Filter as well, and Maxima as always. Love those guys, and you've been supporting our show for a long time, so thanks for that.
Yeah, we enjoy it.
Yeah. Troll training as well. John Wessling working with Jason Anderson and Troll Train, of course, killing it. Is Alex he's just running every day? What's Alex do? Just runs?
Hustling. He does the whole, he does run every day, but he does a lot of work on the back end with Troll Training and managing all the athletes that they have and
we
stuff.
got Will Hahn now on there too, so it's cool.
Yeah.
Trolltraining.com. Check them out, everybody. Tell them you listen to Pulp to get some information on it. Whether you're a vet guy, GNCC, amateur kid, whatever. Trolltraining.com. Thank you to those guys. All right, motorsport.com. Tweet at Tits.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
Tits.
Motorsport.com, driven to ride, those guys are, and they do a great job. Of course, they sell Maxima as well, Pro Filter. Use the code, no code for them. Use the banner on PulpMX.com to save with Motorsport OEM and aftermarket parts. Dedicated team of gearheads there helping you out. They got promotions each and every month, I believe. Thank you to the guys at Motorsport.com for all they do. These questions are submitted at PulpMX Show on the Twitter, and for myself, Phil, and Trevor.
First one is from David Garbers. Devil's Advocate, do you think if Supercross dropped 250 racing, it would make the sport more appealing to the mainstream? F1 doesn't make us watch F2. The field would be more competitive, shorter show, and more time with the stars on the TV.
No, I don't. I mean, it does drive me crazy, and it has driven me crazy for years, that the best thing in our sport to do, not the best thing, because the best thing would be Chase Sexton or Jet Lawrence. The second best thing to do in our sport is be a good 250 rider and get hurt. Because you can stay in that class forever. You can make $300,000. You can get rides every year. Because our sport, like if you just watch our sport, you would know what's the difference between Jet Lawrence and, again, Seth Hammaker. They're racing. They're on the podium. They're getting TV coverage. We know the difference, and we know how much gnarlier the 450 class is, absolutely. But the 250 guys are basically treated like Dylan Ferrandis was whatever he was this weekend. He is so gnarly, and he's a past 250 champion. And pick a 250 support rider that gets on the podium or wins a heat race, they're looked upon as better than Dylan Ferrandis. Because they're getting more publicity, they're getting more interviews, they're getting more TV time. They're all of that because we don't differentiate on the broadcast, the difference. And so the best thing you can do is get on TV and be fast, but then get injured because you'll keep getting these contracts. Because what if he pulls, quote unquote, what if he holds it all together, and Dylan Ferrandis or Justin Bogle in the past are just gone because they're not on the podium 450s. It's a problem in our sport. Mm-hmm. And it's because we make the 250 class, there's no reward. If you're a team or a sponsor or whatever, why would you want to move up? It's great. So, and on top of that, we give these jerk-offs full national points. Full points. 25 points to win a 250 class is equal to 25 points in the 450 class when us three know the difference. It's insane.
Yeah, my 8th place in 250 main event should not. I'm racing.
Yeah.
Should not equal 8th place in a 450 main event.
No.
They're not the same.
We have no incentive for 250 guys to move up. It is. I mean, obviously the money's better, but when you're making 300 as a 250 guy, it ain't that much better. Jet, Chase, Eli, those guys are Coop. They're crushing it, but What's a second spot of a 450 team worth, Phil? Five?
Yeah.
Plus gear?
Yeah, plus gear.
Yeah.
But if you're a good 250 guy, you can make 300. But a lot of these 250 guys now have their own gear deals. You know?
They do?
Yeah.
Deegs, but...
Deegs,
Oh,
Juju,
Joe.
Hymus, Joe.
Sure, true, right.
Yeah,
I
like,
didn't think about it. Right, the Mitch.
RJ does now.
Yeah.
7, 8 of them have their own gear
Good point.
deals.
More guys than ever, right, yeah.
So they're probably at 600, 700,000 when you add in drink deals and everything like that.
And they race half a season.
Half the season. Main events are 7, 8 laps less.
Mm-hmm. It's fantastic. And then you get all the...
That's why ask Jordon, like, hey, you win the title. You want to move to 450.
Yeah.
That's great, but I'm saying fuck off. I ain't riding 450.
Yeah.
That number 1 plate comes with a lot of value.
I cannot believe
Use that.
they give 250 Supercross riders full national points against half the competition, and they get permanent numbers. I cannot believe all of that.
Well, who makes that decision?
The teams tell the AMA to do it, and the AMA goes, okay.
Dude.
You know, we at Pro Circuit and we at Geico Honda back in the day, it would look better for us if we got the same points and we got lower numbers because the fans think. But, like, it ain't the same work, man. It's not the same work. It's like Tits over there. He does half the work of Travis, maybe 25%.
I was going to say probably more like 10%.
Yeah. They're not equal, those two jobs over there.
And you make more money, Tits. That's solid.
Yeah, I do.
Well, they've...
Ouch. But
don't you think they've where the sport is now? I mean, it's we've kind of normalized that the 250 guy being just as marketable as, let's say, the 450 guy. You know, like if I think back, if you think back 10 years ago, right? It was heavily focused on the 450 guy, where now we have.
When was it? I don't feel like it was ever heavily.
I would say
$700K a year.
I would say outside looking in, like if you went and looked in a magazine or if you went and followed somewhere here, I don't think it was as prominent as it is now with the 250 guy.
I feel like.
I mean, who's the number one guy in Thor right now?
In Thor, Deeks.
Right,
yeah.
250 guy.
Yeah.
Where if I go back 10 years, I don't think there's a 250 guy that's as popular in a specific gear as somebody in a 450 class. But now we put 250 guys in opening ceremonies.
Oh, no, they get everything. Hey, go ahead.
And to me,
take it all. Take the points. Take the money.
To me, that's like
there. That's why they need to fuck the coasts. Make it all a regular class.
That's kind of sacred, right? Like
it should all be one now.
450s opening ceremonies. To me, anyway.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
like,
with you.
You know what I mean?
I couldn't believe it when the first year they brought out like Max Volan and Deegs and stuff. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. So just bring out top 10 there and top 10 in 450s.
There's no reward for like crushing it in 250s and being a 450 guy.
Yeah.
Like ask Joey or Bogle or Dylan Ferrandis.
Yeah, I know.
Like, dude, like they're nowhere on the broadcasts. Nowhere. And they're awesome riders.
So, okay. Ask Bogle, ask Ferrandis. Well, not even Shane and Savachi because they didn't win any titles. Would they sacrifice their title to stay in the 250 class?
I think they would. I bet you they would.
That's an honest
Marty
question.
Davalos.
I would love to actually ask him. Be like, hey, if you could,
yeah,
would you? I bet you they say, yeah, championship was $500,000. I probably could have made that in the salary the following year, and probably after that, for not milked it for whatever.
The best thing in our sport, besides being Chase and Jet, which in those dudes, the best thing is to be a top 250 guy that gets hurt. It's the best thing, and that shouldn't be. It shouldn't be that way. It should be. It should be get the fuck out of here and get the 450s, and that's where you become a star, and that's where you make tons of money.
It's funny because you think back 10 years, you don't even know who won East or West 250 class.
That's what I mean.
No, you don't. You don't even know. And I got heat for that a few times on the shows because I'm like, look, that doesn't really mean anything. Winning a regional championship doesn't really mean anything.
Now that I'm retired and Trevor's not racing, make it all one.
Now that you guys are retired.
I don't give a fuck. Make it all one.
Yeah. I think make two classes and you can go down. If Barsha has a shitty 450 season and a 250 team wants to pay him, go on down. And just find your water. Find the level of what class you belong in. Go ahead, because it's the same now.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. All right. Tits like fun.
From Mac McGuire, now that Phil is retired, has anyone stepped up to be the mayor of the starting gate?
No.
Yelling at kids.
Oh, who should? I don't know.
Cool.
An old guy.
You know what's funny is Eli. I've talked to so many racers, like good racers, and who are like, dude, I've never talked to that guy in my life. Like, he fucking scares me.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, he's just like all of us, right, or whatever. But like, he's just still. Eli has that aura because he's not super friendly. Nice guy, but I'm surprised. I hear racers be like, dude, I've never talked to that guy ever. I'm like, what?
Really?
Like, you know?
I mean, I did. Yeah. I mean, short and sweet, but engage with him. He's okay.
Yeah, of course. It's funny that way.
From Alex Heckman for you, Trevor. I'm not asking what teams, but how many teams in the paddocks are using Maxima while being sponsored by other companies?
I wouldn't say I wouldn't say all products, right? But specific products, about comfortably probably 75 to 80% of the teams in the pits use some form of a product from Maxima.
And do they all buy them, or do you hook some up guys up?
If our logo's not on the bike,
you buy them.
They buy.
Okay.
It.
Yeah. They have the old duct tape around the can.
That's a big, like, a huge thing for our brand. Like, if we're involved, we are absolutely the fluids, and we are absolutely involved. We're not the write a check and here, and disappear type thing. It's just not our style. So yeah.
I remember when I was a privateer for Nick, we used Maxima at Moto Triple X, and he was going through clutches, and Danny made like 3 different blends of oil for us. Try this. Like, it was like mid-season. I'm like, hey, Danny, what the fuck? Nick's gonna fire me. He keeps burning his clutches, and I don't know. And Danny's like, here.
And we still do the same thing today.
Try these 3 oils. They're different. None of them worked, by the way, but try them. It's cool.
We've narrowed it down a lot more from that to where we have a product that's in the catalog that we sell to the consumer that we're comfortable recommending to somebody that's having an issue. Or so we have different products for different types of riders depending on certain things like that. But I mean, we have products like brake fluid's a very popular product that we sell to some teams. Suspension clean is become very popular over the last 3 and 4 years in bulk quantities, so in the shops and stuff like that. So we have a ton of teams we do stuff kind of behind the scenes with, so it's pretty cool.
From Austin Wheeler, Steve, as a media guy, how do you watch and get as much information possible from the races? I feel like I can only pick one guy to watch and hope he does something cool.
No, I don't know. I mean, like Phil said, we're up there, we're eagle-eyed, we're attentive, we're smart. Phil knows. Well, I rewatched the race, right? Although I haven't watched Glendale back yet. We've fucking been slammed. I rewatched the race at some point, usually just while I'm typing or whatever. I'm not fully, and I was to go at the race. And then, your group texts are full of information with what happened or whatever going on, So, yeah, I feel like, I don't know, and then just years of being at the races where you can, like, it's almost like you see a section on the track that
you start knowing what to look for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see a section on the track that everybody's clearing.
Yeah.
And it's no problem.
Yeah.
So you don't even I'm watching Coop. He's coming to that section. Let me watch Anderson over here. Coop's out of that section. Okay, back to Coop. Or here's that guy catching that guy. You just kind of know, right, Phil? I mean, you agree? You just kind of know what to watch for.
Yeah, I don't know if I could type and watch though.
It's tough. Yeah.
That would be.
I'm not. I still have to look down. I'm not.
Yeah.
I think Kellen is. Kellen's really good. He
He's
just
okay with
knows
that.
all the keys are. But I got to look down. So
yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah,
I could be locked in.
Yeah. From Josh, Phil, if you have to pass Barsha or Anderson in order to get on the box, who would you rather have to pass?
Well, I don't know. I feel like I owe them both one. Just from throughout my career. I don't know. I would have to say Bam, because Bam's hit me more than Jason has.
Well, I think the question is more not so much personal stuff, but just as a racer, which one is
who are you
sketchier?
Less worried about?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm worried about both of them because I think they're both fucking assassins.
Okay, so there's no difference between them? Okay.
Yeah. I would say Bam.
Bam.
Yeah.
Trevor, did you have a guy that you were just like, oh, fuck this guy?
No, not really.
For instance, Bam hit me this year at High Point. fucking smashed me.
Uh-huh.
And like but lining up for the second moto, I was so fucking mad. I went over to the semi in between motos, and I'm like looking for him. Like, dude, what the fuck, you know? So, but he says he didn't mean it. He crossed-rode or whatever. But I heard his bike wide open for 3 seconds prior to that as it just fucking smashed me. You know. So he's like, I didn't mean it.
He's like,
yeah, sorry, dude.
Yeah.
And I waited for him down there in staging before second moto, and I'm like, dude. And like the gas guys, Frankie, Ollie, mechanics are like standing there waiting because I was not happy, but it's Bam.
It's Bam.
It's Bam.
The best part is after he does, he's like, it's just good racing.
Yeah.
So he always is like, it's just good racing, man. You're like, not really, man. My fucking tip and fibber broke.
Yeah.
Not that great. Not that great. But hey, by the way, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. TLD's territory sales rep in Southern California, full-time job. Salary range fills 65 to 120. Right?
Well, a couple of guys behind Billy can apply.
At Troy Designs, they've been inspiring the racing community for over 40 years. Territory rep, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Go to that website, look at the job for TLD. Motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week. Upload your resume for free today. And it's a TLD territory rep. All right, sorry, Tits.
It's okay.
All right.
From okay back there, Webb said he doesn't want to talk about his preseason injury because he doesn't want to get a paid deduction from sponsors. What kind of sponsor deal would be in place so he loses money even though he's made it to all the races?
I meant to ask Coop this tonight. He said this in the press conference. What's he talking? He's just joking, right? I don't know.
Wait, say that again.
He said in the press conference that he doesn't want to talk about his preseason injury in December because he's worried about getting doc pay. I think it was just a joke. It was an attempt at a joke. I don't really know.
He said that in the
press.
He actually said
it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Why would he get docked?
What do you mean? Why
he made
would
it to all the
get
races.
Yeah.
Made it to all what races?
He said he didn't want to talk about the crash in December because he doesn't want to get docked in pay. But what would he get docked in pay for?
I'm not saying nothing.
What?
But it doesn't make any sense.
He went to all the races.
He didn't practice for.
He
didn't
has
practice
injury
for 2
clauses
weeks.
in his things. If he gets injured, he won't get paid.
He didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't practice for 2 weeks or whatever, 3 weeks, whatever it was.
Yeah. There's certain other things prior to that lead up to him saying that.
Certain things that lead up to that.
Yeah. So okay. There's a practice crash, but there's another crash before that people think stemmed from that, and then it like all rolls over.
But he didn't. He showed up at A1.
Exactly.
So how's he going to get docked?
Well, he's not anymore.
He's already at the races at this point. Like it doesn't
know,
matter
man.
what.
But this is why he didn't want to talk about the injury, just in case he didn't show up at A1
when it first happened.
But he just said this weekend.
It was just this weekend. He still doesn't want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, man.
But he said he doesn't want to talk about it because of an injury clause.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
I don't know how injury clauses work.
I don't know either. Let's move on.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know if anybody's understanding this. I think Coop was joking about something, and I don't really know what he was joking about. I don't know.
Phil's adamant he doesn't want to talk about it.
I heard through the grapevine that he was super pissed because Davies crashed in front of him, and he hit Davies and went down, and he was super pissed that a 250 guy, I don't know, like he wasn't happy about the circumstances of the crash that caused him to crash, but I don't know. But he's off the bike more than we thought. I mean, not no more than Phil thought. Phil knew, but we thought, general public.
Yes, which hurt a pre-existing injury. Well, not a pre-existing injury, but an injury that was fixed.
Okay.
You know?
The thumb.
The thumb, yes.
And?
You have to explain. I'm going to drive you to the airport. Can you tell me?
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
Okay. From Lano for president, Steve. Can we get Lano a wild card spot on the Pulp race?
He should be in the Pulp race.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we should, right? I put some 250 guys in there usually every year. So.
Yeah, I think Lano should go in.
All right. Lano's cool.
Yeah.
Dude, he can still whip.
Oh, I know.
Anaheim 1 press day? Dude, flat.
I don't know. If you go back and watch the LCQ.
Phil doesn't want to get doctor's pay.
Lano seat bounces everything.
Mm-hmm.
he doesn't stand in any transitions. He literally sits in
I don't
it. He
even
might be
notice
the
it,
third greatest seat bouncer I've ever seen in my life.
Who's the top two?
Barsha and Jimmy D.
Okay. Jimmy D was
Jimmy D's an unreal seat bouncer. He'll seat bounce anything. Lano's third.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trevor, how's your seat bouncing skills?
I mean, yeah, good.
Okay.
Comfortable.
Comfortable.
Didn't bother me.
Right.
Yeah.
Mine are not good.
From Tony Hammer, Phil, what was your favorite D3 track?
District 3. Let's go Frozen Ocean.
Okay. From Brian Noah, Trevor, with the recent rule of limiting forward-facing sonar at the pro level,
fishing.
Do you think the results will change?
What? Is this fishing?
Yeah.
No,
fishing.
we're no fishing.
No, we
fishing.
always do fishing when I come on. It's just part of the deal.
Unbelievable.
No,
Just
I don't.
say yay or nay.
No.
No, you don't like it?
Oh, do I think that they will change? No, they will not change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Malcolm was telling
the
me
results will not change. The same guys that caught them before will catch them again.
Malcolm told me, I don't know how it came up in Paris, but he was telling me about these fucking fishing rods that are $1,500 a piece.
Yeah, saltwater rods.
And I'm like, what? And he had like a bunch of them, and I'm like, what is the difference? And then, dude, he got into it, and I was like, I gotta go.
You big fishing guy?
Oh,
Yeah.
huge. Oh,
You got any FXR stuff, or you got your own?
I don't have FXR stuff, but I do think it's.
Does Fly make fishing stuff?
No, we stay out of like
Interesting.
non-sports. We
It's
stay
bad.
out. We
It's a
stay out of
huge
things.
market. Huge
But
market.
I do see the stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, everywhere.
I
Missing
do.
the boat, dude.
Yeah.
Flies missing the boat.
Yeah. I mean, they're way
Literally.
behind FXR now. I mean, they'll never catch up. But
Literally, this, I mean the boat. Get it? Missing
Yeah.
the boat.
Yeah.
The fishing boat. We don't want to be associated with the kooks out there at 5 a.m. with their little radar and everything else at Fly. We don't want to do that. Hey, I'm going to try to catch a fish. Oh, look, there's one right there. Oh, cool, man. That was tough.
let me put my bobber out
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, that was super tough. Oh, wow. What a day of fishing.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
I mean,
Easy as that.
I mean, right?
I agree. I'm not a fisherman. I'm out on it too, but
Well, that's,
The only thing I could think about that would be all right is that, like, I do think in these tough times that we're in, getting out on like a smooth glass lake by yourself, birds tweeting in the background, on the water, would be relaxing.
If you go out early enough, you could take Pookie. You can go look at the moon.
Yep.
And then you can also watch the sun come
Yeah,
up.
there we go.
you go.
She would like that. Yeah, she would like that.
She would like that.
Right.
All right, from Pulpin Callers, hypothetical for everyone to discuss. If Jet was out the rest of the year, would you give Prado legitimate championship hype for outdoors this summer?
Yeah, I mean, now I don't know because of the injury. I think he's got it anyways.
Well, now it's fair game.
Yeah, I guess.
They're both labrum and a knee.
Right. But, I mean, I think Prado will be on the podium a whole bunch outdoors.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to struggle to learn the tracks like all the Euros do because there's shorter practice sessions, right? But he'll be all right.
I mean, at this, yeah, it'll be okay. But it'll be hard to be as fit as Chase.
Yeah.
Like it'd be tough.
you want to bet something on Prado?
Okay.
How many podiums do you think outdoors?
I cannot bet yet because I don't know the status of his surgery and how
Okay.
prepared he would be.
Okay.
So I don't know, but we can revisit it.
Yeah, we should.
I mean, I would say healthy 10 out of 24, 22, 8 out of 22. I forgot about being 22 now. 8 podiums? Is that crazy?
We'll revisit it.
Okay.
I want
Is that crazy,
I
Todd?
want under.
Okay. You want under?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll revisit it.
Okay.
Let's
Okay. From Ryder Pietro, Steve, how did you feel seeing Darkside walking into the press box, struggling to hold 3 plates of food and drinks for you and Lewis? Also, did you make fun of him for spilling soda on his shirt?
I didn't notice this. So I said, I'll buy Dark if you go to the concessions. Again, the media. We're very hungry up there. It's not easy watching the races.
Burning a lot of calories.
Hot
typing.
dogs and sodas
So-
and talking shit about you while you're out there.
So I said, I'll buy. And then typical Dark, Lewis orders a hot dog. I'm like, just get me some chicken strips and Coke. And Lewis gets a drink. And then he comes back. Lewis said, I don't need a drink. But Dark comes back with a drink for Lewis that's twice the size of this. And he's holding everything on like this. And he's got everything. And then he doesn't bring any straws except for himself. He's got a straw for his Coke. No straws for us. So he couldn't he get Lewis's order wrong, typical dark, and I was out $64.
Wow. I was gonna say that's a big. When he said, "Yeah, I'll get everyone's meal," I'm like, "Fuck, that's a pricey dinner."
Well, Lewis and dark. Yeah.
I would have made Lewis pay for himself.
Yeah. Well, he cool guyed you.
He did cool guy me.
Yep.
Only one in the press box
Yep.
didn't say hi.
Mhm.
I'm like, whatever, dude.
Yep.
Cool.
From Jimmy G for you, Phil, does the Triumph look good enough that you would consider racing their 250 on that team, assuming you weren't retired?
Yes.
That's a silly question, right? I feel like. Yeah.
Maybe I think about it now.
Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, if only a New York guy ran the team.
Yeah, but he's a prick.
Okay.
From Travis Longname, do you think we could ever see a Supercross or Super Motocross race in a soccer stadium? I feel like that could be great for one of the 3 playoff rounds.
I don't know, but how's St. Louis going to go? Leaving the stadium and everything out in the hallway or something.
Yeah, which hallways are going to go into? The one where we pit?
Yeah, the privateers pit. Yeah. No, not the hallway where the factory teams, but when you're walking to track walk.
Yeah.
That first thing there. Those
oh,
stands
that little
move.
one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
A soccer dome would be cool. Like,
what's the difference between a soccer dome and like a football stadium? I don't understand.
I think the floor is a lot bigger.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty sure like Marvel Stadium.
Yeah.
It's a huge floor.
Okay.
But
yeah, I don't know.
That would be cool for a.
I feel like the soccer weirdos probably have real grass, and they wouldn't want the dirt bike weirdos on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. From Cody Shields, for everyone, we've seen how good Jordan and the Triumph are doing in the West. What's the chances that Faulkner picks up where he left off and runs away with the East title?
I am not on this Faulkner train like a lot of people are. I mean, I wish him the well, all of that. He was off the bike for a long time. He's now on a bike that's not a Cowie. He's been hurt a lot. I don't see this Faulkner hype. He's got to stay healthy, and then he's coming off a long time off. I don't know. And I look at this class on the East, and I'm like, well, I think RJ's better. I think Vial's better. I think Pierce Brown's better. Max Anstey's better. Am I off on the Faulkner hype? Like, he's good. Don't get me wrong.
It's been quiet, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Phil's theory: if it's been quiet, you'll do good. That is Phil's theory.
Yeah.
But I don't know what is the flying at the test track.
Yeah.
Situation with him. I haven't heard anything.
Me neither.
So.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I think like if he's top 5, it's
yeah.
a win in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think
in the series for the whole series, hopefully.
Other than Joey, everyone that's went to Triumph has done pretty good at the moment. And Styles obviously had a bad run, but Swole did good on it. Jordan's doing good on it.
Jalik was good on it.
Yeah, Jalik was good on it. Like I feel like Faulkner will be okay on it.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm saying okay, but I feel like in my DMs or on Twitter or this guy here, there's like Faulkner win races and win the title talk, and I'm just out on that. Sorry. There's Faulkner will be good, and then there's win races in the championship. I mean, he can't stay healthy, and he just had a massive injury, like a big deal health issue, right? So, by the way, I got a text from my buddy Chris. Snapdragon is a soccer stadium, so
Snapdragon, and that's
MLS.
so small.
Yeah, they play MLS there, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. See.
So why is Marvel so big?
I don't know anything about
Because it's
Marvel.
a rugby one, maybe?
maybe. I don't know.
Huh. Interesting. Well, Snapdragon one sucks.
Brian Stone, don't let concerns about shifts in the market, Tits, disrupt your long-term financial goals. Edward Jones, financial advisor Brian Stone, can help you. Brian Stone's an old privateer racer back in the day. Made a bunch of main events. Give him a call, 816-761-4066. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
From J Marks, if Eli wins the title, does he come back next season?
I don't think so.
If he wins, he's out.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think you could see him do World maybe. Maybe the World guys throw him a bunch of money, but I don't think he's in for. I was surprised to see he's back for outdoors. You know? He wants to do that. That's fucking hard work, man. Good job for him, though.
But I think that's another thing. And he said it like, hey, the candle is, almost at the end. Might as well get it in while you can.
Yeah.
But I think if he wins, he's out.
From A. Heckman 292. This is the last one. Phil, why are all of these top tier athletes crying about a challenging track? They complain about no passing spots, but then also complain when there's tons of options and places to separate from other riders. Please explain.
He has a point. It does, riders are always, depending on how their night goes, depending on how things go. Like Sexton was like, this is a great track. Supercross, it's tough. He won.
Yeah, and if he would have got 8th, he would have said the place sucked.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
That's just us. Highs are high, lows are lows.
Yeah.
Coop probably thinks Glendale's the greatest place ever right now.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, it's sick.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of it is results driven.
That's old news, right?
Motorsport.com, tweet a Tits segment. Thank you to Motorsport guys. Go through the banner, help us out. Great prices. Dedicated team of gearheads there. Really appreciate it. Best interview tonight: Cooper Webb, Ricky, Jordon Smith, Sam Jones. Best interview, Phil.
Ricky.
Okay.
I like Coop's interview. Had some good jokes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, jabs at Phil.
Fuck Coop.
Yeah. Okay. Tits, best interview.
What?
Okay. Marks.
Ricky or Sam.
Okay. It's great to have Sam there. Good day of mountain biking. Don't forget the LCQ Challenge. Buy the tickets. Starling moved into the points lead. Top 17 go to the LCQ race in Denver. And we're giving away a YZ450. Also, speaking of FXR, they stepped up for a raffle prize in that LCQ entry as well. Fly did too. So Maxima's on board for that. Thank you to those companies and many more. Buy a raffle ticket, win a bike, win a YZ450, or some cool prizes. All the money goes to privateers. Go to PulpMX.com for that. We got a backpack to give away.
Yep.
Tits. Fourth caller, backpack.
Okay.
702-586-PULP. Fourth caller. Look at that thing. It's beautiful.
There you go. Hot off the press.
Ooh, Tits is probably going to grab that.
Hot off the press.
Fourth caller just came in. Peter Sundell.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So
One Pete
that's his.
Sundell.
Yeah. And then also, too, we're going to give away a foam cannon.
Yeah. This is came out end of last year for us, so something fun. Attaches to any 1/4-inch quick connect on a power washer. We make a biofoam solution for this too, so we'll send them one of those as well. It's a concentrate degreaser, safe on all surfaces. Load this thing up, spray it all over the whole bike, side by side, whatever it is.
Right.
It's a cool product, so we'll hook them up with one of those too.
Give me a number email for that.
14.
All right. Contest at PulpMX.com wins the Maxima USA foam cannon. And some wash, too.
Some wash,
yeah, as well. So email 14, contest at PulpMXShow.com, contest at PulpMX.com, sorry, and contest at PulpMX.com also for a chance to win Atlas boots as well. Check those things out as well. Thanks to the guys at Atlas Brace for stepping up for doing that. Trevor, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Good day.
Yeah,
mountain biking, documentary, Pulp Show. You're going to the AIM show then this week?
Yeah,
so
we'll be over there.
People want to see you, you can be there. We'll see you. I'll be dropping by Thursday, I think. So
I appreciate it.
If you want to go for another mountain bike ride, let me know.
Maybe.
Wednesday or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
Okay.
There's an e-bike out there for you.
Yeah.
I'll never surrender.
Stay strong, man. Philip, as always, it's good to have you here.
It's a pleasure.
Thanks for coming in. We're going to try to get you in once a month. We're looking forward to the next show. You haven't given me a date yet, but
yeah,
we'll figure it out.
Yeah,
we'll get you in here. I know you love
beginning of March.
Beginning of March. Okay, sounds good. What's your next thing you're doing? What's the next?
I want some time. It's only been a month and a half. Like I feel like I was just in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't know. I haven't even really.
Yeah, you've been on the move, right?
Yeah. Like it's been nonstop. So.
Right.
You know.
And no desire to ride, like right now. Like you're fine, like right now.
Oh yeah.
You do?
I'm itching a little bit,
okay.
but I'm okay. Like I know I don't need to ride.
If you want to ride, you have no bike. Could you go to club and ride something and just
I'm
ride?
sure I could call Brandon,
yeah.
but no,
okay.
I'm okay because I have no suspension or anything like that.
Yeah.
I don't like using other people's stuff.
Right.
It just, I'm fine for right now.
All right.
I'm okay till March.
Okay. So, all right. So we're gonna chill till March, and then we're gonna get busy doing something. All right. Awesome to have you here. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
And Trevor as well, MaximaUSA.com. Always fun to talk to you, of course. And also, too, Tits, great job tonight. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Marks, good job.
Yes.
This is an outrage.
It's like the coffee tweet, the coffee text. We got our winner, right? So stop calling. Yeah, we got our winner. Stop calling.
We got it.
So, yes, thanks for listening and watching, everybody. Really appreciate it. Get the live show tickets for Indianapolis on the Pulp site, and get the LCQ Challenge tickets as well. Next week, Lewis Phillips in studio, so we can get to the bottom of this.
All right, yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic, and good to see everybody. And Glendale was a fantastic race. Looking forward to Tampa this weekend. 250 East is going to be nuts. So I'm really looking forward to that those guys and watching that happen. So thanks to Swisscore. Thanks to Kellen. Thank you to Pookie. Thanks to Moser. Marks, thank you. Tits, thank you. For Phil Nicoletti, Trevor Reis, I'm Steve Matthes. See you next week.
Check out my boat, dude.
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
I am the sword inside your flame. I will burn to play in your games.